Hello, assuming we are live. To start off, Kerno Agath Dinner, or welcome to Cornwall. My name's Nick, and we are sat broadcasting for you for the next hour in a general discussion in our local pub. We thought we'd do something different, so effectively we are going to go and talk about a few issues that have been highlighted and actually questions that have been submitted to us. With me today, and excuse the tech, I will slide the camera around. We have Craig Fern, who is the Workplace Wellbeing Ambassador for the Institute of Directors. I think that's right, Craig?
Yeah, that's it.
And an emotional and mental health expert in Cornwall. And our host for today, Glenn, I never have known your surname, Glenn. Simmons, Glenn Simmons, who is our erstwhile landlord and local farmer. So if anyone does want to post any questions that you want to make us aware of on farming specifically, Glenn is more than happy, he says, to answer them. What we're going to do, we don't want to do a death by PowerPoint. We wanted to do something different in Cornwall. We are a lot more laid back in Cornwall than I've ever known anywhere else. So we are literally just going to talk and discuss a few of the big issues that have been asked to me or that have been raised about Cornwall, and hopefully where these mix with where you are geographically, you'll at least get some information and some ideas of how to help people. This is all about making lives better for people, predominantly through work and community. So we will start off, and the first question I'm going to aim at Glenn, and it was simply posed by one of my clients in London who wants to know if the traditional community-based village pub is dead with the rise of Wetherspoons and chains. Is the independent pub based in the village that's the heart of the community a dead duck, or is there a future in it? Over to Glenn.
Wow. Is there a future in it? It's going to be a struggle. Basically simple as that, because the economics of eating out, drinking out are not cheap anymore. And the economics of running a pub with the taxes and everything else is just the burden of that to get enough customers through to make it work is a struggle in a rural area. Yeah.
So I've got to ask then, why buy the pub?
It seemed we're into our fourth year, 3 years of turmoil. Obviously, it wasn't what we expected when we bought a pub. Yes, the aim why we bought the pub, or I bought the pub at the farm, is to put my meats through the pub. So I basically have a supply chain of my meats coming into the pub to serve the customers. But yeah, things have drastically changed in the last 2 or 3 years, what with the COVID, and now the economic circumstances, it looks like we're going to go through in the next year or two.
It changes day to day, that one, doesn't it? So I say this from a personal point of view. You're confident you're still going to be here in 6 months. Otherwise, I've got to find somewhere else to drink.
Am I confident I'm going to be here in 6 months? I think a lot of pubs are going to be questioning where they're going to be in 6 months. This government right now, I shouldn't say this government, this person right now, has created an absolute disaster, storm coming our way. There has been no help for the local or small businesses in her agenda. It was all for big multinational discounts and everything else. Now, if you want to get the country moving, start from the bottom. This trickle-down rubbish that she was talking about is absolute rubbish. Start from the bottom, support the small industries that will then employ people locally and give people money. But as it stands right now, with the economics coming down now, people are going to be tightening their belt, not coming out. And the first people who feel that will be the industry that I'm in here. Yeah.
And do you feel, clearly there is an advantage with as a farmer, the supply chain of meat into the pub directly, which I assume lowers costs of going to market?
No, it's not necessarily that way, because I still have to factor in that I could have sold that animal on the open market. So the animal has to still come in here at that factored in price. So I might be getting 2 bites of the cherry effectively, but the economics of running 2 businesses, you can't just sacrifice one income to feed the other. You still have to have the economics there. And I could go out and buy a lamb or a pork or a beef from a wholesaler at the same price as what I'm supplying the meat to.
Yeah, well, we won't have that conversation about why there's no lamb on the menu.
It is just that I can control the quality, if you like to say, and know exactly where the meat comes from.
And do you think then that now there is a market for that quality of pub food and pub drinks rather than just get it cheap?
Well, you can't compete. You can't compete against the Witherspoons on that cheap front. So you have to do something. So you have to provide quality. And in my mind, it's quality you have to provide. And then people will come to you because of what a fantastic meal they had. And yes, you've got to get the economics right there as well, because everyone has a budget. But you can't. There's no point in trying to compete with the Wetherspoons and go down to £9.99 for a plate of food. It's just not possible. 20% of that is VAT, which is another issue. In France, in the European Union, VAT on restaurants is between 8 and 10%. So every £10 meal that goes out of here, £2 of that goes to the government.
That's interesting.
Yeah, people don't realise that. People think they're coming and buying a meal for £16 that's going in your pocket. It's not. 20% of that is going direct to that. Now, the government could have, in this last thingy, as Boris did, bless him, when we had the COVID, they reduced VAT down to 5% and then 12.5%, which gave you enough to build to keep you running through. But you can't compete when food costs are getting higher to us and to everyone else, and then the government is then taking 20% of that.
Yeah, and it is, I suppose it is different for independent pubs that effectively are in very small, like we are, rural communities, opposed to being an independent pub in somewhere like Redroof or Truro.
Yes, if you're in a high street location, of course, you've got more footfall and more chance of attracting someone to come in. Whereas in a local community where people have to specifically drive to come here, then obviously that's you have to attract them, and you can't attract them with just cheap food you can get anywhere else. You attract them with quality food, nice atmosphere, and
And I can personally vouch for all of those, especially the food, which I've got to say the chef here is amazing. He's one of the best pub chefs I've ever seen. But that does bring us nicely on to involving Craig and asking about something else that was raised, the different attitudes towards well-being from a total well-being perspective between towns and rural communities. Is there a noticeable difference between how they feel or what they want to talk about?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and unfortunately not one with a very short answer.
It's all right, we're on for an hour.
Well, that's good, because you might need it. I think what I've found working in sort of places across the world, as well as sort of Cornwall, well-being problems in themselves, and again, when we talk about well-being, it's important to sort of distinguish that my expertise lies within mental well-being, and the sort of issues that come along with not looking after the mental well-being of the individual, or if the company as a whole, or even sort of going forward into the C-suite and director sort of areas. I think when we're sort of looking at larger versus smaller, many of the headlines will be the same, but if you like, the nuances will be different. So we have down here in Cornwall, just hearing about sort of what's happening here and what's happening to the local pubs, and in this sort of in this microcosm that we operate in, people look at Cornwall and they sort of, again, I have these conversations every day where I say, speaking to you from Cornwall today, and everyone says, "Oh, aren't you so lucky to live down in Cornwall?" And part one of that is always yes. This is where I was born. This is where I was raised, and I absolutely adore being here. However, there's always a trade-off when it comes to these types of things. And the trade-off that we have down here is the fact that, we have very, very low wages. We have a sort of economic demographic that swings massively between seasons. We have an economy that people don't really seem to understand whether they're in Cornwall or out of Cornwall, where we have the majority of our workforce is not office-based, even now. Yet the majority of the wellbeing initiatives and things like that are aimed at people who work behind a desk or in IT or in these sorts of environments. The local pub, the local farmer who's out on his own every day, the wellbeing issues that these guys sort of face. And unfortunately, farming, one of the highest sort of mental ill health professions there is in the world. These guys aren't coming in every day, getting on their computer and spending sort of, 4 hours typing up or whatever. They're out there on their own, tending to the livestock and, wondering how they're going to put food on the table and how much is this going to be worth and how much is that going to be worth and what's coming out of this and what's coming out of that. Yet for some reason, we tend to ignore this area and sort of push much more towards those that are easier to get hold of, which are those that connect and live in a digital environment. So, again, in the bigger cities, we don't have as many people obviously out there farming and doing that type of stuff, but we have a much larger percentage in that digital economy. So again, we engage digitally, whether that be a good thing or a bad thing for well-being is another sort of question entirely. But, I think that nuance is very important to understand that, yes, we can still talk about mental well-being and sort of mental well-being issues, but actually the mental well-being issues in Cornwall as a whole aren't going to be the same necessarily root causes as what's going to be bringing them up in a London or a Liverpool.
So you do a lot of work, or most of your work probably is out of county, and I know you speak to some of my clients about their issues. Are there any sort of trends in differences between what people are concerned about in rural communities and what concerns them in towns and cities?
Yeah, so within towns and cities, it's very, I find towns and cities very sort of commercially based. So effectively, most of the issues are how do I pay my bills? How do I, those types of things, even within a workplace environment. So it isn't sort of what does my community look like in 5-6 years' time? That isn't a sort of, because they're a very cities are quite transient. You have people moving in, people moving out, companies move in, new big companies open up, you go and you work for them, you go and you work for these people. Whereas I find sort of locally, and especially in Cornwall, a lot of people are worried about their neighbours and they're worried about their relatives, and they're worried, it's not just worry about themselves, it's worry about the community that they live in, and what we're losing through not sort of looking after those that are within our sort of sphere of influence.
And here's to move on to another question on well-being. Someone asked me if attitudes towards well-being are generational. So do young people have a different attitude towards their mental health than our generation? I was going to say older people, but I'll keep it middle-aged with our generation.
It's, again, a really interesting question. So what I've found in my general work is that the new directors that are coming through, the new companies that are opening up, and even directors that are taking over established companies but are of, say, my generation or below, have a greater willingness to talk about well-being and actually sort of engage in the conversation. Whereas, again, I'm stereotyping, but my experience is that actually the more sort of entrenched set I've been doing this job for 40 years and no one's ever mentioned well-being to me until this point. What is this? Someone just made it up yesterday to get more money, kind of, we'll put out a card for it soon and give it a national holiday sort of thing. It's still a thing.
Mental health
Awareness
like
Day.
that, yeah.
Well, again, Mental Health Awareness Day, fantastic awareness, but there are 365 days in a year and everyone is Mental Health Awareness Day. You don't just turn it on for one particular day and then turn it off. But I will never sort of have a go at anyone trying to raise awareness of the issues that we put together. It does become a little bit annoying to sort of people within the industry that, maybe it's just me within the industry, but I see 365 days as mental well-being or mental health days, whereas, just the one day where we're all supposed to go out and pat each other on the back maybe isn't the right way.
Interesting that you talk there about people's awareness of well-being and what that means to them personally. Clearly, in a rural community, I'm just going to throw this one completely unrehearsed to Glenn and say, what's your awareness of well-being? What does it mean to you as a farmer, publican, family man, 4 kids, wife? What does it mean to you?
As in mental well-being.
Yeah. And how do you have any worries about your kids? Do you think that they have issues, or do you talk about issues? Everyone uses the, it's okay to not be okay tagline and says it's good to talk. But for someone who is out in the fields most of the time, or when you're not, you're in the pub. That's working, not drinking in the pub. Sorry, I should really say that. That's working, not drinking. What does it mean to you? How do you feel about your own mental health and mental well-being and that of your kids?
Wow. That's a difficult one.
We're not here to answer easy questions.
It's obviously it's a personal thing. I mean, yes, agriculture is a solitary, predominantly solitary activity. Being rural and being there isn't whereas even just sort of post-war there was a rural community because of the number of people who would be working on farms. Nowadays, yes, it is generally just one man with maybe a worker or something like that, so it is very solitary. I mean, the will and are, I suppose, the biggest mental stress on the farming community is the economics of it. And the economics have not been good for the last 20 years. It is, so you are always struggling to balance your books and that side of things. So that would be the mental pressure on that side of things. Children, you can't bring children up in a better life than the farming community. You're outside, you're running around, you haven't got to worry about drugs on the streets or just look at the amount of stabbings and violence in cities and towns now with teenage children. I mean, it's just horrendous. So I think the mental welfare of children is generally has been good in the countryside from that side. And then it comes down to a personal attitude and whether you are happy in your life. If you're happy with what you're doing, then it'll take you through a lot of stress.
And interestingly, there to again bridge that gap, to go back to your core knowledge of farming, I think I probably know the answer to half of this question. But with 4 children, do you see them going into farming?
No, there's only one has shown that desire. And
he had to go to New Zealand to do it.
No, he went to agricultural college here. He just took an opportunity to travel the world and see things, and then just found a place, a position there. But gone are the days where you would expect your children to come and take over the business, because it is such a, I'm not saying it's a difficult way of life, a different way of life from the standard with the hours. If you have livestock, it's 24/7, 365 days, it is constant, effectively. So you have to want to do that. You can't, there's no point in trying to force your children to do that. And I think in particularly in the rural community nowadays, in the like hills of Wales and Scotland and the Lake District, when the youngsters can see there is a better lifestyle because everything, they can get everything on the internet now, they can do these things. They don't want to be stuck halfway up a mountain all by themselves. They want a life, they want excitement and things. So I think the average age of farmers now is way above mid-50s, because the youth isn't coming in because they don't want that hard life anymore. They get an easier job, they get a 9-to-5 job somewhere, have weekends off, have weeks holidays.
And that's a very interesting point. I'm sure we've said before, when I first moved to Cornwall, I actually lived in a converted farmhouse on Treverson Farm, just above Port Row. And there again, the farmer is aging, he's looking towards wanting to retire and give it up. And he's, to be fair, you must get to an age when you don't want to spend 24 hours out in the fields with livestock. But none of his children have gone into farming. So what is the future for rural farming?
Bleak.
Well, that's a one-word answer. I was sort of hoping for a bit more than a word.
No. Look, on the peninsula, I am farming now. I'm managing the estate here, and it used to be used to be 5 separate farm units. So that'd be 5 families with children, and they have farm workers. Then my uncle's farm is next door, and there's another farm there. And now basically the whole peninsula is just one farmer, me.
So
and that,
have you expanded the land then, or what's happened to that land?
No, it's because as the economics of farming, years ago, you'd be lucky if a Cornish farm was 150 acres. That'd be a big farm. But the economics, you can't make a living on 150 acres, so you have to get bigger. So it becomes 300 acres, and then it becomes bigger, and because the scale, the cost of the machinery, the cost of all of these things, the price of the goods has not kept up with the cost of things. So now that's, you see the big machines traveling up and down the country picking the cabbages or doing the potatoes and everything else. It has to be massive scale farming to make a living, because your margins are so small. But then the general public will complain, but you got God knows how many thousand chickens in a shed. Yeah, but you want cheap eggs. You can't get cheap eggs without producing it cheaply.
It's really interesting, and because again, what I'm hearing a lot is as things have progressed, in inverted commas, the sense of community is decreased, because all of a sudden you've gone from 10 families on the Highland to
look, there's evolution and modernizing of machines. So that's a natural progression where from you're from horse to tractor, and now the agricultural machines can do so much more, just the same as robots in factories making cars and computers and everything else. So you can't stop that. You can't turn the clock back and say we're all going to get out there with forks and dig up potatoes when you can get a machine to come and do it. So that has reduced, obviously, the amount of staff needed on farms. But the philosophy of all Western governments, and this is my view, philosophy of all Western governments post Second World War is to keep the masses fat and happy with cheap food. And that is all governments' projection, is to where we can get the food from, how we can get it the cheapest, because you keep the masses fat and happy. It's an old adage, but that's the way it is. If they're fat and happy, they're not going to revolt and rebel and do this. If they're starving and queuing up for bread, then they're going to do it. So for the last 50 years, they have just expanded into buying food cheaper from anywhere else in the world rather than growing it here. So you have to compete against vegetables in Africa. You know, they're growing your fresh green beans that you're getting at Christmas are grown in Kenya and flown over.
I didn't know that.
Yes. There's some asparagus coming in from Peru. There's strawberries from South Africa. And you can't compete against the labour charges. You know, any business in this country, minimum wage, pensions, all of these things. Do you think these Africans are getting pensions picking green beans?
But surely, if we're looking to the climate issues that are around and the cutting down of transport costs of importing stuff from further away, surely an investment in UK farming so that we could. I mean, I assume we used to be self-sufficient. You know, even when I was a kid, you didn't have strawberries all year round. You ate them when they grew in the summer.
But exactly.
And you all grew them in your back garden anyway.
You don't need strawberries at Christmas.
Well, I think I do.
That is not a necessity. That is not a necessity. If people are talking about now, obviously, the economics are getting tight and we've got to pull our belts in and cut your thingies. So you don't need a bloody strawberry. Excuse my language. You don't need a strawberry at Christmas.
I'm going to quote you on that when you do your Christmas dinner.
No, it isn't. It is a luxury.
It is interesting. I mean, that field of it.
When we were kids, you used to look forward to that end of May, June time when the strawberry fields would be out and you'd go pick it and they tasted absolutely. Yeah. Nowadays, the strawberry season has been extended through breeding of different varieties, etc. And they probably start picking in England probably late April and they'll go through to September. So the varietal thingy has extended the season. But yes, we can grow most of what we need in this country. We will always have to import because we're a high population for a small country, simple as that.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating discussion, but the whole, from a well-being perspective, well-being and community go hand in hand. The stronger the community, the better the individual well-being of those who are a member of the community. And, if we're losing the community to capitalism and consumerism, effectively what's happening there is that, like the local pub, we're not going to have the places where the communities used to come together and have these conversations. We're going to start moving much more towards this sort of at home on your computer chatting to somebody who's just like we are now in many respects. And there's really great things about this. The fact I can talk to somebody in Australia without leaving home is absolutely phenomenal. But if I replace my human interaction with just having these conversations, or if there isn't a local pub to me for 20 miles, am I going to jump in my car, burn fuel I can barely afford anyway, to go 20 miles, to go to the local pub, to then sort of, meet up with a few people because less people are going to that local pub anyway, because they still have to go because there's no one in that community. Or even if we go back to the whole idea of farming, the fact that, the farming community comes together, it supports itself. There's all these people over all these different farms that you can talk to and bump into and, share ideas. There's got to be a pivot point where sort of this has got to sit. There must be a way of getting community and, if you want to call it progress or whatever it is, to actually reach a pivot point where we're not isolating individuals because we're striving so hard to progress, to bring in strawberries all year round, or to undercut the next person or undercut the next person. And, if we're always out there and, again, looking at the bigger businesses that I'm sort of dealing with and how it is, the first thing that we look to do is install a sense of community back in the workforce. If the workforce buy into the company, the ethos, what they want to do, how they're doing it, understand what they're doing, and actually are told what the decisions are, why these things are made. If you can get people to buy back into that sense of community, it's a lot easier to then move on. Even if you're just talking in terms of countries and everything that's going on in the world at the moment, if 90% of your country don't agree with what's happening in the country, it's a hell of a lot harder to move that country in any particular direction, even if you are the 10% ruling elite or whatever you want to call it. So, I think Cornwall is a really interesting example of a peninsula, if you want to, and where community has been at the heart of everything that Cornwall's been, from mining through to farming, all the traditional enterprises that eventually were priced out of because you can get it cheaper elsewhere and import it. All the communities that have been built up around these traditional communal ways of life. We've got our senior leaders and our politicians consistently going on about the fact that we need to catch up and we need to reintegrate and we need to bring Cornwall up to speed with the rest of the country. And I find this really weird because Cornwall isn't the rest of the country. We are what we are down here, and we always will be. We don't need to be London. We need to embrace the good things that come down, but we don't need to take everything and say just because it comes from this place it's the right way to go, or just because it comes. Yes, we have to find better ways to do what we do, but we can do that and maintain our Cornishness, for lack of a better way of putting it. That community element that comes along with it, that sort of, why people come to Cornwall in the first place. They come down here with you say Cornwall to somebody further afield, and oh yeah, beautiful place. Everyone says hello to you in the morning, and that's the way it is. And people have this idea, and then when they sort of come down here and they go, oh, hang on a minute, there's nowhere for your young people to live because everywhere's been bought up, and your rural schools are closing because there aren't enough young people still able to buy houses in that area, so kids can't go to school. Your community sort of facilities are closing. We've got the pool and the gym and everything else. The council was trying to close in Falmouth recently. All these things are shutting down. And I think one of your questions, earlier was why would people want to get into farming or want to get into and stay in Cornwall? Well, it's a really difficult question because actually I would argue that about any industry. As a young person in Cornwall, what industries are you going to be able to get into and continue to sort of live a decent life, earn a reasonable wage, and be able to access all these sort of local facilities that you could do if you moved, a couple of 100 miles up the country.
And I have to point out that clearly Craig is pretty good at reading over my shoulder. The next question that I had to ask for him is, with an ageing population in Cornwall, and it is an ageing population, how can we encourage younger people to live and, more importantly, work and stay in Cornwall?
Again, I go back to this sense of community. And as we were sort of talking about earlier about village pubs, and if you take that analogy one step forward and you say, okay, look, we cannot compete with Wetherspoons because Wetherspoons buys bulk all over the country, brings it in, sell it high, sell it cheap, get it out. The local village pub cannot compete with that. So the local village pub turns around and says, okay, I can't do that. But what I can do is I can provide a community feel where everyone, I was going to say where everybody knows you. I was watching Cheers this morning. But, I'm not, but in that kind of thing, it's where everyone knows who you are. You're the heart of the village. The quality is there. The sort of personal attention is there. It's not fast food. It's not, get them in, stick it in the microwave, throw it through and do that way. And in a way, I think that's how we keep younger people in Cornwall. We have to show them that it's worth hanging around and being part of the Cornish community and driving Cornwall forward.
But they have to have a job.
Of course, and that's number one. Money is,
and that's where it stems from. Is give them a job with an economic prospect that they can buy a house and stay locally, then they will. And then we come back down to, as you said earlier, the low minimum wages that are in Cornwall. But that is because the industry cannot afford to pay anything more but minimum wages because we're being screwed completely. Whether it's the farming side or whether it's the restaurant side, it's you can't. I'd love to pay more money and we do pay as much as we can. We certainly pay more than minimum wage. But there comes a limit as to how much you can pay.
Yeah.
All businesses have to survive, and it's not. I know people hammer on and to businesses quite negatively. Oh, yeah, but you're only paying minimum wages, because you can only afford minimum wages. You can't. You know, I don't think you see many pub owners running around in Rolls Royces and everything else, let alone restaurants. And you just have to look how many pubs are closing at the moment, how many restaurants are closing. Look at the high streets. It's the same.
Yeah, it is. It's the chains that are, you know, and I think the other thing that I would sort of say, and going back to your point, is, and I bring this into every conversation I talk to anyone about well-being in any respect. I believe the key word in well-being is realistic. And whatever we do, however we do it, we have to be realistic in our expectations. We have to be realistic in what we can deliver, and we have to be realistic in what we can promise. And, you know, if you're I'm an overweight middle-aged man. I am not beating Usain Bolt over 100 meters. Well, unless I'm handicapped.
Unless it's down.
Unless it's down and I get to roll. Yeah. And that's the point. The point is that we hear so many promises so often from so many different places. And, you know, what you're talking about in terms of wages and things, it would be unrealistic of you to say, yeah, of course, I can do X, Y, and Z. This is the way it is. But people don't like sometimes to hear the truth. They like to hear that there's a way to make it work, or there's a way to sort of do it better. You know, businesses aren't the NHS. They're not. You know, we're not here to sort of replace the health service in terms of what we can offer to employees. But you know, again, it's that realistic standpoint. You know, no one in the wildest dreams would expect a local pub to be paying more than it could afford to be sustainable over a long period of time. That's a farmer, a publican, a miner, whatever it might be. You know, we have to be realistic and cut our cloth accordingly. And again, I think that's something that we as a community need to understand, that, you know, actually we can only do so much with what we have. And, you know, if we want to maintain that well-being balance, we have a responsibility too, rather than just pointing the finger at businesses and things like that and saying, well, hang on a minute, why are you charging X, Y, and Z? Why can't you pay me more money? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? Well, the answer is normally 99% of the time we'd love to, but actually we just can't. And that doesn't make you the bad guy in the equation. It just makes you another cog in the wheel that's making the money.
Interesting that you touched on very traditional industry there. I mean, there is land all around us. There's farms, open land, whether they're being farmed or not, all around where we are on the Roseland at the moment. We're surrounded by 400 miles of coastline. And traditionally, the economy of Cornwall was built on tin mining. So looking at the three probably most traditional industries that made Cornwall what it was when it was a massive economic leviathan through the 17th and 18th centuries, we've still got those industries. You know, marine industry in Cornwall actually employs 17 to 20 odd thousand people at least, in varying things from new technology and dredging to traditional sail making, you know, for the old barges. We still have farming, whether it be from a point of view of beef, yours is beef here, isn't it? So, you know, beef farming and lamb or sheep farming, as well as arable crops on the Roselands and around. But we also grow those weird plants that make saffron, you know, because we've diversified and we've looked at things like with mining. I don't believe there's any active tin mines open now, but I have heard they are going to reopen one. But we're mining lithium now, which is highly technology based, but that traditional industry. So is the future, rather than relying on technology, which a lot of people will tell you down here that technology is the future, or is it looking at creative ways to adopt technology for traditional Cornish industry?
I think that's, again, it's a really good question.
I wouldn't have asked
it. I work with Cornish Lithium, who are the people who are taking the lithium out, and actually, again, they're doing it in a creative, sustainable way, because they've used technology and they've come up with a new way of doing something that we've done down here for years and years and years. And they're exploiting the lithium rich area down at their site. I go back to the sort of conversation that we were having earlier when I basically was talking about sort of technology for the sake of technology, and the fact that we just introduce our answer nowadays seems to be that we push a button, or we get a robot, or we get something on those sorts of lines where, yes, there are some things where technology, for example, the Cornish Lithium, looking at the marine network and the robotics and the technology that can go into places that would be harmful to people, and stopping risk, reducing the sort of impact on individuals, reducing the impact on the environment, sustainability, all these incredible things. But then you've got, for example, I went into a well-known local supermarket the other day, and I decided I was going to buy something for me tea, and I went to the counter, and the woman at the counter said, "Oh no, you've got to go and use that electric thing over there." And I was like, "Well, I'd like to buy my cooked chicken." And they were like, "No, we've got no tills open. You've got to use that self-service thing over there, unless you've got 300 items or something, and then a personal deal with you." It was like, well, hang on a minute. Well, that for me is just automation for the sake. There's no need for me to go through this beep and run away.
It is because of the economics of that business. They've worked out, they've calculated, and they did it by putting a few kiosks in first and then everything else, and they've calculated out that they can cut X number of staff, or if they had tills, it would cost them X million pounds to employ the people. Well, they can put all the machines in, and it'll cost them half that. So that's where all we're talking about finding jobs for people. But again, as we're talking about the way that say the machines are taking over, the way that the world is going with more computerization, with more machines doing the jobs, every business will have to look at. One of my biggest costs is employment. I'm not saying that if I put a robot behind the bar there to serve beer, you get the customers coming, because customers want the banter and they want to come into a thing. But another business will look at that purely if their biggest cost is employing people. How can they reduce that cost? Now, and as long as machines and computers are coming in cheaper than staff, then this progression is going to continue more and more. So the human race, or the workforce in general, has to think about what it's going to do in the next 50, 100 years, because there will be less manual work done.
I agree. And actually, I was talking to someone the other day, and I likened it to, I don't know if you've seen the cartoon WALL-E. So WALL-E, where effectively we're all on this spaceship going along, and these robots and computers have taken over absolutely all everything, because they think that's what we need and that's what we want and everything else. And I would argue that isn't the case. That to be who we are, we need a purpose and we need something to go out and do.
It's coming. It is coming.
I'm going to take the blue pill.
Is it? Yeah.
I'm not going into the Matrix.
You see, I'll tell you recently, they have grown brain cells in the laboratory. They have grown brain cells.
I'll have one.
And now they have taught these brain cells to play the Nintendo tennis game, just walk.
You know what? I've spent years as a kid trying to play that, and I never could.
Exactly. This is where the future's going. It is like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Terminator. The progression of they're talking about, if they can grow these brain cells to be effectively the brain in the machine, it is absolute madness. So there we are.
Yeah, and let's pull it back from being really negative all the time. 'Cause to be honest, I love living and working in Cornwall. And I do believe economically, Cornwall is a sleeping giant. If Cornish lithium takes off the way it is, that massively increases investment in the county and in the area. It creates jobs, it creates shared wealth. And as byproducts, it creates heating for factories and homes that we're not paying for because it's based on the geothermal heat from the superheated water that lithium's in. I do technical, by the way. But I don't want, we're running relatively low on time now, and I don't want to leave everyone or anyone that's still listening, I don't want them to think that we're really negative about being down here. If we were, we wouldn't be here. It's that caring about a business community and trying to engage that community together and create a sort of cross bands. I mean, what Glenn won't tell you is that every Wednesday night in this pub, all of the local farmers come in and local landowners and local gamekeepers, and it almost becomes a bartering system of what people have got, what you can use, using other people's skills to develop and use that whole, what I would call a business community as opposed to a living community. And attached with what Craig does with the wellbeing side, he does encourage people to open up and talk and can help with anyone's issues. So I'm going to finish by posing a single question. If they answer one-word answers, we've got 10 minutes of dead time. But quite simply, I want to know, what one thing can you say or do, or can we, not just you personally, but one thing that the people in charge or us as businesses in Cornwall, what can we do to inspire that vision of a working together business culture and community that's successful and benefits Cornwall? Over to Craig first.
That's only because I look the most confused. Again, another.
All right, let's rephrase it in English. How can you make things better?
Again, from what I've been talking right the way through, I am a big advocate for the sense of community and what can be done by a community when they come together, pull together, and they are sort of united behind a purpose. And what I would say to anybody in a position of power down here in Cornwall, or any politician, or anyone in charge of any sort of Quango-based fund, or whatever the case might be, actually find out what the community needs and then help the community. This isn't a question of going out and finding the latest things that are coming out of London or wherever else and going, oh, I know, really easy, let's go and do what they're doing. Cornwall is different. Go speak to the guys like Jack, speak to these people who are running local pubs, running local businesses, and actually let's come together as a Cornish community to support these people. Would be my aim.
It's a nice aim.
Oh, no, thank you.
Glenn, what can we do in Cornwall to make working lives better for the people in Cornwall?
I think if you want to going on what Craig said, if you want to try and create a community, then it starts with housing. As simple as that. Because if the housing was cheap enough and based on the economics of what people earn down here, then they'd be able to live in one of these houses in this hamlet here. And if they're living in there, then they might pop up on a Friday night and have a pint, or they might come up on Sunday and have Sunday lunch because they're living here. Whereas predominantly, most of the houses in here and the other villages are 2/3 second homes. And yes, that's brilliant for me as a business during the summer, because that's where most of my business comes into. But when they've gone this time of year, then you've got an empty village. So there is no community. And the prices they are paying when they're selling a flat in London for £500,000, and they can buy a house down here. now, I'm not saying you can stop that. You can't turn the clock back. But there shouldn't be a single house built in Cornwall unless it has restrictions on living. Because you're not going to stop. As soon as you build a house in Cornwall, someone will buy it from outside of Cornwall. And if you want to create the internal community where people in Cornwall, families, small kids, people with families are living and can afford to stay here, then you have to address that situation. Because you cannot know first time, the cheapest house you will find in the Roseland community is £300,000 for a 1 bedroom, if not 2, if you're lucky. And what person earning £10 an hour can afford that? Not possible.
And is there a solution to that? Because clearly, we can't change the world overnight. You can't change the world alone.
It comes down to council planning. Simple as that. Put restrictions on it. Why are we building these massive estates around the back of Truro? Has anyone done the statistics as to who's buying these houses? Where are they coming from? Is it for locals that are buying them? Or is it people coming? And I'm not saying that people shouldn't come to Cornwall, but like in Jersey and Guernsey, they registered, however many years ago, they registered all these houses that existed for people that were coming in to wanted to live in it. So there's only a limited supply of houses. If you want to move to Jersey or Guernsey, there's registered houses you can buy. So register all the houses that are built in Cornwall now as houses that people can buy. Anything that's built from now onwards, no, it is for local use. Yes, if you're coming into Cornwall because you've got a job or you've been living here for 5 years or you were born here, these sorts of restrictions, because you cannot have the house prices down here being affected by someone from London who's got far much more money. Of course, they want to come down to beautiful Cornwall and live by the sea and all these things. But then you have an empty village with no kids in the school. No kids in the school, so the village shop. So then the village shop doesn't exist. Yeah. The village shop closes down, and then the pub closes down, and then you get nothing. So it stems immediately from housing. Simple as that.
I was hoping to avoid housing through the whole time, but yeah, I think everyone living in Cornwall is massively aware of that. And the last thing I want to do before we have to hand over, I'm sad to say, because I've really enjoyed chatting. It's just like a normal chat in the pub every lunchtime. Although you don't open Mondays and Tuesdays lunchtime.
Let's just not get onto the government at the moment.
No, let's not. I mean, I am officially adopted as a blow-in in Cornwall. I am not Cornish. I moved here 5 years ago, but have been accepted as I'm not going anywhere else. This is where I live now. This is where I am. This is where my business is based. Glenn, as I found out last night, has great-great-great-grandfather.
The Simmonses have been in Roseland for the last 400 years. Yes.
Have been, as you said, been in this area, in this exact area for the last 400 years, and believe in ruined Lanninghorn where we are now, originally. And Craig is very, very Cornish, and he is actually born and raised Cornishman.
The Webbs are Falmouth born and bred for many, many years.
That many years. So I want to finish with them with 3 or 4 minutes each, because you've got a few minutes left. Craig, first, what is the best thing about living and working and being in Cornwall?
Living and working and being in Cornwall. I think the best thing about it is the diversity that's down here, and the people. Whatever you come back to, wherever you are, community is based on people, and people is my business. And I just love Cornish people. We are. We're friendly, we're welcoming, we're giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. We even say hello in the street, which, I don't know if you've been anywhere else in the country, Nick, but it just doesn't happen. So for me, the best thing about Cornwall is the people. In terms of business, I think it's being able to interact with lots of different business entities, from the traditional through to the innovative that are coming up in different areas if we're going through, and of course there is no place on earth that has a coast like Cornwall.
That's true. Everyone should sail. Although, to be honest, just before I move on to Glenn for his answer on the best thing of Cornwall, I do need to point out that a certain statistic that I was given, and it's simply this, that you cannot live anywhere further than 17 miles away from the coast in Cornwall. You are always a maximum of 7. I mean, here we're what, mile and a half, you know, and the river's closer. So you're always surrounded by coastline. 20% of our 8 to 11-year-old school children have never visited a beach or the coast. So to me, the most inspiring thing of being here is Cornwall itself. It is stunning. And yeah, the people are great. I've felt extremely welcomed since the first day I moved down here, and love to be part of that community and invest and work with the community. But we still need to recognise there are masses of disengaged people who need to be brought into the fold.
Of course.
And finally, over to Glenn to tell us, as a 400-year-old resident of Cornwall, or the family are, he's really not that old, just before he goes back to his part-time job as Father Christmas, why Cornwall? I know you've got farms in Essex, or you grow your grape in Essex. Why do you choose to spend most of your time and live in Cornwall?
Well, my family farm, my grandfather's farm was down here. Yes, I spent 30 years in Essex, and Essex is one interesting county. But without question, going back to the community, I moved back down here 5 years ago, full-time. Part-time about 10 years ago. There are still communities in Cornwall. There are in the villages communities in Cornwall, and they are not in Essex anymore. Essex is very much a London dormitory town, villages. Everyone flies in, flies out. You still do have the remnants of community down here, and it is wonderful to walk into your pub and everybody knows your name, as they say, and you can have a banter with the landlord and that is welcoming and yeah.
And to be fair, the idea of everyone knowing your name, why is my tab in the bar down as Max's dad rather than my name? Because there are 2 Nicks in the village and I'm the only one with a dog. So, but yeah, I mean, look, we need to wrap up now, sadly, because we are running out of time. Thank you, extreme thanks to Craig and Glenn for coming in. And just as we said when we started, having a chat in the local pub over a pint and just generally having a really good time. So I think we've got just over a minute to go. I need to hand over to whoever's coming up. I was expecting it to come up on my screen down here, but I have trouble spelling IT, let alone using it properly. I'd just like to say, if anyone is out there, please comment, get in touch, have a chat with us. We have really enjoyed talking to you, and hopefully you've enjoyed listening to us at least a little bit. So thank you very much, and I will hand over to Jane Halford, Communications Director of H&H. Thank you very much indeed, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Nick. I was so enjoying that wonderful debate about Cornwall. Really enjoyed it. If you're joining us, hello and welcome to the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. I'm Jane, your host for the next hour, as we deliver local knowledge and help to give the Inspiring Workplaces global community the much needed inspiration, knowledge, and connections to change the world through the world of work and create your own inspiring workplaces in 2023 and beyond. This 24-hour global Workplace Inspirathon is being hosted live, but is also being recorded and will be made available on demand. Everyone will be automatically muted, but please feel free to ask any questions and share your thoughts in the comments section throughout. Make sure to also join the conversation on our Slack channel. You'll find the link in the comments to your right. It's where you'll see a lot of our networking during the breaks and where you can meet fellow inspirers and participants, and where you can share where you are, what you do, continue the conversation, and most importantly, be a part of this growing community. But back to the now. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers, which we are really excited to bring to you. Kicking us off is Duncan, Head of Business Development at H&H, an employee engagement agency and lead sponsor of this inspiring event. He has 20 plus years, hi Duncan, helping creative agencies develop stellar client relationship and has gained, as he says, great but also eye-opening insight into many well-known brands like Mars, Seiko, and Alpro. Today, he's going to be sharing some of the juicy findings from a piece of global research conducted by H&H to find out what employees actually think about culture right now. Over to you, Duncan.
Thank you, Jane. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the event. Thank you to Inspiring Workplaces for having me. My first question is there anyone there? Because the Prime Minister in the UK has just resigned, so I'm hoping that some people are still watching, but I'll carry on. So yeah, H&H have commissioned a piece of research to find out what employees are thinking about right now, and the focus on that piece of research is culture. So we're going to share some, well, I'm going to talk you through some findings, and we had a wide-ranging piece of quantitative research that went out, and actually I'm only going to be able to pull what I think are the key findings that came from that research are the ones that I'm going to be able to share with you in this sort of time scale. You know, it's going to take about 20 minutes, and you might be wondering, you know, why have we done this? Why have we actually gone out and spoken to employees about culture? We all know that a lot is written about culture, and we read a lot about it all the time. There's so much said about how to define culture, how to develop it, how to strengthen it and improve it. And we have lots of conversations with our clients all the time, you know, about, you know, what the type of culture that they work with. Is it family orientated? Is it work hard, play hard? They come to us with challenges around, you know, that their culture they feel needs to be developed or reinvented. And you know, so it's a huge topic, as we all know. But what we found what we do find when we read about it is it always seems to come from the perspective of the management team, or from leadership, or from managers. So you get to hear that perspective. We wanted to actually dig a bit deeper into this and actually talk to employees and find out what they think of culture and actually what it means to them. So that was really the driving force behind the piece of research that we conducted. So what did we actually do? We spoke to 1,500 employees, and we asked them about organizational culture and what it means to them. All of these employees work for large organizations in a wide range of sectors and industries. And we looked at a number of different regions across EMEA, APAC, and the Americas, and with a diverse mix of ages, genders, and levels of seniority. So it was a robust piece of research. And 5 key insights that I've pulled out for this session, and here they are, the ones that I want to share with you. So just running through them. Employees are rebuffing edicts from the top. So what I mean by that employees are starting to or continuing to ignore messages and dictates that come from the top of organizations. The second insight I'm going to talk through is the power of individualism. And it's starting to break up the ethos of collective culture, that whole idea of the one unified collective culture. The third insight is that trust comes from familiarity and closeness. So bear in mind when developing comms, internal communications, consider those channels and how you get to the people. And I'll talk through that in a bit more detail. The other insight I want to cover is this, that we all know there's a desire for two-way dialogue within organizations between management and employees, but it does potentially come with a bit of a sting in the tail. And then finally, what we found from the research is that location is not a barrier to connecting with culture. So that was the final insight. So I'm just going to jump into the first one. So I picked out a statement, something that we put to the employees in the research, and that was that now more than ever, it should be up to employees to create a company's culture, not a few board directors. And 66% of employees agreed with this idea. In another question, the majority of the employees that we spoke to agreed with a statement that said an organizational culture can't be inclusive if it's designed by just a few. So this whole idea, this traditional top-down approach is coming under question. And employees are starting to believe that actually this could be and is more in their control in terms of developing and nurturing culture. So the idea that there's a figurehead or a board that maybe some of them don't ever get to meet that defines culture and then it filters down into the organization, this is really coming under question in terms of what we found. And the employees are really just saying, that's not how it works for us. So an interesting kind of dynamic, interesting response there. We feel that sort of challenges the status quo. And looking at the data, we looked at it in a bit more detail, and we saw that this sentiment was significantly higher within the construction and heavy industries at 71%. So if you work in that industry, then maybe this is something that you're aware of. And it was fairly consistent across all other data sets. The next insight is, this was a question around diversity of personalities and the idea of a single culture. And 60% of respondents agreed with the statement that it's better to celebrate diversity of personalities rather than one defined organizational culture. And in another question, over half of employees agreed with the point. Having a defined organizational culture suggests we're all the same, that we all behave and work in the same way. So individualism is starting to break up the idea of this classic one culture collective. We know diversity and inclusion are very much top of the agenda and of our age, and so important that we focus on this area. Never before has it been the case that we've had to kind of put the emphasis, and quite rightly so, because people are starting to say, don't tell us how to behave or think. Let us decide. We're individuals. Let us decide. So according to our respondents, that kind of long promoted that idea of this sort of unified organizational culture is really starting to feel a bit out of date. And then again, looking a little bit more detail into the sectors, it was this sentiment was felt most strongly within IT and telecoms. So if you work in that sector, maybe you can relate to that. And we started to look into this in a bit more detail and explore it. And we came across a British anthropologist called Robin Dunbar, so many of you may be aware of him. He studied the formation, or does study the formation of groups in non-human primates. And applying what he learnt to humans, he concluded that there's a maximum size beyond which smaller groups then break away and create their own culture. And that number is 150 people. So if you look at the visual that on the left-hand side of the slide, starting with our closest loved ones, let's say immediate family, and then extending to who we would consider as good friends, and then wider groups of friends who we still know well, and then even wider groups who are still meaningful contacts. Robin Dunbar suggests that each individual has this sort of total of 150 contacts. And at that point, he says that you start to see different groups breaking off and emerging. So I think as a species, we seek community. Well, and Robin supports this. But he says, there's a limit to how big a community can be. So I think this what Robin's saying here, it really does support the idea that actually this, in a big, large organization, this kind of emphasis on one culture for the whole organization is actually difficult. So silos, if we could call them, maybe they're not such a bad thing. If we think about this, these kind of mini cultures, these groups, people can feel more willing to express feelings and ideas and feel more connected in these kind of smaller groups, as long as they're unified by a central purpose or belief for the organization that they can connect with. It doesn't necessarily matter that they are working in smaller groups. It's allowing tribes to develop within the workplace. It's about allowing people to find out how they work best and who they work best with, and making them feel as comfortable as they can be. And that can be a strength. It doesn't have to be a weakness. So this kind of word silo, which is, I think, generally understood to be a negative word in the organizational sense, maybe we need to think of a different word, because perhaps it isn't such a bad thing. So we then asked the question around trust, surely a fundamental pillar to any strong and successful culture. And the question was, who do you trust in your organization to keep you informed? And what we found might surprise you. So the top ranking responses to that question were friends, peers, and word of mouth from colleagues. And actually the bottom ranking responses to that question were the intranet, the communications team, and town halls. So, many of us may be guilty of putting too much emphasis on some of those more corporate channels. And the fact is, people trust and believe people they know, and that they work with closely and that they're close to. So not always a message from, maybe a message from someone on the internet, from a person they don't know in an organizational channel is actually going to really deliver that trust. So, that for us suggests that, comms champions, team leaders, peer groups, people that are in close sphere to individual employees are the ones that are really going to have the most clout when it comes to influencing culture. And then this next insight was around what people might describe as personal channels. So in response to the question, I use Facebook and WhatsApp for social reasons. I don't want to use them for work. 61% of people agreed. So there's a real focus for many organizations, of course, for building that two-way dialogue and really that closeness between employees, leadership, management. But I've experienced it in the past, and I think that there is a potential tendency to jump onto some of these kind of more personal channels like Facebook and WhatsApp, because they're seen as a comfortable place for dialogue. But actually, they may not be a comfortable place for dialogue for the employees, and that's what we're hearing. What we found is a large number of employees are actually skeptical about using certain channels in the workplace, so they might not want to be contacted on them. And half of the employees that we spoke to, over half of them, agreed with this other statement, which is that employee surveys are never really anonymous. They can trace who said what, so you have to be careful. So there's definitely some reservations about using certain channels, and for different reasons. This idea that you might be being watched, or you might be judged on the answers that you're given, or simply that actually that's not your place to talk to me in those channels, because that's my area, that's my territory, that's where I talk to my friends. So I think this is interesting, this finding from looking at channel mixes and developing that sort of trust that underpins culture and culture itself. Then we finally the insight that we pulled out is one that we asked about location. So a really important insight. I'm sure you'll agree, in this kind of era of virtual, remote, and hybrid working that we all find ourselves in, or many of us do. And what we actually found is that location or proximity isn't actually as important as we might think. So 69% of employees agreed with the statement, the ability to engage is not about location. If the message is wrong, employees can ignore it wherever they are. Now, this is interesting, I think, because I speak to a lot of clients, and we have these conversations, and they say things like, I'm really worried about the culture in our company. It's a problem for us that most of our employees are only coming into the office very occasionally. Many of them are working remotely, and the culture is suffering. It's dissipating. It's fading. We're starting to lose the center ground of our culture. There's this drive to try and get people into the office, because that's going to resolve the culture, and that's going to make the culture much stronger. My own experience at H&H as a new employee during lockdown is that actually I agree with the findings from the research. So I work remotely. So as I say, I joined in lockdown, and I work remotely, and I still work remotely, visiting the office occasionally. And for me, the culture of H&H was so clear from the start. When I read the job ad, the interview process, the induction process, the first 3 months when I was getting to know my new work buddies and getting to know everyone who works at H&H, it was just crystal clear. And to be honest, we hear this time and time again from new people who join H&H, that they say, "Oh, it was so clear. I'm really clear about the culture, and that was one of the things that drew us to the agency." And that's really, I think that's testament to the strength of the culture at the place. But also, most of us are working remotely. It's not having an impact. It's certainly not for us. So interesting finding. But I think talking to some clients that, as I say, many of them may be feeling, I'm not sure if I agree. But yeah, the research tells us a different story. We looked a little bit closer at the data, and we saw, interestingly, that in the FMCG sector, they agreed most strongly with this point at 90% agreement. So if you work in the FMCG sector, then you may be experiencing this sentiment in your organization. So there you have it. Short, punchy 5 key insights. these are what I think are the most salient points that came from the research. I hope you found it interesting. And if you'd like to find out more about the research or anything else that we can help with, I'd love to be of assistance. So just get in touch. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Duncan. Culture is just such a fascinating living and breathing thing, isn't it? It just kind of ebbs and flows constantly. It's never static. But I'm just going to burn that one. If the message is wrong, employees can ignore it wherever they are. That one's going to stick with me because that's very, very true. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Moving on to the next presenter is Kelly, an internal communications consultant, also from H&H, and someone who actually I have the privilege of working with every day. Kelly, thankfully, made the leap agency side after working in the higher education and tourism sectors. She now spends her days making sure every employee gets the stuff that matters, no matter their location, language, or literacy level. She's inspired by insight, bursting with creativity, and today she's going to talk to us about our underlying motivators and if tapping into them could help us communicate more effectively with our audiences. Take it away, Kelly.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, so I see time is of the essence. So let's dive straight in. As Jane said, we're going to be talking about underlying motivators, what they are, why they're so important, and how they can really impact our communications. So what are they then? Underlying motivators, they go kind of far beyond what we can see, kind of the behaviors that we'd see if we simply observed someone. Looking more at why do we behave that way? Why do we think the things that we think or do the things that we do and feel the things that we feel? Very much, if I was to put it in my perspective, the why of me, what are those underlying things that really drive me and motivate me as an individual? And as you can imagine, people are beautifully diverse. So that can be very different from one person to the next. So really kind of tapping into those in our comms can have such an impact on how that message might land. So let's look at what underlying motivators might be. And for the purpose of today, I've got 3 kind of broad buckets that you'll have probably heard talked about maybe in different ways or positioned differently, but that really kind of sit at the core of things that really motivate people. On the left, you've got commanders who tend to be really motivated by results. They really need to succeed, to achieve, to be independent, self-sufficient, and to really kind of avoid boredom, negativity, kind of slow-moving processes, things like that. Then you've got the collaborators who tend to be much more motivated by people. And these guys tend to have a real need to kind of feel unique, to be distinctive, to be valued and even needed in the work that they're doing. And they kind of really want to avoid this sense of conflict and confrontation and have this real sense of kind of peace and harmony in the workplace. And then on the far right, you've got the challengers. And again, these guys are really kind of motivated by process and their real need to be seen as an expert in their subject field, to kind of be seen as wise and knowledgeable and be given plenty of opportunity to use that knowledge. And they really want things to be done right, to be done the right way, the right process, but also at the end for things to be of this real quality outcome. And these guys tend to want to avoid risk and uncertainty. They really kind of value safety and security in their job and within their workplace. So as I say, that's kind of 3 really broad buckets. And so why might it be so useful to know these? And there's kind of 3 really critical elements to it. As I kind of mentioned, underlying motivators, they drive our thoughts, our feelings, our behaviors. So it kind of goes without saying that they have a huge impact on how we communicate. And from an individual level, if we can kind of tap into our underlying motivators and what drives us, can give you incredible self-awareness to be able to think, what are the things that I need satisfied within the workplace so that I can come to work every day and be my best self. And equally on the flip side of that, how do I know when my motivators aren't being satisfied? So that equally I can do something about that and I can put strategy in place from the more negative perspective. And if we were to share those with other people, we very much invite those other people into our world so they can really see from a different perspective. I think as internal communicators, we talk a lot about, maybe putting ourselves in our audience's shoes or walking alongside them. But really kind of tapping into the underlying motivators of someone is a really practical way to bring that to life. If I share mine with another person, and equally if I know that of my peers and my colleagues, together we can develop strategies to communicate effectively with each other. And more importantly, I can see, you'll be able to see day to day the behaviors that somebody might live, but really understanding why they're behaving that way, it can give you such more insight and really help you to kind of understand the why of somebody, so that the relationships, you can build stronger ones. It's no longer just some kind of arbitrary behavior that's someone that you don't understand. It's more, I get it. I know why that person works that way, or why their mind works in that way, because this is what's driving them. This is the kind of thing underneath that they're coming to work every day and are motivated by. And then really looking at it in terms of IC professionals, as you can imagine, looking into underlying motivators for our comms can have an incredible impact on when we're doing bigger communications to our audiences. Kind of, after all, if we've got different underlying motivators to those of our audience, it's pretty likely that they're going to be seeing things from an entirely different perspective. They're living in a different world, or they've got a different kind of thought process, or things that they need to be satisfied, in order to hit those drivers that we talked about, whether it's achieving results or being safe and secure or feeling needed. How can we really play to those different motivators within our comms so that everybody is satisfied? Because when we do, our messages will land with so much more impact, and we can almost speak to our people in a language that's very, very personal and relevant to them. So let's see them in action. And I'm going to give you a peek into some of our client programs at H&H and how we've kind of used underlying motivators, again, to really make sure our comms are as impactful as they can be and that we're appealing to our different audiences. So this first example is actually very personal to me. Before I joined H&H, I was a client and I worked in a university in the internal communications team. And we were very much at a point where, the higher education sector was in constant flux. The team, we were a big team of 45 people within the Marcoms team. There'd been lots of restructures, lots of new talent brought in. And we were all there kind of a little bit kind of misguided in the sense that we weren't working effectively or productively together, really because we didn't know how to do that. It was such new people, new teams. We were working in silos. We really didn't know how to make those connections kind of quick enough when, as you can imagine, you're very much focused on the day-to-day work. So we're kind of working with H&H at that point to build this high-performing team and to establish this culture for our team. As you guys know, if you don't actively build a culture, it will manifest one anyway. And we needed the right culture to really kind of be that high-performing team that we needed to be. And really at the heart of everything that we did, it was tapping into our underlying motivators. And I kind of talked before about that self-awareness that you can gain from it. For me personally, it absolutely enabled me to articulate I'd spotted behaviors in myself previously, and things to kind of, that you'd picked up on, but this was the first time I could really articulate it in a way that almost kind of took away any maybe like embarrassment around more of the negative behaviors that I might bring to the workplace because my motivators aren't being satisfied. But just a deeper look into why I'm doing those things. And I think once you've got that, you can use that for life. My underlying motivators won't change, but obviously the environment that I'm in completely will, whether that's a new team or a new organization or, the place that I work is going through change, that might be in a constant state of shift. But if I know and I've got that awareness of kind of what drives me and the different things I need to be satisfied to be my best, I can kind of continually build on that. And where we really used it was a very hierarchical organization, as the higher education sector tends to be, but really giving us this kind of universal human language. It made it so much easier to have the difficult conversations that we needed to have. It just completely removed hierarchy. We were just people, talking about what drives us, what we need for ourselves, but equally what we need from others. But I think the beauty of something like your underlying motivators is that they're totally yours to own. As much as it is about strategies for communicating with other people, it's totally, I can own that, and I can look at that myself and really put strategies in place to be my best self. So it had a huge impact for us as a team. We were able to collaborate much better. We understood each other, like the why of each other, which really just makes the day-to-day, if someone does something that triggers you a little bit, you get why they're doing it. And you can then use that, like I say, to build these strategies. So that's one very kind of close to home example. And since kind of hopping over the fence to H&H, it's very much something that underpins a number of our programs, because it does give people, like I say, that really human, universal, safe language. And that was pivotal here for this client who work in a significantly high risk industry where safety is literally everything to them, absolutely paramount. Where there is a very real risk of major incidents occurring, and they kind of really wanted to remind their people, safety is everything. We know this. We've got the tools to manage it, but in ourselves, we need to be able to stand up for safety every day. And particularly for this kind of organization, they're in a place where they've got colleagues who are in very remote areas of the world, incredibly remote. And this might be the only job opportunity for them. And so it really is like their livelihood, which can often create this kind of environment where psychological safety, it needs this much bigger focus, because people might be feeling, I can't challenge a supervisor, or I can't speak to my colleague and say, that's not safe, or I don't feel like that's the right way to do things, because there is this kind of ingrained fear of, I need this job. I can't afford to do anything that might jeopardize that, and a kind of a fear of the consequences. And whilst the organization is doing so much to kind of build that psychological safety, particularly working with leaders and things like that, this was a real opportunity to give people that safer language. Again, kind of similar to the previous example, but by looking at it through the lens of underlying motivators and what as people drives me every day, and how that might manifest itself in how I can stand up for safety. Because as how one person stands up for safety is going to be very different to the next person, and what's comfortable to them and achievable to them. So we did give them a chance to find their underlying motivators through a short quiz. You can see it's super short and punchy, because we are working with people here whose literacy levels aren't very high. They are super remote, many going down into mines and things like that. But by taking these, and you can see you've got seekers, connectors, motivators, and it was this much safer language, as these are our player types. These are the people that we are, and how can we then use this really safe and accessible language to talk about safety in a way that feels much less intimidating than if we were to just sit and have a regular conversation about why I might not be able to challenge my supervisor or that kind of thing. So again, really just giving people that safe and secure language. And again, injecting a bit of fun into it, which I think underlying motivators and kind of looking at it from that perspective can quite easily do, which is also shown in the next example. And a very different kind of approach here. We were supporting people through a change, and the particular change was they were moving to this gorgeous new purpose-built hybrid office, which sounds wonderful, but for this organization, they were family-run, family-owned. They had a huge kind of rich history and heritage at their previous home, so there were very strong emotional ties to it, particularly around, they might have had previous family members that had worked there for 50 years, and such strong memories tied to this previous home. And so there were a lot of very, very diverse reactions amongst their audience. But what they were typically finding was that they were struggling to kind of pinpoint what their audience groups were, how people were feeling, and kind of what the extent of that was. Because as often happens, the people that shout the loudest were kind of the strongest opinions that were coming through. So to kind of like break that down, again, give people that safe language, but also to give the comms team and line managers insights into their people and how they could support them through change. we again brought in underlying motivators, and you can see some gorgeous characters on the screen there. We had a lot of fun with this one, but at the crux of it again was getting people to recognize what motivates you, what drives you, and therefore based on that, what do you need to satisfy those motivators, so that rather than resist the change, you're going to get on board with it, and the comms team can then totally tailor their comms to make sure they're giving you the things that you need throughout the materials that you receive. So then 3 kind of core examples for you there. But going forward as internal communicators, how can we use them in our comms? As you've kind of seen, they can make a huge difference to a program. One, giving people that safe language, but equally that ability to really tailor your communications to your audience. And you can see on screen now some kind of things and tips in terms of if you've got these 3 core buckets, how you can get the best out of them and things to remember. But I think the important part here that we need to remember is communications are not about us, right? It's entirely about our audience. So how can we tap into their motivators and give them exactly what they need? You might have a commander, for example, who is going through a big kind of change program, and these are the results-driven people who want to be self-reliant. So if you're not in your comms kind of giving them a chance to see what's really in it for them and how they can play a really big influential role, they might resist the change. Or equally, if you've got the challengers who they need that sense of security, they want to know exactly when things are happening, they want to know what support they'll get along the way. If you're not giving them those things at that time, they too might resist the change. So it is in the comms that you create, how can you make sure, one, if you've got an awareness of the audience, tapping into the different ones. If you're doing like a town hall or a global message from the CEO, whatever it might be, how can we make sure we tap into each of these so that we can get the best out of each of these core groups of people? Or equally, if you don't know the kind of motivators of your audience, why not find out? You've seen some of the real short, kind of often fun and interactive quizzes that we've done to find out the motivators of our people. Super simple to do. And again, you've got insights then for both the comms team, and you've got really powerful insights there that line managers can use kind of day to day. So that really you can make sure in any comms, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We're covering all bases. We're hitting everybody's motivators, and therefore we're far more likely for those messages to kind of resonate with those different audience groups. So I've given you kind of a whistle-stop tour of underlying motivators and the impact they can have. At H&H, we do have a field guide on communicating with impact, where you'll see those 3 buckets that I talked about, your commanders, your challengers, your collaborators, and giving you a bit more of things to watch out for if you don't know how to spot them. And like you said, those things to really pay attention to, the types of information these people need and why they need it. And also come and talk to us about print. You'll have seen it pop up in some of the examples, but print is a profiling tool, with a difference. It's got 72 profiles, which actually makes it scarily accurate, but it enables you to dive much deeper into that why of somebody. So as we kind of talked about today, you can be your best self, you can put those strategies in place, and just as importantly, you can put strategies in place to communicate with other people. And that's me. I think I've nailed it in 20 minutes.
Well done, Charles. You nailed it.
Round time.
That was brilliant. I tell you, the day that I started to learn about unconscious motivators, I felt like the world just opened up a huge window, both to self-awareness and also just to understanding, as you say, navigating your way around people and actually really starting to appreciate the skills and the wonderful things that come around as a combination. Thank you so much for that. That was fantastic. And now to our next speaker. So a TEDx talker, keynoter, ex-marketing agency owner, and serial tech startup co-founder, Dan Sodergren is a digital marketing and technology expert who works on BBC Breakfast, BBC News Channels, BBC Watchdog, The One Show, Rip Off Britain, and on countless radio shows. He's a futurist who studies and trains companies in how the future of marketing, work, and technology will change our world. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you very much. That's a wonderful intro. Thanks for that. It's a beautiful way of putting it. And yeah, I'm very proud to be here and very happy to be here. Yeah, I do quite a bit of stuff. And so, very, very happy to be here today. So as you were rightly saying, yes, I have done a TEDx talk, and I do got a talk for a living. I work for Your Flock as well. Have a look at it, yourflock.co.uk. Actually ties in nicely with the other speaker, as well as we work in team dynamics and things. But anyway, the whole point of the next 19 minutes is for me to talk about the future of work. And you may have heard already someone who I think is brilliant, I'm inspired by, and Bruce Daisley, who I think is absolutely wonderful. Not to say that this talk will be anywhere near as good as Bruce's. He's 2 times, he's got 2 books out for crying out loud, and he's an award-winning author, so he's amazing. Anyway, another thing that I am inspired by is Your Flock, which is the company I started with Michal Wisniewski, who is also awesome too. And then the other thing I'm inspired by is this. And you might not know exactly what this is, but that thing on the slide, you could, if you know it already, feel smug inside yourself that you know what that chemical compound is. If you might have noticed there was 3 things. There was Bruce, who's inspired me, my business partner inspired me, and also that chemical that inspires me too, which of course is the power of 3s. I don't know if you know about the power of 3s, but there's loads of them: body, mind, and spirit. There's the 3. There was in religion. There's always 3s. I'm not going to go on about it too much, but there's 3 wise men. There's the parts of the brain. There's 3 different bits. There's a power of 3s. We know this in marketing. There's loads of powers of 3s. Anyway, why did I say that? Well, because today I want you to start thinking slightly differently, not just using the power of 3s and these other things, but to use parts of your brain, all 3 parts of your brain, please, because I can't teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. Can anyone think? Who said that? Pop that into the chat now, just to see if the chat was working. So I can't teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. Anyone have a think? Who may have said that? And so anyone? I'll give it you. It's Socrates. Socrates said that. But there you go. So who said this one? If I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I'd spend 6 hours sharpening my axe. Anyone have a clue who said that one? You're good. Excellent. Yeah, of course, Abraham Lincoln, because it's on the slides. Now, of course, that's just a learning moment, because I want you to be reading the slides. Don't worry about my face. It's not my best feature. Hopefully my voice is pretty good for it, so I do some stuff on radio. But more importantly, it's the slides that you should be watching. Because there's only 3 things in life. There's time, money, and energy. Time, money, and energy. I'm most probably going to run out of time, but I'm most probably not going to run out of energy or love. I'm a bit of a hippie, so I'll say love for this. So we're going to think of the power of 3s. We're going to think of 3 things. We're going to think. We're going to think, feel, and we're going to then feel love. You can see how that works. So think, feel, and love. This chap called Simon. Simon says, there's much really a gag in there about Simon says, but anyway, but Simon says, start with your why. I don't think so. I think you start with the who. You start with the who. So who the heck am I? Well, I'm Dan Sodergren, and there was a wonderful introduction. Thank you very much for doing that. So I can skip this bit really. So I do some stuff on the BBC. That's not massively important. What I do for my clients is I help them from the current state into a future state. So I'm really about transformation, personal transformation, but also digital transformation as well. So I'm normally taking my clients from kind of grumpy baby faces to happy baby faces. So grumpy baby faces to happy. But at the moment in the UK and perhaps even across the world, we're really in a kind of happy face to grumpy face. There's loads of, I'm a dad, there's loads of pictures of babies in this. No, there's not really. And obviously they're not my children either. But anyway, why are we at the grumpy baby face stage at the moment? And that's what we've got to think about. Why are people not happy? And one of the reasons why people aren't happy, and this is the reason why I help start Your Flock, because we want to help 1 million people be happier at work, is because about 50% of us dislike our job. 15% of us, 50%, not 15, 50% of us, that's half of us, dislike our job or don't really like it. And we spend like 90,000 hours doing this. Now, how we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives. And this is why it's really important, because if we can change people at work, we can potentially change so much more about society. Happier people make a happier world. If we can make them happier at work and more engaged at work, the better it is for everybody, not only productivity. I promised myself I wouldn't rant. But anyway, point being is, like, during the times of the pandemic, and of course this means that this stat is very scary, but we were in scary times, but 95% of us, 95% of the respondents, should I say, said that they were thinking about quitting their jobs. That's a huge stat to think about. Yeah, we now know that the average person, used to be that you'd have a job for life, but the average person now changes their jobs 12 times in their lifetime. This changes the way that we have to look at work and the future of work. As my friend Tom Cheesewright rightly says, this is now, if you're worried about the pace of change, this is the slowest it's ever going to be. So we're going to change our jobs more and more. The actual tenure, the length of the tenure for your job is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller as we bounce around doing different things. Now, that again changes the way that we've got to look at the employee contract and the way we look at the world. So we've got to start thinking. We've got to start thinking more. And one of the things we've got to think about is employment engagement. Employment engagement, the stats around these are horrifying. About 85% of employees are not engaged in their work. Just imagine that. I mean, I'm a boss and that one scares me. You know, and it costs us lots of money. It's not just an immaterial kind of weird thing. It costs real money. £45 billion a year they work out, which is twice as much as how much they spent on track and trace, but that's a different point entirely. Anyway, the point being is that I promised myself I wouldn't do that gag, and then when I did it. Anyway, sorry. So the point is that lots of people are thinking about leaving their jobs, but it's not just about money. This great resignation and great reshuffle is not just about money. In fact, 74% of younger employees would actually accept a pay cut to move jobs to a better job or an ideal job. Isn't that scary? And of course, we know why we leave. We leave because of bad bosses. Yeah, we leave because of bad bosses, lack of career development, that kind of thing. Yet, if you listen to your employees, yeah, because if employees feel that they are doing and they're being listened to and they're heard more, they actually perform 5 times better. So just imagine the increases in your own business if you just listen to your employees. However, only about 40% of businesses actually have a structured program to actually make sure that they can listen to their employees. What a huge opportunity this is. And of course, this is why we built Your Flock, because Your Flock helps you decrease your employee turnover by 25% or more, which saves people thousands of pounds. But behind that, there's a much bigger why. And that is about helping the world become a better place. Because if we can create workplaces where people share their values, they're aligned together, they talk more, they give more feedback, they're cared for more, they're more empowered, which is what you can do using Your Flock, then we can make the world become a better place. That's something I feel strongly about, which segues into feel. So why are feelings important? Well, because if people nowadays do not feel that their own values align with the company they're going to join, then they don't want to go there at all. Okay, this is a big one, because if your personal values do align with your employees, then you're 5 times more likely to be engaged at work. Think about that. Is astounding. So what we've got to really do is look at values and think about values and think about how people feel. And if people don't feel they belong at work, if people don't feel that they belong at work, then we have a massive danger. Yeah. Now this actually increases if you're the younger you are, the more you feel that you don't belong at work. That affects everything. Okay. So this whole piece that I'm talking about the future of work, of course, it's the future of the next generation, but it's also happening right now. Because the pandemic created this feeling of uncertainty, which my colleague and my co-founder, Michal Wisniewski, talks about being one of the worst human emotions. And he's absolutely right. It actually triggers off in neuroscience points of view. It triggers off the same thing about actual pain when you feel uncertainty. But there you go, that's a different thing. Why is this important? Well, because it's around leadership. During the COVID times, we didn't think that we had strong leaders. And to be fair, let's be honest, we most probably didn't. I'm not going to bash at the UK government. In fact, I don't need to, because they're bashing themselves, so to speak, at the moment. I'm wondering if even Liz Truss is still in her job, but that's a different point entirely. The thing that is important about the future of work is that people nowadays are willing to leave where they're working without a new job. Okay, so without a new job in hand, now that's quite rare, and that's a big thing. So the pandemic has caused this feeling of uncertainty, but some people are dealing with uncertainty without worrying about it from a financial point of view. But actually, what we need to be doing better is communicating more. Okay, the more and more we communicate as bosses and as leaders, the better our businesses are going to be. The problem being is that lots of people don't confide in their management, but also if your boss is not very good at communicating, then you are much more likely to have mental health problems. And it's that serious. Okay, it's not just about confiding in management. It's not just about being open, and it's not just, it's the importance of psychological safety, as another speaker just talked about. It's really, really key for our own personal survival as a species, because it's actually linked into how we feel about stuff. Now, I won't do a bit of a rant about this because I haven't really got time, but when you think about your feelings, it's sometimes to do with what you eat and microbiota inside your stomach, and your stomach's actually got the same amount of brain cells as a cat, hence the surprise cat face there. And what we found actually during the lockdown is that 1 in 3 young people, actually teenagers, did pretty well. And the reason why they did pretty well is because we were meeting together more. We were gathering together more. We were eating together more. We were being more social as small units. And that's just like being in a company. That's what we've got to do. We've got to gather together, because a team is not just a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people who trust each other. And that trust has to come around by being together. So yes, we're massive believers in remote work at Your Flock. I'm a huge believer in it because of the diversity stuff and all the other things. But hybrid is going to be the way forward, because we need to meet each other and trust each other. But bosses feel that they are doing a brilliant job. And this is the scary thing. So our team leaders and our bosses think they're doing a great job, but in reality, lots of people aren't happy at work. So, hey, they most probably are overconfident. In fact, they're around about 41% points more. They think they're going to be more satisfied than we are. So it just kind of proves the point there. Because only around 23% of people are actually very happy with their current employer. So what do we need to do? Well, one of the things we need to do is we need to be more empathetic. We've got to become more empathetic, okay? We've got to change from being bosses into being leaders. And there's a great book by my friend Jeremy Blaine, The Inner CEO, and there's a couple more great books on it. There's Daniel Pink's book about drive, autonomy, mastery, and purpose, and there's Think Again. And what we've really got to think is, why would anyone be led by you? If you are a boss or a leader listening to this, really think, why would they do it? Because there's going to be a difference between being a boss and being a leader. And I'd even say, even thinking about leading from the front, perhaps that's an archaic way of looking at it. So this is what I love talking about. I love talking about hybrid work. I think hybrid work has got a huge potential for not only from a diversity inclusion point of view and bringing other people back into the workforce, but also a life balance point of view and people being happier at work. The other reason why I'm so excited by it is because hybrid working actually makes businesses more profitable. Okay. And even during the pandemic, at a really bad time, 73% of people believe they're more efficient working from home. So I think we can get rid of the argument, should we be working from home or should we be working flexibly? Yeah, absolutely. But it's actually around that flexibility about when people want to work rather than just where they want to work. And I understand there are certain things you can't do remotely. I get that. But let's be honest, there are an awful lot of stuff that you can. We also now got the technology. We didn't have the technology before. We've now got the technology to do it. It does make me smile that a lot of the companies on the left are now trying to make people go back to work. If you think about it, they were the technology companies 10 or 20 years ago that were creating this revolution, which has now happened. Anyway, that's the fourth industrial revolution for you. This is a huge opportunity for us all. And one of the biggest things is around data. So as a leader, you've got to think about data. If you haven't got a system which is getting data back to your brains from your team, then you're going to be in trouble. And one of the things that is now, this data is now kind of it's like the fertile ground to give birth to all these AI companies. Okay, and you might think that AI isn't going to make a difference to your business or replace your job. It might not replace it, but it's definitely going to augment it. It's definitely going to make it better. Okay, even in marketing, you look at things like copy AI or content AI. They can now create blogs within minutes, which would normally take me hours. You know, AI can now predict cardiac arrest better than a doctor can. We are in astounding times for AI. And if you don't know anything about AI, have a look at GPT-3 because it's glorious. They did used to believe that AI couldn't do artwork, but now they can do artwork. And if you look at DALL-E, if you know about DALL-E 2, please have a look. When I did the TED talk or TEDx talk about 6 months ago, this was the kind of artwork they were creating. So all you need to do is type in red woman, rose, love. You can see where my life was at the time. And then you got these great artworks, which I kind of joked about that I was going to sell as NFTs. But anyway, that's not the point. Point being now, DALL-E is now doing this. So if you just typed in teddy bears on a 1980s computer on the moon, that's what the computer comes up with that image. Okay, just by typing in a sentence, the computer comes up with the image. That should terrify you, because in some respects it is terrifying, but in other respects it's amazing. Because that's the whole point of technology. Technology drives society. Technology makes us help us make the world a better place. And that's what I love talking about. Okay, because I didn't think in my lifetime we were going to get this moment, this kind of gear change, this paradigm shift. But that's exactly what we've got now. And we've all got to start thinking in different ways about our jobs because of it. Because we're now going to have radical flexibility. Yeah, we're going to start seeing a time where we can deconstruct jobs. And because of that, and this is really important, the team leaders and the bosses of the world have to change too. This doesn't mean that our humanity disappears. Far from it, actually. It actually means that humanity is more important than ever. Okay, so as Alex said, brilliant, from a great organization called Beam, the difference between good and great is love. And that's kind of the conclusion to my talk in some respects, because that's what it's all about. Yeah, all about is the future of work is going to be around loving what you do. And why do I care? Well, I care because I care about the world that my daughter's going to go into. I think we've got a chance here of creating a kind of post-capitalism. I think we're going to need to, from environmental reasons, for sociological reasons, for political reasons. And I want to be the change that I want to see in the world. the other good news, if you're on the side of capitalism, the other good news though is that companies that have a highly engaged workforce are 21% more profitable. Okay, so it's not just a kind of lovely hippie kind of thought. It's actually, it makes you more money. It's a little bit like diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion isn't just a moral point. It's actually another point, which is actually it's better as innovation if you have diversity of thought. Okay, because the difference between a bad company culture and a great one can increase your revenue by ×4. That I was just talking about this with another client the other day, and this is why you get these outlining companies that are doing amazing things that are just so much bigger than other companies. And you could argue maybe they shouldn't be, but the point being is that's because they've got great cultures, and that's why I honestly say look at your company culture first. Make sure that people are engaged, and if you don't know if they're engaged, for goodness sake, please find out. Use something like Your Flock and other tools that are out there to do so. Because in the end, the success is not a key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. It's the other way around. If you love what you're doing, you're going to be successful. And what I mean by that is, as a team leader, but also your team, you've got to make sure your team's happy. And when the team's happy, you'll succeed and do great things. It's really important, not just to your business, but I think just as human beings as general, because the future of work isn't what you think you're going to be doing. It's not even what you feel like doing either. It's actually what you love doing, okay? And the reason being is because loving their work or loving what you do is that's the bit the machines can't do. The machines can't do that bit, but you can do the human side of it. You can do the bits, a bit like with Your Flock. Your Flock has machine learning in it, and it's a very clever system, but it's not replacing team leaders. Far from it. It's augmenting them. It's adding another skill set. It's giving them a superpower. It's letting them save hours and hours of work because they can then look at the data and see all the rest. It's really important that you think about it, because with the right people and the right technology, you can take over the world. Without them, that world takes over you. The question really is who's arrogant enough, or whose ego is big enough to actually quote himself at the end of a talk. Apparently me. But there you go. So that's the thing. So the future of work, it isn't what you think. Okay, it's not what you feel. It's going to be what you love. And I believe this is the big shift for us all. And I suppose you could always try to guess what this is. And I'm hoping with the talk that you've just heard, you might be able to guess what this is. So you could get, of course, the chemical is love. Yes, it's the chemical there is love. So how do you find out more about what we do? Well, you can search for me. It's Dan Sodergren. You can search me or have a hashtag future of work. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me most probably just by Googling me, to be fair. But more importantly, I want you to really have a think today about what I've just been talking about. And maybe slightly deeper than that, can you make sure that you're giving your team, especially if you're a team leader, if you are a team leader, are you giving yourself enough time? Are you investing in yourself enough? And as a company owner, are you investing in the right technologies enough to make sure that you can make a difference to the world? Because that's what we're all about at Your Flock. So please feel free, have a look at Your Flock at yourflock.co.uk. You can use Your Flock. We have lots of clients in lots of different places that do so. Our job is to decrease your employee turnover, which saves you money. But it's not just about saving money. It's actually about helping people be happier at work. Because I say before, and I'll say again, I think the future of work isn't what you think, and it's most probably not all those other things. It's just simply what you love. And you can find out more about Your Flock simply by going to yourflock.co.uk. I'm hoping that was around about 20 minutes, but that's over to you to see if that's the case.
You did great, Dan. That's perfect timing. I've got to tell you the one thing, apart from all the stats that are buzzing through my brain, it's what will result in other people's love. What does the future actually look like of work, of things that are going to come out of this as we create technologies that enable time, this opportunity and this opening of the human brain to go, and it just charts a path that just blows my brain and gets me incredibly excited. So
yeah, that's the idea of the future. Yeah, the future will be doing less and less horrible work and doing more and more fun work. And that's what technology allows you to do. That's kind of the point of technology.
Yeah, and it's fascinating and it's fantastic. So thank you so much for that. That was amazing. And I guess that is the moment for me to hand over and say thank you so much, everyone here today. And thank you for the fantastic comments, for joining us here, me specifically in this city of Hull, rather rainy today. And that's it. I'm now going to pass you over to Scott McGuinness in Ireland. Enjoy. Bye for now.
Hello, the world. Thank you, Jane. Hello and welcome to Dublin for this next hour of the Inspirathon. I have literally just hot-footed it from the first ever Inspire Ireland event, which of course is another part of this program of helping organizations to think more about the people in your organizations and how by working with them more closely you can be more successful. And I guess that's what this Inspirathon is all about. As I said, you are very welcome to Dublin. I'm not wearing a leprechaun hat. I refuse to wear a green top, but you are in Dublin, Ireland. Thank God the rain and the thunder and lightning of yesterday has passed, because to be honest, I was bricking it that we might not even get online today. I'm Director of Inspiring Change. I'm going to be here with you for the next about 20 minutes, and then I'll be handing over to another couple of really high-profile, high-quality speakers to share their thoughts and insights from a couple of different places around the world. I'm really, really excited to be here today, just to maybe bring you through some of our local thoughts and thinking. We've done a bit of research that the guys have kindly put up on screen there today for me. This, of course, is being hosted live. You might be watching it recorded later on, as the whole event is being recorded, so you'll be able to watch it on demand after, and hopefully some of you will. Please don't forget to ask your questions over in the comments on the right-hand side. Hopefully we'll try and get to some of those, and if you have any comments, please make those too. Make sure to join the conversation on Slack. There's a very vibrant community there on Slack where you can meet fellow inspirers and participants of the Inspirathon, share ideas, share thoughts, ask questions, have conversations, and more importantly, perhaps to be a part of this ever-growing community. Of course, you're going to see on the Slack channel a lot of networking during the breaks. Again, that chance just to get to chat to some real people. I think it's something that we've missed, and actually we spoke a lot this morning on our Inspire Cities first outing about that sense of connection and belonging and how those things are so important. You've all been muted, so sadly it's just me that you will be able to hear. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, but please do whack into the comments any questions or thoughts that you have. Couple of great speakers on their way. Before that, what I wanted to do was to bring you through perhaps just a very high level overview of a couple of thoughts that we had based on a piece of research that we did earlier this year. Ireland is only a small country. We're about, between north and south, about 5.5 million people. So it's very rare that any of the big organizations who want to come and do market research come here and actually think about, well, I wonder what's going on in Ireland. Let's see, can we find out? So we wanted to do that. We wanted to find out what it was that people wanted from culture in Irish organizations. What is it they look for when they join them? What is it that would make them want to stay? So thinking about and talking through that whole idea of attraction of talent and retention of that new talent. Because of course it costs a bomb to find new people, to bring them on, to onboard them, to train them. What we don't then want to do is for them to leave. So what is it that we have to do in organizations to make sure that that doesn't happen? We went out, we asked 1,000 people, 1,000 adults. We had about a 70% response rate. And what I want to do is give you the top line results. We're currently pulling together the full report. If you'd like to get a copy of that, please whack your details into the comments, or you can reach me at LinkedIn, Scott McInnes, MCINNES, as you see there on the slide. Without further ado, let's have a look and see, first of all, why culture matters. And I think Dan, who was on just before me, he covered off a little bit of this as well for the 10 minutes or so of his presentation that I managed to see. When you think about attracting amazing talent, we found that 7 out of 10 people that we surveyed, and now starts to sound like family fortunes, if they had the choice between working between 2 very similar organizations for similar money and similar package, culture would be the reason that they would choose to work in one over the other. That's very powerful. If you have a toxic culture, people are not going to want to join your organization. Likewise, once they have joined, 7 in 10, so another 70% of our respondents said that the culture influences whether or not they keep wanting to work there. Gone are the days where our parents and our grandparents joined and were glad to get a job and stayed in that job for life. Gone are those days for sure. And I'm quite pleased because actually I quite want to have a portfolio career and move from organization to organization. But still, there's a balance. So organizations are having to look and say, well, what culture is it that we have to create in our organizations in order to keep people? Maybe it's for a lesser amount of time. Maybe it's only 5 or 7 years versus 25 years, but actually we don't want it to be 1 or 2 years. We don't want our turnover to be that high. What we'll do is, sorry, just a message that popped up on my screen. And then of course, from an effort perspective, for those people who said that the organization's culture really influences whether they want to put as much effort as they can into their work. So do I just come in? Am I one of those tin soldiers that just comes in, waits to be told what to do, and then gets on with it, does it, and then goes home? Or do I actually want to put a little bit more effort up on the screen? Great cultures lead to great outcomes. Those who work in organizations with great cultures, and some of this isn't a massive surprise, but we just thought it was really nice to be able to put some stats on it. So from an advocacy perspective, nearly 90% of people who work in great cultures said that they would recommend the organization to a friend or a family member as a great place to work. So we're starting now to attract, through advocacy, potentially really, really good people. 84% of people who worked in great organizations and great organizational cultures said that they were more committed. They're going to want to stay longer because, as 83% said, they feel like they belong. That sense of belonging is really, really, really powerful. And of course, if we look back to some of the work that Engage for Success did 10 years ago, Dave McLeod and Nita Clark, 74% of saying that they would go out of their way to do extra things at work that aren't necessarily required. So that's really powerful when you think back to employee engagement and driving a little bit more discretionary effort. That's a really, really powerful thing that organizations know that I'm going to do that little bit more. I was in with the CEO of a fairly big sports chain here in Ireland, maybe 18 months ago, 20 months ago. And I said to him, you know, employee engagement, when you're employing people who are maybe on 10 or 11 euros an hour, they're 18 years old, they're coming into your shop at the weekend to earn their money to buy a few beers during the week. Them being engaged is the difference if you think about them going on their lunch. So they're heading out, they're going on their lunch break, they've got their sandwich and their Coke, whatever they've got, and they walk past a ringing phone. And that phone is ringing and it's ringing, but they're going for the lunch. They've only got half an hour. That engaged employee is going to want to do that extra thing at work that isn't necessarily required of them. They're going on their half an hour lunch break, but they are going to stop and pick up the phone. And as I said to him, that could be Ireland's next Olympic medalist on the phone there looking for their first pair of trainers or a tennis racket. So it makes a huge, huge difference. So we know that if organizations have really, really great, strong, authentic cultures, that people are going to want to do that little bit more. So what makes a great culture? What did we find in our survey? I think what was really surprising to us when it came out in the results was that it's an organization that respects employees. And of course, that starts to talk to diversity, equity, and inclusion. It starts to talk to the types of work that people are being asked to do. It talks to leadership and how people are spoken to and led in organizations. And it talks to a whole host of other things that we've been talking about for years, all of which, when they come together, drive respectful cultures. They respect employees. Of course, underpinning all of that is this whole idea of trust. And I often talk to leaders, and particularly, again, this morning at the Inspirathon, we spent a lot of time talking about values. We have values as organizations, but of course, those values have to be lived, not just by leaders, but by everybody across the organization. When those values aren't lived, when that lack of integrity starts to creep in, at number 3, I'm doing one thing, yet I'm saying another. When that integrity starts to creep in, a gulf opens up. And what does that do? that completely erodes trust, completely erodes trust in the organization. Of course, back to the point about DEI, the organization allows me to be myself at work. Again, we've spoken for years about people bringing their whole selves to work. It's become a little bit cliched. It's become something that's just said and not particularly well lived in many organizations. I think back to some of the big financial services organizations or others where actually it's a suit and tie. So actually, if you like wearing baggy jeans and a crop top, then sorry, this probably isn't the place for you to be. If you really truly want to bring your whole self to work because you're an avid creative, but actually we just want you to do spreadsheets, then actually that's not a good place for you to be. I think something that's very, very close to my heart is this whole idea of honest and transparent communications, because it underpins almost everything else that's in that list. It underpins respect because we're being open, we're being honest, we're being transparent. We tell people what they want to know rather than what we think they need to know. Of course, that honesty and transparency is driving trust because people say, well, if there's something that I need to know, my organization will tell me, which in turn drives integrity. So that whole idea of communication being at the very bottom of that list, underpinning everything else, is absolutely key, absolutely key. We went out and we asked some HR directors around Ireland, well, what do you believe, back to that idea of respectful cultures, what do you believe makes a respectful culture? Because we wanted to try and be really practical to give people a bit of advice as to what they can do to drive more respectful cultures. So they talked about things like people feeling valued and appreciated, that what they do matters. And of course, that has really strong ties back into recognition. It has ties into reward. But as I've said to leaders on my podcast and in presentations that we've done over the years, recognition isn't about a big program at the end of the year. Recognition is often about, that was a really good piece of work. Thanks very much. In a team meeting. Really simple. Recognition, we were working with a client recently, and they said, I sometimes walk down the corridor and I'll walk past the CEO or one of the senior team and they won't say hello. Recognition. So often they're very, very small things that can make a very, very big difference. The HR directors we spoke about well-being, being protected and promoted. So we want to make sure that we're doing the right things for people. Back to my point at the very top about belonging. People want to feel as though they belong, that they're in a psychologically safe environment where they can share their concerns and ideas without fear, where they're treated with empathy, where perhaps leaders and others in the organization actually take a moment to walk in their shoes, to think about what it's like to be that person. So when I'm delivering news or I'm asking them to do something, I'm doing it in a way that's incredibly empathetic. I'm thinking about the person first. That the person's involved when changes impact them. You know, I once read a quote which was, people don't mind change, they just don't like being changed. And that's so true. Involving people on a journey of change is going to smooth that journey so much more. There was a piece of research that IBM did a few years back about bringing people through successful change. And most of what they spoke about in terms of the things that helped on that journey was all around communications and leadership behaviors, bringing people into the tent early, telling them why what's happening is happening. All of that stuff that helps people to be involved on that journey. Communication is consistent. We think about internal comms as being broadcast. It absolutely isn't. It's two-way. It needs to be a conversation. It needs to be a conversation between the organization and its people. And that when those conversations come in from employees, that there's feedback into the organization that we've heard you, we've heard what you've asked, we've heard your concerns, and here's what we're doing to perhaps address them. Back to that piece around psychological safety, because this is quite a comfortable bedfellow around disrespectful behaviors. That again, back to values, when disrespectful behaviors happen, when our values in our organization are not lived, that it won't be tolerated. When there's bad behavior in a meeting, that it won't be tolerated. That's even more important when you think about aligning with and living values. If you have a value which is we treat each other with respect, the very first time that you're in a meeting and somebody is treated disrespectfully and somebody else in that meeting doesn't say something, all bets are off. Trust goes, integrity goes. So that whole idea of knowing that disrespectful behaviors will not be tolerated is absolutely key to respectful cultures. That people feel empowered, so they know what it is they need to get on with, and they can just get on with it. And of course, there's a piece in there as well around accountability, because we're very quick to talk about empowerment, but I think the flip side of that empowerment coin is accountability, is making sure that people are willing, when they are empowered, to take on accountability for actually delivering what they've been asked to do. Finally, about development. We all want to develop in our roles. What development looks and feels and sounds like to one person is not the same as what it looks and sounds and feels like to another. So what we need to do is get down and dirty with people and find out, well, from a development perspective, what is it you want and need? Because it might be a master's, or it might be an HR course, or it might be simply a job swap with somebody for a few weeks or something. It could be 100 different things, and organizations have to think about what those things are and prepare them and provide them for people. So in summary, before I hand off to our first speaker, which is Bryony, how do we create respectful cultures? Well, one, leaders set the tone. Leaders have to role model respective behaviors. Leadership isn't all about epaulets and stripes. Everybody in the organization is a leader, has to start at the top, but has to filter down through the organization. We need to have policies and procedures to help to formalize some of those respectful behaviors. So when we talk about our behaviors, our values, our norms, what are they? And what happens when they are trampled on, when they are not respected? We need to find the barriers and the pain points in our organizations, and we need to fix them because they exist. There's no point going out and saying we want to be an innovative organization. You now have to be innovative if it's not going to happen. We need to agree team charters so that people on the ground know exactly what it is being asked of them, and together what it is they do to bring your values to life, to be more respectful in work, and to start to live your values. And of course, that respect has to extend not just inside the organization, but outside to all stakeholders, as if it's going to be truly respected and credible internally. So that's the end of my little section, just to get us warmed up before we kick off with our first speaker. So Bryony is HR Director and Diversity and Inclusion Lead at News UK. Now, for those of you that don't know News UK, you have touched off some of their channels at some point. They own the Times, they own the Sunday Times, the Sun, they own Talk Sport, Times Radio, Talk Radio, Virgin Radio, and a whole load of other channels. Newspaper industry is known for its lack of diversity. So 2 years ago, News UK, which Bryony's going to talk to us about, invested in a D&I strategy to turn this around. And Bryony is going to take us through their journey. And if we've got a bit of time at the end, I may jump in with a couple of questions. Bryony, over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Is my presentation up? There it is. Brilliant. Thank you. So as you just said, hi, I'm Bryony, HR Director and Diversity and Inclusion Lead for News UK. So in 2018 at an internal conference, our CEO and exec were asked what the company was doing to attract and recruit more ethnic minorities. As the answer was good question, and unfortunately not a lot, we realised we needed to form a diversity board, which we did. And this is comprised of representatives from across the organisation. When we formed, it became very clear that we needed to understand our diversity statistics before we could create a strategy. At this point, all we had was access to gender and nationality, as these are required by law. But this didn't tell us anything about ethnicity, sexuality, or background. We could look around and form a judgment, but not all aspects of diversity can be seen, as you know. Therefore, it was clear we needed to do a survey and ask our employees for this information. We store this demographic data and ask all new starters to complete the survey. So once we had access to the survey data, and at the beginning of lockdown, we worked with a company called Creative Equals to create a strategy over a number of online working sessions. And we identified several issues that we needed to address. Firstly, barriers to entry, secondly, barriers to progression, and thirdly, barriers to inclusive products. These results enabled us to work on our strategy and agree on the priorities. It was clear that we needed to do more work on all aspects of diversity, but we agreed that it would be better to have a focus. As a result, our strategy is focused on gender equality and increasing our ethnic minority employee representation. The strategy is broken down into 3 pillars: recruitment and retention, leadership, and inclusive products. Interestingly, if we had created this strategy 2 years before, I don't think the 3rd pillar would have existed, but it has become clear as time has passed that for all our employees to feel at home at News UK, our content needs to be considerate of diversity and inclusion. So the desired outcome from this strategy is to create a more diverse News UK that is future fit, more innovative, and an attractive employer with new business opportunities. And the diversity leads came together to workshop what they stood for. So this was clear internally and externally. This is the mission statement we came up with. Our diversity leadership team exists to inspire and support an equitable workplace celebrating all people. We do this by being advocates for diversity and inclusion, sharing up-to-date advice and learnings, and encouraging ideas that reflect all corners of our society. I'm going to take you through the 3 pillars of our strategy now in a bit more detail. So firstly, recruitment and retention. This is where I regret having so many slides. So our recruitment and retention objective was to create a recruitment and development strategy for people from diverse backgrounds. We created a head of early talent role who heads up this pillar. So in order to do this, we committed to advertising all vacancies across the business. As a minimum, roles should be advertised internally and where possible externally too. We know this happens most of the time, but from 2020, this became company policy. Creating personal development plans for diverse talent. Our learning and development has always been open to all, but what we haven't thought about enough was the differing needs of employees from different backgrounds. Centralising recruitment of trainees and apprentices to ensure we attract diverse candidates. Agreeing targeted schemes for specific areas of the business. We recognise where we need more diversity and we look to create schemes to attract and train candidates. And agreeing recruitment targets with department heads. Our diversity survey shows that we have differing levels of diversity in each of our departments and geographical areas. We work with each department head to create targets and a plan to get there. And I'm just going to take you through our early talent funnel. So we aim big by starting with outreach in schools and universities, and then gradually get people more committed through online learning, moving on to work experience in our offices, and then bringing people onto the payroll, either 6-month interns or apprenticeships for 2 years. We're very proud to now have 55 apprentices in the business, and more will join over the next year. And when we look at the makeup, we're doing the right thing, but we can't rely on early talent to get us to our target of 50-50 gender representation and 20% on ethnic minorities. And that's where we have come up with other initiatives such as NBadge, the Network for Black and Asian Journalists. This is a LinkedIn group that exists for media companies started by News UK. We post jobs to our ethnically diverse group to ensure that everyone is hearing about the opportunities available in the media. And then we have the Disability in Journalism Forum, which we started in March this year. It was a conference for media professionals to attend and learn more about living with disabilities and accessibility. It was the most inclusive conference I have ever attended, with closed captions and signing for the audience, whether they were in the office or attending virtually. This was the first conference of its kind, and we hope to be able to run it again next year with the support of other media owners. And moving on to the second pillar, diversity and leadership. This focuses on driving diversity into our wider leadership, because these are the positions of influence, making business decisions. And unless we have that representation, the question of are we taking this seriously is raised. So to solve this, we looked at the following solutions. Our diversity and leadership objective was to create a pathway to a 50-50 gender split and 20% Black, Asian and minority ethnic target. This is ambitious, but should get us to a place where we represent the UK population. We have a culture and diversity partner to lead on the delivery of this pillar. In order to do this, we committed to creating a leadership program for diverse talent. We already have an amazing development offering in our ELP, which is the Emerging Leaders Program. It's open to all, but what do we need to do to offer our diverse employees specifically? Regularly reviewing alleged discrimination. So by tracking alleged instances of this, we can recognise patterns and issues and take measures to stop it happening again. Our legal and HR teams keep track of this for us. Creating ally training for all employees. Since the death of George Floyd and the subsequent Black Lives Matter protests, we know that many want to help regardless of the colour of their skin. This training helps increase knowledge and awareness of difference and give more people a voice. Creating representation targets for senior levels. We need to see that our plans are having the desired results. And reducing the diversity pay gap. We were already reporting on our gender pay gap and action planning how we could improve this. Our next step was to report on our ethnicity pay gap, which we have now done. We have to promote and nurture our current diverse talent to give them the tools and opportunities to be able to take on these senior roles. We launched an internal diversity and inclusion development programme available to all and comprising of 3 modules: exploring unconscious bias, creating an inclusive culture, and allyship. And we measure which department employees are from, which location, the impact that these are having. In the first few months alone, we saw a 95% increase of awareness on unconscious bias from attendees who have attended the workshop. New starters also go through an induction to D&I, so they know what we do as an organisation and how they can get involved. These were further developed to fit execs and senior leaders and what this means for them, as well as introducing a new diversity thread through our Emerging Leaders programme. We trialled spot coaching and therapy for employees from ethnic minority backgrounds. Spot coaching is a 1-hour, one-off session with an experienced leadership coach or therapist to work through whatever the delegate needs. With this support being offered specifically for our employees from an ethnic minority background, every single slot was taken, and we even added an additional 11 slots, demonstrating the need for additional support for our ethnic minority population. Following the overwhelming positive feedback from employees, emphasising that it's the first time they've been able to speak to someone who looks like them and understands the complexities of what they've had to deal with in a work environment, we were able to make this permanent. We've now added to our suite of coaches and therapists available to ensure that we have those from ethnic minority backgrounds and the LGBTQ+ community, and more recently are looking at how to expand this into the disability space. We've also worked with organisations when we've had particular requests, for example on neurodiversity, or to offer bespoke training, for example for women. We've learned that not one size fits all, and we need to have an array of options to cater to everyone. Over 1,350 people internally and externally have been trained in D&I. 1/3 of the workforce who have voluntarily chosen to attend a D&I related workshop, and over 240 hours have gone into coaching, mentoring and therapy. More recently, we've launched a sponsorship program for our female and ethnic minority talent to be sponsored by an exec member and to attend training sessions. And though our team is there to lead with this, diversity requires a whole business change and culture shift. Everyone needs to play their part. We needed to make positive changes from the ground up by making News UK the kind of business that has an inclusive environment and the foundations to support our diverse talent working through the ranks. We started doing this through our networks. This fits into the leadership and culture pillar, but touches on all aspects of the diversity strategy. We have 11 active networks who are driving change, bringing situations forward, challenging our policies, voicing concerns and pushing agendas ahead. During COVID, News for Parents introduced 5 hours per week to support working parents through the pandemic. Our Cultural Diversity Network, a voice for Black, Asian and ethnic minority employees, proposed a sponsorship programme for women and ethnic minorities, which was presented to the diversity team, who along with the learning and development team designed this into a programme which we've just launched. We have a network of network representatives that meet once a month to analyse current situations, language and come up with solutions to be a part of that change and get real insight from our diverse employees. And using this network, we analyse learning and development leadership content and learned that language was unappealing to parents, specifically women. When we unpicked the diversity data of applicants, it showed we had many women look at the course information, but only men had applied for the courses. Once the applications closed, we saw 39% of applicants were women. We were able to change this with the direction of these networks, which had never been done before. A network handbook has been created with the aim of providing structure, processes and guidance on how to form and manage a network at News UK. This also promotes a shared diversity calendar with all key events and collaborates with learning and development, internal communications and health and wellness to coordinate events and key moments across the year. We have diversity action groups in our broadcasting department and in different geographical locations in Ireland and Scotland, as we recognise that the needs are different. And we know from our qualitative data from our annual engagement survey, employees want to be involved and be a part of the change. To be able to improve from the inside, ensure that we do not create animosity, we need to hear from all employees in order to understand the changes they want to see and put in action plans on how this will work in practice. Through surveys, through focus groups and anecdotal feedback. If everyone understands we all have to go on this journey together, how it affects them and how each individual is part of the we, and that the onus is not just on our diversity team to do this, they will buy into it more. And we've just introduced what have you done to contribute to the diversity and inclusion strategy into our personal development reviews, so everyone knows that they have a part to play. So we're currently at 79% completion on our diversity survey. And what we're seeing is that we have 40% female employees and 10% ethnic minority employees. So we are shifting the dial. The diversity factor in our engagement survey has increased to 69%. That's a 5% increase since last year. And the questions include, I feel respected at this company at 74%, which is a 2% increase. I can voice a contrary opinion without the fear of negative consequences at 61%, which is a 2% increase. This company values diversity at 70%, which was a 5% increase. I can be myself at work at 84%, which was a 9% increase. And people from all backgrounds have equal opportunities to succeed at this company at 69%, which was a 7% increase. And lastly, this company builds teams that are diverse at 55%, which was a 6% increase. All of this has put us in a really good position because we now have an array of data and we've learned how to use it effectively, from understanding our demographic makeup broken down by departments to understanding the qualitative part of our engagement survey to working closely with our HR business partners. We can dig into this data more and look at particular pockets to know where to now focus our efforts. And I just thought I'd give an example of the menopause. So by empowering employees, that led to our newly launched menopause policy. So we launched a women's steering group in 2021 with an initial workshop. Many of the initial attendees outlined the changes they'd like to see and particular projects that they wanted to work on and get involved in, from infertility to closing the gender pay gap and how we support women going through menopause. According to the government report on menopause, menopausal women are the fastest growing workplace demographic. Introducing support around this will ensure that our women in leadership are fully supported and we become an attractive employer of choice for that often forgotten demographic. We've had the fabulous Menopause Matters external campaign, coverage in the Sunday Times, champions across wireless, our radio business, internal webinars with the Well, who are experts in female health. We sent a survey to all staff, regardless of age and gender, who wanted to input into our menopause policy. And the policy, which launched in April this year, is based on the findings of this survey. And the aim of it is to ensure women going through the menopause and perimenopause remain visible, empowered, and are supported in the workplace. Not one size fits all. So our policy covers HRT, medical support. So we have said that we will pay for the cost of HRT and we reimburse our employees confidentially. Education and awareness. So we're continuing to educate the whole business through webinars and manager support. And additional support such as desk fans, access to a menopause coach, and we've provided sanitary wear in toilets and just some flexibility to have breaks throughout the day where needed. The internal menopause campaign and policy introduction has gained lots of accolades throughout the business and bringing to light subjects such as the menopause, and has given us a framework on how to embark on any future campaigns and policy introductions. Moving on to inclusive products. Our objective is to look at how we make our products more inclusive so that people of all backgrounds can be proud to work at News UK and in turn we appeal to a wider consumer audience which better represents society. We created a head of creative diversity role to lead this pillar. So to do this, we committed to creating diversity specialists on each title and station who can be a resource for editorial and wireless, offering diversity and inclusion training for all. We've been running unconscious bias training for recruiting managers for a few years at this point, but it had been voluntary, and D&I is relevant to all, not just managers. Asking our journalists and presenters to sign up to our diversity and inclusion objectives, tracking sentiment across our editorial coverage. How does our audience feel about our titles and stations, and what can we do to improve this? Agreeing a process for internal and external content review. So an example of this in practice would be the 50/50 project on Times Radio, where we track the gender of our guests. And updating our diversity-focused style guide. Language, as we know, is constantly evolving, and it can be easy to cause offence and error. By ensuring our style guides are kept up to date, we can talk about diversity with authority. So we know inclusive products means inclusive language. We stopped using BAME in our products as we felt that this was otherising. We led the way with this in media. The BBC followed a year later, and some still haven't. I'm going to show you some examples of some of our content. So our brands are at the heart of the national conversation, and that's powerful. Here are just some of the examples of the coverage of Black History Month, our diverse lineup on TalkSport, and our coverage of diverse stories. At the same time as launching our strategy, we also launched a new product, Studio Pi, which is a creative agency. But the difference is that all of its photographers, artists, and videographers are ethnically diverse. We've trained all of our journalists on how to report about race and religion. We've created an inclusive terminology guide by speaking to charities and experts. And as I mentioned before, we're also tracking the gender of guests on Times Radio, so we can ensure we're being inclusive and representative of society. And some initiatives have come up along the way. The Black Pound report was one of those. We sponsored the report, which is run by Lydia Amoa, and covered it in our products. The report tells us how Black, Asian, and minority ethnic people are spending their money, and was the first of its kind. Another initiative was Virgin Radio Pride. The content director for Virgin saw an opportunity in the market for an LGBTQ+ radio station, and the diversity team in our News Is Out network were able to come together with the radio team and make it a reality. It has now had 2 successful pop-up years, which means it is on during the Pride events of the summer. It is a selection of fabulous music and incredible documentaries and interviews. It's been an incredible journey, and one that's not been without its learnings. We haven't always got it right, but we've evolved along the way. And what we've learned is that solutions must be bespoke to us. News is a unique organisation. It's a legacy organisation. And where we've tried external solutions and courses, they haven't always fit us as a business. Ensuring that solutions are bespoke allows us to be more flexible for our diverse and nuanced population. Diversity must be missions focused in that it needs to work hand in hand with our strategy. Recruitment versus retention. What I mean by that is we need to put as much focus on the retention side as we do recruitment. Otherwise, we end up with a leaky bucket. And the last one, going woke, does not mean going broke. So we received a lot of criticism when we first started, and we were accused of going woke and going broke. We haven't, and we can demonstrate that diversity is not only the right strategy to have, but it makes really good commercial sense too. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks, Bryony. And I think that whole point about diversity making financial sense as well as just being the right thing to do was a point that Dan made in the previous slot as well. So it was very, very well made. I also love that idea about having taught your reporters how to report on these issues and that whole idea of terminology, because I do think that for lots of people, it's not spoken about because I'm worried about using the wrong word. I'm worried about saying the wrong thing. BAME used to be okay. It's now not okay. How do I talk about somebody? You know, our parents would say a coloured person. We claim that we don't say that anymore because we know it's not the right thing to do. And I think there is that whole idea of language can be a big, huge barrier. But thank you so much. Really appreciate your time, and thanks for your presentation today. Okay, moving on. We are going on to our next speaker. We are heading down south to South Africa. So Yvonne Mossadi is South Africa's the HR director in Heineken South Africa. She has held executive across many different industries, finds herself in one of my favorite ones. She is an ambassador of inclusion and diversity, and she's really an organization where the majority of exec roles are held indeed by women. Yvonne is going to talk to us about harnessing the power of female leaders in the workplace. So without further ado, Yvonne, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. Thank you for the warm introduction. And to all the listeners, good afternoon from South Africa. I'm equally excited to be here, and also I'm very excited to be here because I'm talking about how we can harness the power of a woman leader in the workplace. And there's no better place or a better person to speak about this than having me as a woman being a voice of other women who are not able to talk about this topic. So thank you for having me. So if we move to the next slide, I don't know if you can move my slide there. Yeah, thank you so much. So I want to talk about how we can harness women leaders in the organization, and why is it important that we really harness the power of the woman leader. It's not coming from nowhere. The research and the statistics does show that women leaders make a difference in an organization. And it also shows that when a woman is part of decision making, those organizations that embrace that diverse voice of a woman, they often make better decisions than those organizations that they normally wouldn't have a diverse voice of a woman. And in terms of profitability, it also shows that companies that embrace women in their organization, in their decision making, they are more profitable than those that don't have women in their organization. So the question is then to say, why are we not seeing progress in terms of having enough representation of women leaders, especially at the strategic level in a decision-making table? And hence my inspirational talk with you today to say, let's look at those barriers that hinders organization to progress in this most needed an agenda, and which is a very strategic agenda for the organization. So let's firstly look at this whole woman journey and say, how can we really shape this woman journey for the organization to benefit from having this powerful women leader in the organization? So often one of the biggest barriers is the ground where this woman is supposed to be planted and flourish to really be productive. So this is what we call the breeding ground. So when we look at the breeding ground, we're looking at the organization holistically to say, does the organization has a culture that is ready to embrace the power of this woman? Because indeed women are powerful, indeed women are skillful, and they are capable to make changes that is good for the organization. But often we find that the culture is not ready. The culture is not ready in a sense that embracing a women leader is not even part of the strategic KPIs for most organizations. So how can it be possible that we can really groom the woman if it's not a strategic KPI and there is no bold intent, decision and declaration from the top leadership of the organization to really want to make difference and bring more women leaders in the organization? So it really firstly starts with the organization having that strategy in place, setting KPIs from the top that really make sure that we will embrace women in the organization. We're taking this journey and bringing everyone else in the organization to understand the importance of having diverse gender in the organization and why women would have a voice in the strategic table. So it's, if you look at Heineken, what we are doing with this sustainability agenda, it is not an agenda that is driven by HR. It's a strategic business agenda that comes from the top. It is linked to our KPIs. We are bold and we are clear in terms of what KPIs we are chasing in terms of gender diversity. We have clear targets. We have clear initiatives that we are driving in the organization to make this possible for a woman leader to come and thrive in our organization. So that helped us to really make some milestones. So if you look at our global targets, we aim to have 30% of women leader representation globally. If you come back to my own country, we are already 50% more women leaders in the organization, which is very thrilling because I've worked for many organizations and I've been a woman leader at the very early age of my career when I was 29 years. And my difficulty was being a woman leader alone amongst all people who can never understand my needs as a woman, who could never understand why my voice matter. And being in an organization like Heineken, it's so fulfilling because you are there, you've got a seat, your decision and your voice is respected, and the ground is so rich to allow us as women to flourish. But then we say it's not only about a woman when the woman is in a leadership role. We say, how do you then grow and develop women, more women, to actually come up the rank? Because we are saying the melting pot of women leaders, we can see statistically every year the numbers are going down. We are not seeing improvement by having more women in leadership role. In fact, in South Africa, we have a situation where few women who are successful and are in top positions, they are really in a small pond, and every top employer is really fishing from this small pond, and only few people keep on rotating senior leadership role. And we are saying we are not proud of that. We want to have more women in there exposed and growing because they are capable. So what are we doing as Heineken to grow women leaders? We're not only focusing at women when only they are at a strategic level. We start them young. We've got development programs where we strategically bring more women because we want to have more pool, we want to have more pipelines of women, and we develop them gradually. And when they get into a stage of leadership, we know that's when the heat gets strong. We then have intensive programs that really now going to develop them and help that woman to be shielded by our strong male allies who have been in this corporate world for longer. So we use them as the sponsors, as the mentors, as the supporters of these women to teach them the ropes, to help them to progress and to help them build resilience and to help them really understand the business holistically, not only the function that they are in. But without only relying on our male allies, we also have strategic women development programs where we partner with top universities. And what we're doing there, we are not only focusing on the technical know-how, but we're also focusing on developing the soft skills of this woman to be able to survive the tough leadership roles, the self-awareness, how to lead yourself, the personal mastery, because those are the differentiators. Women were not necessarily born as leaders. We were born as nurturers, but we have capabilities, and through the support, through the development programs, we are able to realize that we've got more powers and more abilities to even lead the unfamiliar environment, like in a corporate environment. So we're making strides in terms of developing women, but also the question is for many corporations to say, you develop them to go to other companies. And my answer there is, when you develop women and you don't have an intent to really promote them and advance their career, I always say don't do it, because yes, you will be developing them to competitors, because the women are not going to stay in your organization because you develop them. They are also there. They want to see growth. They want to go places. And that's what we do. We develop women with intent. We strategically target positions that when we start taking a woman in a journey of growth, we know where we want this woman to land, and we take that woman through that path all the way. And that has been our success there. Then we're also talking about inclusion and equity. And when women are in an organization, yes, we make sure that the environment is inclusive. What we are doing in terms of inclusion, we do have inclusion and equity ambassadors. We do have programs where we educate the whole organization about the importance of inclusion. We use all our leaders to be really the voice of inclusion. We lead from the top. We use our senior leaders to have TED Talks and to also have continuous discussions with the wider organization to send a firm and a strong message that we are inclusive organization. However, if you only focus on the messaging, it's not enough. And what I like about what Heineken has done has really taken the equity part of diversity, equity, and inclusion very seriously to say, how can we say women are included in the organization if we don't address the barriers where we have to make sure that they've got equitable opportunities in terms of development, in terms of the promotion, in terms of equitable salary, which is one of the sensitive part that most organizations are not willing to address. So if you look, we zoom into the equitable salaries, most women come into organization and often they don't negotiate because they're not aware of their worth, or even if they are, they don't feel confident enough to negotiate themselves. And often if the system is not set in a way that this woman would be protected, when you do your stats, you can see that most women earn less than their counterparts. So we took a bold decision and bold drive as Heineken, and we said, let's analyze what makes women earn less than males. And when we did that analysis, we realized that it normally happens at the time of entering the organization, because the male counterpart will not just accept the first offer you give them. They would actually negotiate until they squeeze you, whereas the woman would just accept. And we have put principles and policies in place to say, we will, as Heineken, be a voice of a woman who comes in here. If they don't know their worth, we will show them what they are worth. And we make sure that they've got fair salaries. And every year, what we're also doing is we put aside a budget that is purely allocated to address the inequities in salaries. And we really focus on women, especially those who joined the organization before. And we look at the gaps between them and their male counterpart. And what we do, we then say, every year, outside of your salary increase cycle, we will bridge the gap until this woman is in the same level as their male counterpart. Because from performance-wise, you cannot fault these women. They are smart, they are good, and they are really moving the needles, and they are taking our companies to places. We need to be there and support them. Moving into the work schedule of a woman. So when you are really serious about being inclusive, it means that you don't expect a woman to come to an organization and start acting like their male counterpart. You expect them to still embrace and be proud to be women. But we know that being a woman comes with challenges. It is not as easy as coming to work and that's it. We've got families to look after. We've got children who get sick. Who often stays behind is a woman. So we advocating for a flexible work environment for women, where women can still be productive and not feeling that they are not doing as much as their counterparts. As much as most organizations in South Africa, we were so behind in terms of allowing for a flexible work schedule. The lessons we learned during COVID, it was that it is possible. So we have seen the accelerations of opportunities to work from anywhere, opportunities to work from home, where you can still be nurturing your child at home. You can still be productive because it's acceptable that you can still work from home. And those are opportunities that we're continuously looking into to say, we need to continue to empower women, especially if we want them to work for us and we want the environment to be conducive for them. And lastly, let's talk about awareness of the woman, because we care about every employee, but women, they've got special conditions. It's not going to change because now they are in leadership. When a woman is in an organization, their need for wellness is critical, and it's a business of the employer. We cannot say it's your problem. Do you know that most women will take half a day to go to the clinic to get a simple thing like a contraceptive? How about the employers are taking stance and providing simple opportunities for women to be able to get, those simple services from work? How about when a woman come back from maternity leave, we provide a platform where they can continue to nurse their children without inconvenience, without having to stop to breastfeed their children? And how about we really make sure that the woman conditions is known, and it is an awareness in an organization that today I'm not smiling, and I might not be smiling because my hormones are dealing with me, but that doesn't make me a less competent leader. I just need people around me who can understand and help me to be a better leader that I can be. So with having shared that, in Heineken, we are still making some progress in terms of making sure that we are launching by the beginning of the month the primary health care for women, so that we can alleviate unnecessary time spent away from being productive and helping women to access primary health care easily. We have also prepared the lactations room that allow the women to come back to work and still be proud to breastfeed and still be able to capture milk for their babies when they go back home. Our maternity leave policy is also very progressive. You can come to Heineken pregnant, you will still qualify for maternity leave. Just to share example, I once worked for an organization. I didn't realize that I was pregnant when I started. Unfortunately, the policy was creating a barrier for a woman. I could not qualify to go on a maternity leave because I had joined the company and I had a baby before I was 12 months in an organization. And those are the barriers that we are addressing now to make sure that no woman will be disadvantaged because of things like that. Thank you for listening. I can see that my time is up. I see, Scott, you sent me 6 minutes left. I don't know if there would be time for questions, to be honest, but I have enjoyed sharing our experiences, and I hope I have left some seed and impacted the audience.
Yvonne, thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. And one thing that you said there, which was, why can't we bring some of those simple services into the office, really struck me, because in a previous role, well-being was part of my role. We brought in physio and we brought in a dentist, but still people were saying, well, I couldn't go and use these services because my leader will want to see me at my desk. I can only go at lunchtime. So, I think we know that with the best will in the world, even in that situation where we're bringing in the services, leadership still have a huge role to play in making sure that people can access those services, and we create the right culture and environment in which those types of initiatives can be successful. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. That is all from me. Those eagle-eyed among you will realize that I've actually moved office. I got kicked out of my previous office, but that's us. We are done now here in Dublin. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks to Yvonne Mossadi from Heineken. So to Bryony from News UK, and thanks to you for being here. I'm now handing off to Ruth over the water in the UK. So off you go. See you later. Good luck. Goodbye. Thanks.
Wow, that travelled fast, didn't it? From Ireland over to the UK. Hi, everyone. I'm Ruth. I'm from Inspiring Workplaces, and I'm here for the second time in the last 24 hours. But I haven't moved offices like Scott. I haven't been kicked out or anywhere. So we're approaching hour 17 of the 24 hours of live non-stop inspirational content, and I have watched nearly all of those 17 hours as much as I can on various TVs and screens and wherever I've been. Even when I went up to pick up my kids from school, I was still attached to the Inspirathon today. I think you call that commitment, right? So I'm going to be with you for the next hour. Or actually 45 minutes until we take the next break. But we're really excited about the 2 sessions that we've got coming up. So just if you're joining us for this slot and you haven't been part of the last 17 hours of the Inspirathon, and we're here giving our global community the much needed inspiration, knowledge and connections for you to go out and take action and change the world through the world of work. This 24-hour global Inspirathon is being hosted live, but we are also recording it, so you can watch this on demand in individual sessions. Whether you're watching live right now or whether you're watching on demand, please do get involved in the conversation through the comments section, which is just below here, where you can ask questions to the speakers, get involved in comments, and just continue that conversation, whether that's live or in demand, as I said. But also do join the conversation over on our Slack channel. We will post the link to that right now, where you can meet fellow inspirers who are also part of the Inspirathon. Share where you are in the world. We've touched nearly every corner of the world so far. Maybe share a bit what you're doing, and also how you're finding being part of this growing community. That's also where we'll have the networking during the breaks as well. So back to where we are here in the UK. I'm actually in the south of England. I started this morning and it was dark outside, and actually the sun's going back down again now. So I don't know what the sun's like where you are, but anyway, enough of weather talk, Ruth. Get on with the next speakers. I'm really excited to introduce you to the next 2. We have Beth Riviera and Leah DeFeo. I apologize if I got your names wrong, but they are just the nicest names. I thought Ruth Dance was cool, but they are really nice names. Both Beth and Leah work for an organization called Uncommon Goods. Beth Rivera is the Chief People Officer and Head of Corporate Sales. So she has 2 hats there, and I'm really interested to hear about that, linking the customer experience and the sales and how the business operates alongside the culture and the human resources element and the people element. And Leah is the head of business and product development at Uncommon Goods as well. So we're going to hear a bit about how they operate together, but most importantly, we're going to hear about how Uncommon Goods puts their people first. They were actually founded on the philosophy of people, planet, and profits. And in that order, intentionally, they say that people are the most important part of their business. From their team members to their customers, they will always be putting their people first. So today they're going to share their really unique approach to how they do this, from recruitment through to leadership. So Beth, Leah, are you there?
We're here. We are here.
You are. Hello. So I'm going to hand the baton over to you now to hopefully tell me that I got your names wildly wrong in pronunciation there, and tell me how to get them right, and also for you to explain the amazing work that you've been doing at Uncommon Goods. Okay?
Great. You did a great job with the names. Thank you. So, okay, great. There's our slides. Excellent. So you did a great introduction, not only of us, but of Uncommon Goods and our people first strategy. So for those of you that are not familiar with Uncommon Goods, by the way, I'm Beth and this is Leah.
I'm Leah.
We happen to both be in Brooklyn, New York today. So we're joining together. So Uncommon Goods is an online gift and retail business located in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, which is downtown Brooklyn. We were founded in 1999, independently owned, and one of the founding B Corps, and we continue to be a B Corp today. So just a little bit about people first. So as Ruth mentioned, when we say our people, there's sort of 3 categories. So our team members, we have 200 year-round team members that work at Uncommon Goods. And then we have a very unique business model in that we are a very big holiday business. So we do scale up, and we are right in the midst of it now. We are in the process of hiring over 1,000 seasonal team members that join us. The majority of them are on site here in Brooklyn in our warehouse. We also have a large customer service organization that's working remotely. And then we have various seasonal team members throughout the business. So we go from 200 to about 12 to 1,400, and then back down to 200 in January. Our artists and makers are very much at the core of our business, along with our vendors. So always putting our people first is the core of how the business was founded. And here we are 23 years later. So our recruiting philosophy is in New York City, the minimum wage is $15 an hour. Our minimum wage is $20 an hour and up. So we believe that paying above minimum wage where we are locally is important. We provide career opportunities for our seasonal team. While sometimes our seasonal team does transition to our year-round team, that's not always guaranteed, and we don't have enough opportunities, but it's really important that not only do we provide the skills and experiences, but also a really great experience. And we're working with a company called Seedco, a nonprofit New York-based company that is going to be working with our seasonal team to help them with things like housing or benefits and career transition, resume building and interview skills, and trying to help them find their next opportunity when their seasonal role here has ended. We're very much a second chance employer. This is something that is super important to me. We definitely work with organizations such as the Osborne Association and other organizations, Fortune Society, that work with people who have come out of the criminal system and are looking to get back on their feet. So we definitely work and give those people an opportunity for a second chance. And treating people with dignity and respect is the foundation, whether you are here seasonally for 3 weeks, 3 months, or you're here for 20 years. Being treated with dignity and respect is definitely a foundation of who we are. And our guiding principles, which I will touch upon, are the foundations. They're not just values that we put up on the wall, but truly embedded in the way in which we work. And this year we also developed and rolled out and did training around our leadership philosophy. So we custom created and identified how do we lead? And not only managers leading their teams, but we're all leaders and we all manage people and processes. So how we work with each other in that regard. So here's just our leadership philosophy are based on these 6 principles. I'm not going to read them all. I know we're short on time, and here's this slide, but these were developed February of this year. They were shared to the entire company by our founder and CEO, Dave Belatsky, and myself. And then we spent 6 months doing management training for our people managers. And then we took a lot of the content and we rolled it out for non-managers, underpinning the core foundation of these leadership philosophies. And then I mentioned our guiding principles. These are our 7 guiding principles. These were developed probably 7+ years ago. And what's amazing is they were developed by our team for our team. So there was a lot of work that went in and talking to our team about what does it mean to work here? What does it mean to get better every day? And so we hold ourselves accountable. We do recognition every week. These are embedded in our performance reviews. We really just hold each other accountable, call each other out so when something goes great and tying it to a guiding principle, and also when something doesn't go well. Specifically around we are always learning. When we make a mistake, the foundation of we are always learning and how we go ahead and improve. And now I'm going to turn it over to Leah.
Thank you, Beth. My name is Leah, and I wear many hats at UG, and one of which is overseeing our experiences business and the experiences team. Experiences for Uncommon Goods started at the very beginning of 2021. We wanted to run a pilot program, knowing that our customers come to us for unique, original products that help them connect with people they love and help create memories for them. We wanted to create and expand on that and offer an experiences program, not just for our customers, but as a people-first company, this also gives our makers opportunities. So makers in our organization who are selling products with us, were given a chance and an opportunity to also talk about their products and showcase their products. So we decided to launch this business in early 2021. And the business was started with just myself, and it was a pilot program. And I say just myself, but there is an enormous team behind the business. But from the core team perspective, we ran a pilot. And once we did, we realized it was successful and we wanted to grow. But I think what was really key about it is that it was at a time where a lot of our customers had just spent the holidays apart from their families. 2020 holiday was really a unique and different experience for everybody, not just personally, but professionally. Workplaces were really different during COVID, and the remote work that people were doing has continued. So we have found a lot of success with helping bring people, individuals, families, friends together from afar, and also bringing people in different workplaces together. When we thought about how to staff this team, so we did a pilot. The pilot was successful, and we wanted to grow and staff the team. We knew we needed really engaged team members who believed in our brand and our mission, were dedicated to the long-term success, knew how to navigate challenges, and were able to collaborate within our organization. And as Beth spoke about earlier, we have a highly seasonal team, and a lot of our team is in customer service seasonally. And I have to say, our customer service team and the training they do is amazing. The people that come through customer service for Uncommon Goods really understand our brand. They speak to our customers every single day, and they are often team members that find us because they are passionate about the brand, and they know our brand and love it and interact with it as a customer first. So as we were thinking about growing and building this business, the great news for me as somebody that needed to, build and grow a team was we have a seasonal workforce to recruit from. And it was a team of people who intimately knew the brand and knew the customer. And the team knew how to navigate. Like, training was relatively easy. I didn't have to train team members on our systems, our processes, who to go to with what, because our customer service team is great at navigating. They're also very personable, which is important when you're running a virtual experiences business. So I wanted to just share a little bit of team member stories. The Experiences team is now 4 full-time team members. We have an additional team member who's shared across departments. And just like the business, we scale as well. We have up to 20 seasonal facilitators. These are team members who are hosting our experiences. They're not the instructors. They're the ones that are there to make sure that we are running smoothly, and our Zooms are running and customer questions are getting answered and all of that. They're also critical because those team members give us feedback about how each class went. We can't sit in on every class. And so those facilitators are incredibly helpful for us. I did want to focus and just share some success stories we've had, because our business model is likely unique, but there's probably some insights others can kind of glean from how we did our recruitment. So the first team member leading the team was Danielle. Danielle is now the manager of the team and does an incredible job. She started in customer service, and at the end of her customer service tenure, there was an internship opening in experiences. Danielle applied for that, and her background is as a teacher. So if I were thinking about what I needed in this role, maybe I wouldn't have first thought of somebody with a background as a teacher. But Danielle's experience as a teacher has been one of the most important elements of her success. She really knows how to train people, really knows how to teach people. She is patient, she is kind. And again, she is somebody who first was a customer of Uncommon Goods. So she had the internship and then moved into a coordinator role and now has a management role. And she manages these, 20 plus people and the whole program that we're running today. So kudos to Danielle. And the other team member I wanted to speak about is a team member named Mike. Mike came to us from the maintenance team at our facility in Brooklyn. And he started with us as a facilitator. We give our seasonal team members the opportunity to be facilitators with us, take on some, extra hours and a different kind of work by facilitating our experiences. And Mike signed up for that, and it was his amazing big personality and his ability to get onto an experience, make everybody feel so comfortable, so welcome. Mike's a natural troubleshooter and also just really curious. And we saw that in him, and we had another internship opportunity, which Mike applied for and Mike received. So from that intern position, Mike became a coordinator on our team, really proved himself. At Uncommon Goods, his job in the beginning was largely to get our experiences live on our site. And we saw some experiences performing quite well and dug into why. And it was because Mike was so curious about the system we use and the way that we list our classes and how they show up and what the keywords are, that he took it upon himself to really, really learn that. And that was the curiosity we first saw from him, when he was facilitating. And that curiosity led him to apply for a new role within our organization, which is a project management role. And it's a role that he is now incredibly successful in, and it supports both experiences as well as our product development team. And he, in that role, needs to be highly technical, highly organized, and highly collaborative. He's chasing people down for deadlines all the time. So, somebody in that role has to be really, really positive, and he fits that bill. So we wanted to share how Uncommon Goods puts people first, and some case studies and examples of how, by focusing on our people and giving our people opportunities and identifying people who are really, strong performers and want to continue with our brand, we often are able to give people great opportunities and have a really strong and growing business. So Beth, anything else before we wrap up?
I just wanted to address, so Ruth at the beginning during the introduction mentioned my second title. So I am the Chief People Officer at Uncommon Goods. I have been in HR for 25 years. Uncommon Goods is the second company that I worked for. I joined here about 4.5 years ago. So HR has been at the core of my being since I graduated college. And the reasons why I joined Uncommon Goods were the people, the passion, and the products. And during my 4.5 years, the people and the passion is exuded every day. And so the products is something that I was really, really interested. So as I'm actually at the beginning of this month, we had some reorganization of responsibilities, and I have always been interested in our corporate gifts business. As an HR professional, I kept saying, I'm the one that you're selling to, HR people and events people and sales people. This is the core. So I have the opportunity to work with a fabulous group that spends every day thinking about how can we not only create these uncommon experiences and products for our customer base, but thinking about how we can bring those same unique opportunities to companies who want to onboard, who want to recognize, and really, or thank a client. So I have the pleasure now of working with the team and thinking about it I've been thinking about team member experience for 4.5 years, and now kind of thinking about the broader customer experience and overall experience that we want to bring as a brand. And so I'm really excited at this opportunity. So I think we've got those are
if anyone has any questions, we're hoping we left a couple of minutes for questions.
Thank you both so much. We do have we have got a couple of questions.
Should we read them out loud? Is that?
Yeah, I just heard a really loud echo. I don't know if everyone else can hear that. I just heard it really loud, so I was just pausing for a moment. But yeah, we've got one question here from Melise Bradley. How do you think your guiding principles and employee ownership of them translates over to your customers?
You want me to take that?
Yeah,
sure. So I think this is a great question. So every year-round team member does get options in the company. We're privately owned. We're not on the New York Stock Exchange. And so with that, those options comes a level of ownership and entrepreneurial spirit in the way in which we work. So we empower our team to think about how we can do things better. So I think translating the guiding principles and the way in which we work, the core of our values, and aligning that with feeling like I have a sense of ownership in this business, and then that transfers over to the customer and feeling like I work for a company that truly cares about me because the customers are at the heart of our business, truly translates.
Amazing. Thank you, both of you. Oh, and we've got a second question come in from Kate. How do you feel the people over profit philosophy influences employee loyalty?
So I would say so one of the ways in which we are able to pay $20 an hour is thinking about our compensation strategy. And so we also have a servant leadership model. So in thinking that we want to pay our entry-level team as much as we can, So our executives may not make as much as they would or could in another technology, e-commerce, or retail company. Being a second chance employer just gives us really the foundation of doing good. We are a force for good is one of our guiding principles in the way in which we work. We don't announce who is a second chance employee or team member. It's never ever shared. And they tend to be our most loyal, dedicated, valued team member. So it's just at the core in the way in which we work.
Love that. Thank you. I love organizations where people have ownership, not just from a financial perspective, but also, like you say, where it's really coming from a strategic and your guiding principles are all intertwined in that, and you've got to get it right from both angles. So thank you, both of you, Leah and Beth, for sharing your case study and sharing the incredible work that you're doing at Uncommon Goods. I've been frantically looking in the background, seeing if you ship to the UK. So
we do.
Great. Well, I'll carry on that this evening. But for now, thank you to both of you for sharing your case study with us today. Thank you. So I've got a question for everyone now, and I just would like you all to just take a moment to reflect. How much time and energy do you think you could save if more courageous conversations took place? Well, whatever you've written down mentally or physically, whatever you've got in your head, our next speaker is going to come on stage shortly to share a proven method that is going to help those courageous conversations and show you how that they can link to increased performance, growth, and also happiness. So welcome to the stage, Joanna House. Joanna is a CEO and the founder of the Change Creators. She's an award-winning international coach, a behavioral expert, and has written a book that happens to be a #1 best-selling international author. She specializes in leadership, team and performance coaching, and is super passionate about helping leaders and equipping them with the right mindsets, behaviors and skills that's going to help them in the future. A really important skill that we're hearing so much about: managers, leaders, people who are stepping up into these roles and role modeling, but not really equipped to have the right conversations and therefore carry that through. So Joanna, I'm really excited to hear you talk today and to hear you share with us all about leading courageous conversations.
Thank you. And just to check, Ruth, do I just click to bring my slides up, or do you bring
No, we'll do that for you now. There you go.
Oh, look at this, the magic of technology. I love it. Thank you for the introduction. Lovely to be with you all today. This is a topic that's very close to my heart because I think I have spent years building up the courage to have more courageous conversations. And the reason why I've massively chosen this subject today is I am being requested, I think it's 2 to 3 times a week at the moment, to go into companies to help them have courageous conversations. Why is this happening? So I've never seen it happen like this before in the 5 years that I've been running my own business. And what's going on is people are doing company surveys at the moment. And now we've come out of the pandemic, what's happened, we truly believe in terms of who we're speaking to, is that because in the pandemic, people entered people's worlds a lot more, relationships bonded a lot more, and it actually became more difficult to upset anybody or challenge people because we needed to knit together and go into this survival mode together. And now we've come out of it. The feedback is we're all too nice. We're all being too friendly to each other. We can't say what needs to be said because we've just been for 2 years supporting each other, and now we need to challenge. It just feels so uncomfortable. So the employees from these surveys now are asking, please help. We want a culture where we can have these conversations because they're realizing their growth is being stunted because of it. They can see they're holding back from having these conversations because it doesn't feel like the culture supports them. And the time is now where people are saying we've got to become more courageous. And actually, to have these conversations is the fact that we care about each other. That means we can then challenge directly. So we've got 20 minutes together. I'm going to show you some ways to think about these conversations that hopefully will help you lean into them a bit more. And as leaders, the first step you can take to try and shift your culture to encourage more feedback. Now, the model that I absolutely love, that I can't share today, but I want to share with you so you can look it up, is called Radical Candor. So if you haven't read the book, it's Radical Candor by Kim Scott. She's also got a hell of a lot of YouTube videos. I highly recommend you follow up this presentation by looking into her work, because this is a lot of the frameworks we're taking into companies at the moment, and it's really making a transformational difference. But today I'm just going to show you some starters for 10 to help shift your culture into more courageous conversations. Oh, thank you for sharing the link. Very helpful. So let's just look at why this is important. 72% said they thought their performance would improve if their managers would provide corrective feedback. 65% of employees want more feedback than they're getting, with 98% of employees disengaging when managers give little or no feedback. And lastly, in our research for more than a decade, we continue to find that leaders who ask for feedback are substantially more effective than leaders that don't. And I'm going to touch on that towards the end of the presentation. But as you can see here, people are asking for it. They want it. They can see how these conversations are going to help them grow. So we need to shift. But what is getting in the way? And I've done all of these. All of these have stopped me having conversations in the past. As human beings, we don't like to we're not very good at handling other people's emotions. Sometimes we're not actually very good at handling our own emotions, but handling others. Like, what do we do if someone gets defensive? What if they get angry? What if they start crying? Do I hug them? Do I give them a tissue? How do I make it all better? So the fear of how to handle someone's emotions immediately stops us wanting to have that conversation. We get so worried about saying the wrong thing, and then it being taken the wrong way, and then having to unpack, oh, I didn't mean it like that, and that's not what I tried to say, but the emotion's already up, so they're not listening to you anymore. We are brilliant. We all believe we are professional mind readers. Take a moment to notice how often, after this presentation, you think you know what somebody's thinking. We do it all the time. We call it a thought trap, and it's the most common thought trap human beings have, is thinking they can read people's minds. So we think we know how someone's going to be reacting. So we create this story in our head, and normally that story is not what happens. If most of you think about the conversations when you've had to do this, does it ever go as you really think it's going to? A lot of the time it goes better. And we have a common need as human beings to connect. We want to be liked. We want to belong. So we don't want to say something that's going to cause someone not to like us. So there are a lot of valid reasons why we avoid having courageous conversations. And I'm pretty sure if we were all honest with ourselves, we've probably recognized that some of these have stopped us in the past or could be stopping you today. And also recognizing in your employees, this is what's getting in the way of them being able to have them as well. Ultimately, behind all of this sits fear. The fear of not belonging, the fear of not being good enough and saying it the right way, the fear of rejection. And ultimately, the only way to dispel fear is to have faith in yourself. Actually, what if I have faith in that I can deliver this? And ultimately, what if I have faith that I trust and have faith in the other person that they can receive this feedback? Because actually, by not giving this conversation and this feedback or this guidance, whatever language works better for you, we're taking a lot of credit away from them in them being able to receive it. We're already assuming that they're going to respond badly to us. So actually having faith in ourselves that we can handle it and faith in the other person that they can receive it is a much better place to walk into these conversations than coming from a place of fear. Someone once said to me, a wonderful mentor, said, so many people go into these conversations with fear, actually walk in from a place of love. And I thought that was bonkers when I first heard it. But actually, when you walk in from a place of love and compassion and empathy, it just diffuses all that anxiety of worrying about what's going to happen, because you're coming from a very good intention of caring about this person and to share this feedback with them to help them grow. So I just want you to think about that. How could you change this conversation if you came from the lens of faith, not fear? Because if we stay in this fear zone, we've all developed very good skilled incompetence. And take a moment to see if you recognize you do these. So these are our defensive strategies we've created. We email instead of talking to the person. Do you know what? If I put it in an email, we justify it, gives them time to read it and then come back to me. So we hide behind email. We ask somebody else to do the feedback. I think you're a better place to do it. We become agreeable. This is the one that used to catch me out a lot because I am a retiring people pleaser. And so I'd always want everyone else to be happy. So if I was giving someone a difficult conversation and they started to, well, it was because of this and because, you know, the typical, the dog chewed it and things, I'd be, oh, okay, well, maybe it was because of that then. And I'd start become very agreeable because I didn't want to go into more conflict or more difficulty. So I started to agree with them. Don't say, how many of you maybe said, I'm just the messenger, don't shoot the messenger. And then avoiding it because you just truly believe that they'll figure it out themselves and they'll be able to resolve it themselves and it won't happen again. Now, these are very, very commonplace. But with these happening, we're not able to change. And you are not responsible for your work. No, sorry, got it wrong way around. You are responsible for your words, the preparation you put in, your actions, and your behavior in this conversation. You are not responsible for how somebody else chooses to react. You can only control you. You can't control them. And this is what we want with these courageous conversations. What you're also helping people do is learn how to control themselves, manage their emotions so they can receive feedback. That is our individual responsibility to be able to do that. And so if you're not having these courageous conversations with people, they're not learning how to really manage their emotions and learn how they manage receiving feedback. Okay, so even just part of the process of doing this, whatever you're saying, the process is just helping them grow. So ultimately, we need to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because I'm not going to, anything I share with you, even if you read Radical Candor, it's not going to stop these conversations being uncomfortable. Because ultimately, we don't want to upset people. That's not what we want to do. So they will be difficult. They will be uncomfortable. But in leadership, it's learning how to get comfortable with that. Because uncomfort doesn't mean you can't do it. You just accept and lean into that uncomfortable and be like, okay, I can do this. I can get out of my own way. I'm not going to make this about me. This is about the other person and how I'm going to help them. If you are avoiding these conversations, do ask yourself the question if you are making it about yourself, because that's what you'll likely do. And as we know in leadership, the one thing it isn't is about you. I got the tail end of the last presentation talking about servant leadership. You know, servant leadership very much would be having these conversations. So step one to think about. When I learned this transformed the way I think about giving feedback to someone. It's their bill of rights to know if they're not performing. It's their right to, so if you're doing this to me, it's my right to know what my job is. It's my right to know what's expected of me. It's my right to know how I'm doing and how I can improve. And if you're not going to tell me as my leader, what choice, I'm going to stay the same. I was an operations director in advertising agencies for 20 years. And I can't tell you how many times I had leaders come and talk to me and say, we need to get rid of that person. It's time for them to go. And I'd be like, okay, so walk me through the feedback that's happened so far and how they've responded to the feedback and the change that you've seen or not change. Straight away, what do you mean feedback? No, we just can see they're not performing, they're not delivering, we need to let them go. And I'm like, but you haven't even given them a chance to improve. So we made it a rule that we have to give people feedback. You can't just let people go. And I have to say, a lot of the time when we took the time to have this conversation, they actually did improve. So especially in a world at the moment where it's very difficult to get talent and very difficult to retain talent, these courageous conversations are vital for you to upskill, reskill, and grow your existing talent, because at the moment it's very hard to get the talent outside. So don't just dismiss people because it's difficult to have this conversation. It is their bill of rights. So as a leader, and I was like, oh my God, if I can't do this, I am taking away this person's right to grow. That's definitely not a value I have. Leaders, when you speak to most leaders and ask yourself, why are you a leader? A lot of leaders say it's because we want to make a difference. So courageous conversations are about making a difference to someone's life in terms of what they can grow, being the mirror for them so they can reflect back how they're impacting other people and what they're doing. So having this frame of thinking that it's their bill of rights to know, for me personally, really helped me take action to make it possible, because there's no way did I want to take away anyone's bill of rights to grow. Step 2, consequential thinking. What is the cost to this person, to others, to the business if I do not find the courage to have this conversation? This is the one question I want you to ask yourself if you're hesitating on having it, because there will be a cost to you not doing it. And I bet you the cost is greater than the fear of having the conversation. So this is the question I ask all my leaders. What is the cost of you not having this conversation? And it helps you go, whoa, yes, that's bigger. I can make this happen. I'm going to go and have it. Step 3, prepare yourself. This is a lovely framework, and this is part of the proven framework that really helps you to just prepare yourself really simply. Recognize what the situation was, what was the behavior you saw, and what was the impact. Okay, so for example, in the team meeting yesterday, your behavior was dismissive of the team. This is causing the team to not want to work with you. So very clearly, you can paint the picture for the person receiving the feedback, because when they come into this conversation with you, they're not aware what you're about to say. So you need to paint a picture. Help them go back to the situation. Help them see the behavior that you witnessed and the impact. Then what you do is ask them, what are your thoughts? You then want to bring them into the conversation. And you arrive initially with empathy. How can we help you with this? What is going on for you? Where can we help? You know, because they'll probably say, well, I've got this problem at the moment. You know, a lot of time when people share a first problem, it's not the problem. It's normally the second. There's a problem underneath that. And as you learn to coach as a leader, you can really get to the real problem. But this is where you start to brainstorm with them ideas to help you find out how you can help them. If you have the same conversation a few times with them, then you know it's probably a talent problem. But initially, you start with empathy. I also say, have these courageous conversations in the moment. You know, if this team meeting, you know, I've said yesterday here, but ideally, grab them straight after the team meeting. Look, can I have a word? In the moment. How awful is it when you're in a relationship and you've got, and I've had ex-boyfriends do this to me, go, well, 3 months ago you did this. And you're like, what? Why didn't you tell me 3 months ago? Because I could have done something about it then. Don't be that person. Have courageous conversations in the moment, and please don't stack it all up for the annual review. If anyone's still doing annual reviews, I know a lot of people have moved to monthly and quarterly reviews now, which is brilliant. Language, a lot of people say, well, I just don't know how to open these conversations. And this is something Simon Sinek really recommends is, you know, be very open. You can be vulnerable as a leader. You know, I need to have a difficult conversation with you. I am nervous to have this conversation because I fear I will say the wrong thing or accidentally trigger you. But this conversation is too important to avoid, even if the result is bumpy and imperfect. You don't need to say all the right words. You just need to be there and show up and show you care. But where it all starts is by you being able to receive feedback. If your company can't see that the senior leaders can receive feedback, they won't ever give feedback because they've not seen how the best practice is for it to be received. So from here, have a go-to question in your next team meeting, in your next pitch presentation, or whatever it is you do. Come out and ask one of your peers or your team, what's one thing I could have done better in that? One thing is really good because it helps the brain go, actually, there is probably one thing I could give you some feedback on. Get very curious about how you respond to that feedback, or how it makes you feel. But start with you. Start by asking for feedback. Then the people see you can receive it. They then can start receiving feedback. And before you know it, it starts to shift. It starts to change. So have a go-to question. What's one thing I could stop? What one thing I could stop that make it easier to work with me? What's one thing I could be doing better in this meeting right now? Okay, encourage it. But you'll learn a lot about how you receive it. Okay, because ultimately, please see guidance, feedback is a treasured gift. If someone has had the courage to come and give you feedback, especially if you're the leader, that is such a gift. They've put themselves on the line to give you that feedback. You know, however you make it about you in terms of how you're receiving it, it's a gift. So the most important thing you do is to say thank you. Thank you for giving me this feedback. I really appreciate you coming to me and letting me know this. And then you can talk through how, you know, where you go from there. But please help your culture see that feedback is a treasured gift. It's to help everybody grow. Because challenging people is often the best way to show them that you care. So what I would love you to take away from this whistle-stop tour of courageous leadership is recognize the fear that is stopping you and instead choose to have faith in yourself. Accept it will be uncomfortable. It doesn't mean you can't do it. Giving someone feedback, guidance is a gift. It's their right to know. Apply consequential thinking to help you take action. Prepare the 3 steps. You don't need to be perfect and get it right. And now, from now on, start asking for feedback and you will see a change in your culture and your organization. I hope that has helped. I think I'm on time. Am I on time, Ruth? Where'd she go?
Yes, you're bang on time. Thank you, Joanna. Just so refreshing and a real reboot for me and a real reminder. The bit that's so important and that I wrote down and then underlined about 50 times is what's the cost and does that outweigh the fear? Because that's a really important question, isn't it? Like, if I don't do this, what's going to happen? And what's the worst that's going to happen if I do this?
Exactly.
And if you put either a monetary value to it or a health value to it, the impact that would have would be huge and probably stop a lot of that avoidance that we're doing day in, day out. And I know we all do it. We all do it, no matter how much training we've had, books we've read, you know, I'm sure as an expert, Joanna, you still do it sometimes, right?
Stay normal. And it's just catching yourself, building that self-awareness and getting out and not making it about you. That's the big thing. Don't make it about you. This is about helping other people grow.
Yeah. And the bit for me as well is demonstrating that as a leader. So some of the best leaders I've worked with and worked for are the ones that say, give me one piece of feedback about me, and are really open and willing and non-defensive to accept that as well. So thank you. Excellent skills, whether you're a leader, also whether you're not a leader, how you can start to really demonstrate those behaviors and the impact that can have. So huge thank you for joining us today, Joanna. It's been fantastic, and you were bang on time as well, which is great.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Joanna. So we are now going to take a 18-minute break. And we are going to whiz across the Atlantic now and head over to join Gregory Simpson, who is the Chief Inspiration Officer of Inspire New York City. Gregory is going to be talking to us and introducing some speakers before he then hands the baton over to, where are we going next? Boston, Washington, D.C., Miami, San Francisco. Before we close at the 24-hour on the hour mark since we started, Matt Manners will be back on to close the entire Inspirathon. So we've got 17 minutes. I'm eating into your break. Feel free to go and have a chat over with the community on Slack. Stretch your legs, grab a coffee or a wine, depending on what time of day it is, wherever you are. And we'll see you shortly over in New York City. Thanks.
Hello, and welcome to hour 15 of Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. So far, we've been to Australia, Asia, Europe, and now I'm excited that Inspire NYC is the first to host us in North America. I'm Greg Simpson, Managing Director at Agent and Engagement, an employee experience consultancy that helps companies and employees by providing and creating more meaningful, productive, and enjoyable workplace experiences. I'm also Chief Inspiration Officer, or one of the Chief Inspiration Officers for Inspire NYC, and I'm your host for the next hour. So again, this is a 24-hour global Inspirathon. It's being hosted live, as you know, but we are recording everything, and that'll be available on demand afterwards. Don't forget to ask questions. If you have thoughts, comments, put those in the chat section. We also have a Slack channel. Please use that. That's a great way to build your network, especially during breaks. Everybody is already on mute, so you won't be able to hear anything, any background noise, things like that. And we should be good to go. So back to where we are now. I am, again, Greg Simpson with Inspire NYC, and we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers for you this afternoon. I'm going to be kicking you off today with my talk, which is called Employee Experience Leadership Conversations. So let's get started. In my work with company leaders, mainly expansion phase startups, I tend to have the same conversations when I meet company leaders. And I thought it might be interesting just to run through those conversations. There's 7 of them. Each of them you could spend hours talking about them. I'm going to try to hit them in just a few minutes during my time. And hopefully that will spark some conversation that we can have offline, either through our Slack channel, through the comments, or you can contact me after the fact once the presentation is ended. You'll have my contact information at the end. Okay, so let's get started. What is the first conversation we have? Well, these are actually the 7 conversations we're going to talk about. We'll be going through each one, so I'm just going to go right into the first one, and that's the Great Resignation. A term that's out there a lot of places. It's a term I do not like. I think it's a very company-centric term. It's a woe is me from a company standpoint. I tend to put a more positive spin on it, and I call it the Great Employee Enlightenment. I think over the past couple of years, employees have had a chance to pause and really look at how work fits into their life versus fitting their life into work. And because of that, they're reevaluating what they're doing and why they're doing it. And they're looking for different things that are going to make them more content, more happy, more satisfied, more engaged in the work that they do. You can see the Pew Research has some things over here that some of the reasons behind that, why people are leaving their roles and pursuing new adventures. I think that's really interesting because in my work, usually when I first go in with a company, the first thing they want to do is an employee engagement survey. And I tell them, no, that's a waste of time and money at this point. If you look at most of the research and outcomes of employee engagement surveys on the web and that have been done, you're going to see there are really 4 main areas that come up in every one of those. The employer-manager relationship is the first and biggest, most important. Recognition and rewards, advancement opportunities, and then growth and development opportunities. Actually, growth and development before advancement. And you can see that based on the Pew Research, those fit in neatly into those categories. Being disrespected, that's an employee-manager relationship issue. No opportunities for advancement, again, that's a growth and development and an advancement opportunity issue. And then the low pay, that's recognition and rewards. So it's just very interesting to me. Again, I think that employee alignment is a good thing. It's short-term pain for companies, but in the long term, you're going to have people that are in the roles that they want to be in, and they're going to be more productive and more engaged, and the company will succeed because of that. So our next conversation, another big topic in the news right now, quiet quitting. This one's a little interesting because I think that people have it wrong a little bit. Again, I don't like the word quiet quitting. I call it blissful boundaries. A lot of people are calling quiet quitting disengagement. I completely disagree with that. With disengagement, you do as little as you can to get by, the minimum. With quiet quitting and blissful boundaries, you're actually doing your work. You're doing what's expected of you. You've just decided, I'm not going to take on any new projects. I'm not going to, put in more discretionary effort, which we'll talk about in a second as well. More than that, that's what's part of my job right now. This is what I need to do. This is what I'm hired to do. This is what I'm paid to do, and that's what you're going to get from me. So I think from a personal standpoint, from an employee standpoint, it makes sense. From a company standpoint, again, companies are used to getting a lot more work out of people. And I think they're going to have to start rebalancing what their expectations are around their employees at this point. So that's quiet quitting. The next one, and I'm sorry if I'm going through these fast, we have 7 conversations and I have less than 20 minutes to do them in. So I apologize for that. The next one is discretionary effort. This is a huge one for me, and I've been talking about this for years now. Companies view discretionary effort as quid pro quo. I'll put this employee engagement program together. I'll put this employee experience program together. And when I do that, I'm going to get more out of my employees. They're going to do more. And I think that's the complete wrong way to look at things. Discretionary effort comes from the person, the actual individual employee wanting to do more, enjoying to do more. So it's more of an intrinsic type of motivation. And when companies come at it from the point of, we'll do this so we get more, then I think you degrade and minimize the importance of employee engagement. It makes it just a program, a process, something that's really more about the company than it is about the employee. And I think that just sends the wrong message, and that's going to disengage your people. My point on this is, if you want people to do more, raise the minimum requirement of what you're requiring them to do. Don't expect them to do more because you do ping pong tables or you give them free meals on Friday or something like that. Raise the bar of what the expectation is. And again, that probably ties into the next one, which I think is manager fit. Managers play such an important role in companies. I think they play probably the most important role, especially from a frontline manager standpoint. You can see here, Gallup has a lot of research on this. I love their research as well on this about the importance of the manager, that they account for 70% of the variance in employee experience and employee engagement. And then another article, Why Great Managers Are Rare, they actually talk about the percentage of managers in the roles. And they say that 10% of managers are in the right roles. They have the skills and abilities to be effective and productive managers. Another 1 to 2 with some training and development, with some coaching, can make it to that level. But the other 70% of managers should never be in those roles. They were put in those roles because companies only have one way to progress in the company, and that's through management. There's no subject matter expert. There's no other option for people to move up or advance in the company unless they go through management. Now, when I have conversations with my leaders, one of the first things I do to identify these leaders is a very simple question that I ask. I meet with every leader and I say, tell me about your people. And it's really revealing how good a manager is based on that one question. Then when I go back to the leadership and I say, these people are probably in the wrong roles, their first option is, so we have to fire them. And it drives me crazy. And I basically say, no, you are not going to fire these people. You set them up for failure. You cause them not to succeed. So we have to figure out a different way to move them into a different role, another way that they can be productive and successful in your company, other than management. I mainly work with employee or expansion phase startups, so that's a little bit easier proposition than some companies that don't have a lot of advancement or growth opportunities in their companies. But I think there's always something you can do, a special project, other things that can go on that you can kind of help the manager that was in the wrong role save face a little bit so they don't feel like they're being punished, because that's not the point. The company did wrong, not the employee. The employee just did what was best for them in that situation, trying to move up and progress in their career. So this is really, really fascinating to me. And I hope more people will take a look at the manager role and understand the importance of that. Next, we have return to office. Of course, this is a huge conversation that people are having right now. I'm really interested when I see CEOs demanding that people come back in their office, setting dates and timelines, and you see how well those have gone over. They keep getting pushed and pushed and pushed. What I'm learning is that people understand that change has taken place, that we've opened a new era with remote work. I think the CEOs and the senior leaders of the company don't understand how to move forward with that. And they're seeing this more as a pull people back. Let's get back to what's normal, what we're used to, instead of looking ahead and saying, what opportunities does this give us? So you can see some of the reasons the executives want you back in the office. They think it erodes culture, hinders collaboration, those kind of things. I think it's just the opposite of that. I think if we think this through, if we really buckle down and figure out a new way to work, that it doesn't erode culture. It actually will build culture. It will help enhance collaboration and actually increase the sense of belonging as well. It's just we have to go about it a different way than we are now. And it's not so much the change, but it's that transition. If you're familiar with William Bridges' book around transitions, that's the hard part right now. And I think companies are just taking an easy route out. We know what in-office looks like. Let's go in office. Or we know what hybrid looks like in a way. We can let our people work from home a few days a week or whatever, but we're going to tell you what days you can work and what you can and when you have to be in the office. I think one of the most interesting things in this that when I first started talking about was the hinders collaboration part. We want more collaboration. People can't collaborate. And my first question then is, how are you collaborating with your people on remote work? And they're not. They're making that decision. They're telling their people what to do. So in a way, I force them to practice what they're preaching in that. But again, for me, from return to office thing, you have to have a really good reason to get people to return to the office. I think from an environmental standpoint, there are a lot of things that the remote work offers the world and people in general that isn't really being adopted at this point or accepted at this point because people want to go back to what they know. Again, I could talk forever on this one. Talent acquisition, another big one for me. I'm very frustrated. And actually, if you'll stay tuned after my talk, we have Sunny Bonnell coming on. She's going to talk about this whole process here. It's going to be really cool. So definitely stay tuned for her. Companies don't have a really good talent acquisition process. They have junior people in roles that are making decisions for more senior level positions. They have managers that are developing job descriptions with HR that don't really even understand the role. My overall thought is that, yes, you may be weeding out some of the unqualified candidates, but you're also weeding out a lot of the really good candidates because you're finding average. You're trying to fit people into your mold instead of having a mold that's flexible enough to fit multiple people. Lou Adler, who's on the screen here, does a lot of work around this. He thinks the recruiting can be done better, less time, and then really being able to figure out whether somebody's going to be a good addition to your company or not. His biggest focus is really around motivation, asking those questions to figure out what people are really like versus what they say they're like in interviews. People prepare for interviews. They have all these stories, things like that. They're going to present them in the best light. How do you actually get to the real person to find out whether they're going to be able to do the job and excel in that job going forward? They're really interesting. Standardizing, there's all kinds of things around talent acquisition. Again, watch Sunny at the end of this and she'll have some more information on that. Along with that, role descriptions and titles, another pet peeve of mine. And I think Deloitte's doing a lot of this or is doing a lot of this around moving people to a skills-based organization. And this does a couple things. It puts everybody on a level playing field. Right now, if you look at role descriptions, they can vary within a job, within the same company, doing the same role, but you have different things based on what your managers are asking for. Titles, sometimes titles, they just don't make sense. They're directors before VPs, or you have to be a VP before you can become a director. So nobody really understands, if I go to this company, or if I'm in this company, how do I move up? What's that path that I can move forward? And I think going from a skills route is going to help in many, many ways. It's going to allow people to be evaluated consistently across the company. You're going to be able to determine which skills you need. It'll be a lot easier for you to determine what you need to hire for, what you need versus what you have, and give you an opportunity to develop the skills that you don't have and develop your people in that same situation. It's just a really interesting, cool way. Again, from a DEI standpoint, it puts people more on a level playing field. I think it's really cool and definitely the wave of the future. And I would encourage everybody to start that process now rather than waiting. Our next conversation and our last one is around salary disclosure. Another big issue with me. I've never understood why companies withhold salary information. I understand it, but what it does is it puts the employee or the potential employee, the candidate and the company at odds with each other from the beginning. It's a confrontational relationship. I've got information I'm not going to give you, and I'm going to use that information that I have and the information you give me to basically put one over on you and pay you less money than I really need to. We've all seen that a lot of states right now are coming up with laws, they're on the screen here, that you can't ask about salary history anymore. It's irrelevant. It's always been irrelevant. You can't go from one company to another and compare apples to apples. It's apples to oranges. So taking that salary that somebody had in another role and saying, oh, well, if they made that there, then I only have to pay them here because they'll be getting a raise. They'll be happy. We're getting a big discount on our end. In the end, that's going to come back to bite you. You need to pay everybody consistency. This goes down to pay transparency, those kind of things as well. And then the other thing too is from a salary disclosure standpoint, as you're interviewing people and you're finding out that they won't take the role because they think the salary is too low, and you have to raise that salary. That when you do that, you need to go back and evaluate all the other people in your company to make sure that you're paying them on par with this new salary that's been here. A lot of companies right now, a lot of people, there's a lot of articles and things like that around the only way that people can really advance their career is to switch companies. There's no internal momentum or mobility. Your company doesn't have the advancement opportunities that you need. So you have to leave that company in order to get more pay and to get the development that you need. And given the fact that, there's a shortage of talent, and if that's only going to continue to get worse, I believe, especially now, given the whole quiet quitting and the great resignation that we talked about, their terms, not mine. So you really need to look at how you can do that. And one of the things that I talk to people about too around advancement opportunities is you have to train your people for that next role, regardless of whether you have it in your company or whether it's available in your company. Now, yes, when you get to a point, so again, I work with expansion phase startups, so people may have to leave our companies to go to another bigger company to get the experience that they need. But by keeping in contact with them from an alumni standpoint, there may be an opportunity that as you grow, as your company grows, that person can come back in at a higher level and they already are familiar with their culture, and they're more of a fit, and it just makes the whole process easier going forward. But again, salary disclosure is a huge one. I think it's interesting that 2 states, basically, you can't put a ban on salary history. Not sure where that's coming from. That's a very employer-friendly view versus the more employee-friendly view that some of these other states are taking. So I think in New York, in the beginning of November, all job postings actually have to have the salary range on there, except for a few exceptions for like some of the hourly roles and things like that. But it's going to be really interesting and see how this plays out over the next few years. So just to recap real quick, as we get to the bottom of my time here, these are the conversations that I have on a regular basis with company leaders. We talk about employee enlightenment, why that's a good thing and not from a bad thing like they consider for the Great Resignation. Again, blissful boundaries versus quiet quitting. Really trying to get people to move away from the quid pro quo when it comes to discretionary effort. Focusing very intently on putting the right managers in the right roles. Getting the return to the office conversation, making having a conversation instead of just dictating what's going to happen within your company. And then again, when it comes to talent, how do we acquire that talent? What are our processes? How we can be more consistent? How can we evaluate people so that those anomalies, who are probably going to be your best employees, actually get a chance to be interviewed and considered for the role? Again, role descriptions and titles. How do we move that to a skills-based organization so that you can evaluate people and hire people with the actual skills that you need versus job descriptions that just focus on tasks and things like that. And then finally, the salary disclosure. That's going to be a huge one. And that's going to fit very well into the employee enlightenment as well, of making sure that people are going to be, they're going to be paid what they feel like they're worth, if they have the skills and the experience to go with it. And that's it for me. So if you want to have more conversations, this is my contact information. Feel free to email me, visit the website, or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd really love to connect with people on LinkedIn. I love to be connected with like-minded individuals. So please send me a connection request as well. And then I will put in a plug for Inspiring Workplaces as well. I am one of the co-CIOs, Chief Inspiration Officers of the New York City Inspire NYC chapter. please go to the Inspiring Workplaces website, click on cities, and then when you search for Inspire NYC, you'll be able to put your name on our list and find out about all of our upcoming events in 2023. Okay, great. Thank you all, I appreciate it. Again, I could talk all day about these, but we have to move on. So right now, if you give me just a second, I'm gonna pull up my little note here about our next speaker, which is Sunny Bonnell. I'm really excited about her. Again, I alluded to her in the talent acquisition section of my talk. We're going to talk about do big things, how to cast vision and create a culture of possibility. So Sunny is no stranger to starting fires. She's a co-author of the best-selling business book, Rare Breed, a guide to success for defiant, dangerous, and different. I love that. She's also co-founder and CEO of Motto, a brand strategy culture company that works with CEOs, founders, and leaders to create brands and ideas worth rallying around. She's a high-octane keynote speaker and a provocative columnist for Fast Company magazine. Her fierce vision and rare intellect have made her a highly sought-after advisor in business strategy for Virgin, Google, Microsoft, and Hershey's. She's been featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur, The Wall Street Journal, Inc., and GD USA's top 25 people to watch. So right now, I'd like to turn it over to Sunny Bonnell. Hey, Sunny.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate that.
Great.
Well, hello,
Each. Go.
All right. Is okay to go?
Yes.
All right. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Do Big Things, how to cast vision and create a culture of possibility. As Greg mentioned, I'm Sunny Bonnell, and I am on a mission to create a world where visionary leaders are the rule, not the exception. So thank you so much for being here with me today and letting me share some of my ethos and philosophy with everyone. I bet a lot of you are leading companies and teams and you feel pretty chaotic right now. Maybe in the chat, if you can drop me kind of a thumbs up. I know we're all feeling this crazy pressure. And I can promise you that we are all feeling the effects of these insane times and that we're living in. And there's really no playbook for how to deal with it, because change and innovation has become an obsession for us all. It is all we can think about. What's next? How do we innovate? How do we evolve? And everyone is so desperate to find some secret formula to really future-proof our businesses. And it is shocking to me that the very thing that should really be the lifeblood of every company is still such a mystery. On the one hand, we know that you can't keep doing things the way that we've always done them. We need to do big things. We want to do big things. But so many of our cultures and so many work cultures are really not designed to support big ideas. We get told that what our teams need at this time, we read Fast Company articles, we read Forbes articles, we are on LinkedIn, we're seeing the chatter out in the marketplace. And what we keep hearing is that we need strong leadership. And while I believe that that is true, I think there's something that we need that's even more important and more true. We need to be great leaders, but we also need to be great visionaries. Vision, it is the highest form of leadership. You cannot do big things without casting big vision. But what is vision? It is actually very misunderstood. It is the single most effective governance tool that you can possess as a leader. It is a picture of the future that you aspire to create for the people that you wish to impact. It is not some version of, we will be the best company ever. I know many of you listening right now have something or some version of that in your PowerPoint or keynote right now. I'm going to tell you how to break away from that. Vision is the most useful tool when it focuses on your company's impact on its customers or society, when it isn't about you, when it is about the future that you hope to create, the cause that your people and your stakeholders and the people that believe in you are actually fighting for. So a great vision should really read like an inspiring new reality and get everyone excited to build it. But here's what's crazy. The problem is that only 1% of leaders are visionary. That is 1 in every 10,000 leaders. Just think about that for a minute. 1 in 10,000 leaders. The problem for all of us here in this room is that there's a good chance that they're not here. So again, think about that for just a moment. 0.1% of all companies are led by a visionary. How many people on your team would describe you as a visionary? And how many people on your team would you describe as a visionary? Visionaries are not conventional thinkers. The very act of vision is an act of rebellion because it's a future that you cannot see. You are trying to strive for something that most people just cannot, in their mind, really understand. And it's a deliberate shattering of norms that invites, quite frankly, humiliation and sometimes potential failure, because being a visionary is really hard. So why do most people would want to do it? They don't, because the high degree of risk of failures is extraordinarily high. And neither school nor professional life and experience, it really teaches you how to think like a visionary, how to run a company like a visionary, or really how to accept the emotional toll that comes from being a visionary, because visionaries are a rare breed. They make creative leaps that to the outside world mostly seem crazy. But luckily visionary thinking, I believe, can be learned and it can be taught. Because if there has ever been a time when we need to give ourselves permission to dream big and to do big things and to think like a visionary or be a visionary, it is absolutely now. And I'm going to tell you how to do that. So what is my relationship with visionary thinking? So as Greg mentioned earlier, I have had a long history in the business world. 17 years ago, in a very small little coastal South Carolina town, my co-founder and I launched like a comet into the business world and started our brand consultancy, Motto. We were 20-something-year-olds. We had $250 in our bank account, and we had never run a company. We had barely worked for anybody else, and everyone told us that we were going to fail. And from the beginning, we were swimming across this kind of rip current of doubt. People said we were too young, we were too female, we were too inexperienced, we were too broke to succeed in a world where admin were making the rules. But we had something that many people don't, and that's vision. We looked around and we felt that we could do brand differently. We also got frustrated by the early days in 2005 when we would ask our clients, what is your purpose? What is your vision? And it was just more of a curious question, but it was just something that not many people had the answer to. And we envisioned a world where visionary leaders should be the rule, not the exception. And so we created a company to try to change that narrative. And it was audacious and it was ambitious, and we had no rule book and we had no one to look up to or to ask questions because we were very young. But guess what? We had a vision and we started to chip away and create that world. So now Motto, 17 years later, is a global strategic branding agency that powers the world's most innovative companies. And we really champion big ideas and we help them leap to what's next. So what we love nothing more than to do is to bolt on to powerful visionaries and help them and their C-suite and their executive teams launch like a rocket into whatever it is that they're doing. Big ideas are at the heart of what we do. And it is important that the work that we champion is about driving vision, driving culture, and driving brand through every aspect of the organization. We've worked with over 1,200 companies across 60 countries. And the thing that we have seen time and time again, still to this day, is that there is a surprising lack of visionary leadership at the top. Well, why is that? It's because vision is a word that is so central to success in business that it's become almost talismanic. It brings to mind images of Nikola Tesla or Jobs and Woz, like building that first Apple computer in a garage. Innovation is the engine that powers today's economy. It mints unicorns. It creates billionaires. It gives us brands that become verbs like Google and Zoom. Just about everybody wants to be an innovator. Or at least we know the first commandment of modern business, which is innovate or disappear. The reason why leaders struggle to communicate their vision is because we're so preoccupied with outcomes. We focus on productivity. We plug people into the culture like Legos. We think that that's the key to building a successful company. There's a lot of people that ache to be era-defining visionaries, but the bottom line is that the organizations that they're working for or that they're leading are stuck between conformity and innovation. Again, the problem is that while leaders know that big things and having innovation and culture is the answer, most companies do not know how to do it. So where does vision go wrong? Well, you can't do big things without big vision. In companies, most visions are cookie cutters. They're stuck in a deck. It sounds something like, we want to be the biggest, the best, the fastest, the most innovative, the most disruptive, the healthiest, the loudest, the tastiest. We want to be the most blank in the blank, or the next Uber of insert your company. The problem with that is that they all have something in common. There's nothing original. And you can't be an original if you don't think, act, and communicate like an original. So you have to stretch forward to try to reach beyond your grasp and give something to people that they want to believe in. Because what do great visionaries do? They stretch our current view of the world. And what is the impact of that? Well, the impact of visionary leadership is when you have it, your people own the vision. Everyone moves in the same directions. Others champion it without you needing to ask. More is done faster with fewer resources. Energy is optimized. You're a magnet for top talent. And when you don't, the vision is fuzzy. It lives in your head. Everyone moves in a different direction. You drag people along. You can't get it done, even with a village. Energy is wasted, and you attract average workers. So my question is, what are you fighting for? And is it crazy enough? Can you pin it down to one sentence? Is it clear? Is it memorable? Do people want to galvanize around it? Because vision unlocks big ideas. That's why this work is so important. Because vision is going to unlock a big idea that's going to future-proof your company. Because the world's greatest companies, we all know they're more than famous names and coveted products. They're ideas. They're ideas that started in the heads and hearts of a few fiercely ambitious people, and they end up touching millions of lives. But where does that begin? It starts with a visionary. It starts with a visionary who sees a world that doesn't exist and starts to create it, and they tell somebody, and that person becomes a believer. And then guess what? Now you have a whole team, and that team's trying to move that vision forward. It has to start from the inside out, from your head as a visionary to the people around you, from the DNA of the culture to the culture of the company. And it can even start from a personal fire, personal passion, where you can get people to believe in your big idea. At Motto, we call this something very particular. We call it a big idea worth rallying around. We've defined this idea worth rallying around as the signature idea that sits at the heart of your business and makes it famous. It is something that people will fight for, they will believe in, and they will support. And the minute you articulate it and hear it clearly, everyone else around you can too. Because when you forge the company around a big idea worth rallying around, it gives voice to your vision. It can power the business. It can attract extraordinary talent. It can make an astonishing impact on the world. And when big ideas stick, it energizes everyone around you. What is a big idea? worth rallying around. It is an idea that's big enough to matter. It feels both instinctively obvious and yet somehow new. It is an idea that gets your brain firing and your heart pounding. It is an idea that a single brand can own and 1 million people will buy. It is an idea that's compact enough to remember, but bigger than any of its parts. It is an idea so charged and exciting that others will champion it even without you needing to ask them to. And the result is more productivity, more innovation, and faster decision-making. Particularly when you have an idea that sits in the middle, what this does is internally, the vision and the big idea anchors values and drives the culture strategy for how you do things. So it impacts everything within the company. Externally, a big idea is going to drive the brand strategy for how you're positioned by creating competitive difference, by establishing key narratives, executing the brand across the most impactful parts of the business. And again, what does this end up doing? It drives productivity, better innovation, faster decision-making. Guess what it creates? It creates a culture of possibility. This is the concept of our next book, and it is a topic about creating a culture of possibility is the kind of culture that enables big, daring, game-changing, big ideas and allows you to create the conditions to allow those big ideas to take flight. It is in direct contrast to more common cultures where your ideas go and disappear. Because when you have a culture of possibility, you have a vision that stretches and dares. People believe in what you do. Values grant permission and empower people. Systems and processes, they set your people free. And when you don't, vision is a question mark. People don't have heart for what they do. Values lead to compliance and conformity, and systems and processes hold people back. It also curbs people's desire to fully commit. Stephen Harvey calls this the red wagon. There are people who will stay in the wagon while you try to pull the wagon up the hill. And then there are people in a culture of possibility that get out of the wagon and they try to help you push that wagon up the hill. That's what you want. That's the talent that you want. Those are the people that you want. So I ask you again, what are you fighting for? When you leave here and you leave this presentation, think about this question. Ask yourself, what am I fighting for? What are my people fighting for? If you can communicate that to your company, you can then create the conditions to create a culture of possibility. So I'm going to leave you with one thing. It's one thing that I've learned over the years is that leadership, culture, and brand are inextricably linked. By being here and listening to me today and all the other speakers, it means that you're a leader of the company and you have the ability to empower others. I've coined a new term for CEO, and it's culture enabling officer. Every single one of us has the ability to be a culture enabling officer. That means that we have the ability to set the tone, to enable the culture that we want, to encourage the culture that we would like to have. So ask yourself, are you doing big things? Are you creating a culture of possibility? And if you are not, now is the opportunity to have the single most important tool that you have, which is, am I creating the conditions to allow big ideas to thrive? Thank you so much. I'm Sunny. Connect with me on LinkedIn. You can connect with me at wearemotto.com. Feel free to reach out to me and connect with me, and let's have more conversations about this. Thank you all for listening to me today. I really appreciate it. Turn it back over.
Sunny, that was amazing. Thank you so much. I could listen to you all day. Of course, we talked before this and we're like, okay, we got to stop because we're going to keep going and going and going.
We're going to just keep rolling.
So,
yeah,
exactly. So I think the one thing I want people to do today, because especially with your presentation, is people, you have an obligation today to take what you're learning and spread that into the world. So if people weren't able to get on this call and hear Sunny talk, please make sure that once the recording is available, you point them to that. It's information that everybody needs to hear at this point, and actionable as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Sunny. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay, folks, we have our final speaker for Inspire New York City Hour. That's Denise Reed-Lamoureux. The title of her speech is calling Becoming an Inclusive Communicator. Denise Reed-Lamoureux has 30 years of experience in learning and development, marketing and communications, leadership, and diversity and inclusion. She's won over 40 international awards for her efforts and is a sought-after speaker across the globe. One of her career highlights was presenting at Copenhagen 2021, the world's largest human rights conference, on the topic of transgender rights in the workplace. Very important topic. Denise is currently the Director of Equity and Belonging at Zillow, which is funny because I'm sitting in a real estate office, one of my clients' real estate offices right now, so I'm very familiar with Zillow. And she consults regularly with AARP, Parity.org, Valuable 500, Inside Out, Textio, and Hispanic Promise. She's the former president of SUNY Gionesco's Alumni Association and is active in her community, supporting Western New York Cystic Fibrosis Organization and NY's Warrior Alliance. So for now, I'd like to bring on Denise. Denise, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here. And Sunny is a hard act to follow. I will say that for sure.
I think you'll be fine. But you're right. She's great.
I've actually been jotting down a couple of the phrases that she shared during her presentation so that I can really weave some of that into the work I'm doing here today. So hopefully you can share my screen, see my screen at this point.
There we go.
Great. So let me go ahead and get started. Becoming an inclusive communicator is one of those big things that Sunny was talking about in her talk. Because if we aren't inclusive as communicators, then we aren't communicators at all. So there's lots of different threads that weave together to become that person who's an inclusive communicator. And it's overcoming your own biases. It is focusing on the future, and it's bringing your team along. So this quote by Danny Galori is really something that is important for us to keep in mind. Cultivating inclusion is ever evolving. We're never going to be finished with this task. And so as a result, we have to continually evolve. We have to be open, and we have to, as Sunny Kane kind of alluded to, create that culture of possibility through our communications and the way we speak with and to others. So a community that excludes even one person is not a community at all. That is one of the strongest comments that I want you to take away from this time you have with me today, because we really only notice inclusion when someone has been excluded. As evidenced in that photo, this woman is feeling excluded from her colleagues. It's very upsetting, and it looks as if they are going on their business without even worrying about her situation. So every time we craft a message, whether it's something we're going to present, whether it's something we're going to train on, whether it's a conversation we're going to have in a team meeting, we have to ask ourselves if we're excluding people. And if we are, we have to do something about that. So what is inclusive language by definition? Of course, words are, the way we do everything we do. So we have to understand being an inclusive communicator means we don't stereotype. We don't demean people. We don't create those moments of exclusion. Instead, we're going back to Sunny's culture of positivity and that ability to have this inclusivity factor be part of our brands. But we have to be honest with ourselves. If we were to rate ourselves on a scale of 1 to 4 on our ability to be an inclusive communicator, most people would say, oh, I'm a solid 4. But as they listen to this information I'm going to share today, they may realize that they're really like a 1.5. And that is not meant to be in any way detrimental towards the individual or to put them down or demean them, but it is a reality. And we have to be more cognizant of how the things we say really impact the people we work with. So one of the most important things I want to have you remember today is also words are torpedoes. They either hit their mark or they blow things up. And we also have to be careful with the way we choose our words. Humor is not always funny. Across cultures, across generations, in different scenarios, we find ourselves in a situation where somebody says something that is off color and it can be extremely offensive. And it does disinclude some of the people that they were trying to communicate with. So words are torpedoes. We can't have that culture of possibility if we're constantly blowing things up. We can't really represent our company's brand if we're not thinking before we speak. And to communicate inclusively, we have to really think before we do speak, as I just said, and understand what it is that the message will be to that person who is receiving it. We have to actively, really thoughtfully take stock of how we're doing here and widen our own perspectives, read articles, listen to podcasts, come to events like the Inspiring Workplaces event we're at right now, and make sure that as we learn, we're sharing what we learned and providing the resources that we got our hands on with others so they too can become more inclusive in the way they communicate. To focus on leading inclusively, there are tons of different things that we can do and do better. Daniel Goleman provided us with this infographic over to the left-hand side of the screen that talks about inner, other, and outer focus. So know yourself, monitor the way you act and react, be more empathetic by knowing others, and then know what it takes to focus outwardly so that you can think more strategically. And there's lots of things we can do to improve in this space. Mindfulness, time management tactics, asking people for our feedback, and really looking at best practices and case studies and so forth, and taking courses that are pertinent to strategic thinking. But it all comes down in a lot of cases to perception. Those two people are looking at the same number and yet see it very differently because of their perceptions. So we have to choose our focus. And this model comes from David Rock, the owner of Neuro Leadership Institute. First, we have to visualize what it is we're trying to accomplish. Then we have to plan it. We have to figure out what the details are that we need to share with others. We have to resolve the issue, the problem, the task at hand. And we have to do it in a manner such that we don't create additional drama or confuse people or frustrate them or make them feel that they have been excluded from the decision-making process. Again, back to that culture of possibility. All of these things can help there. But we also have to realize that unconscious bias does impact the way we live and work. And these are three of the more common workplace biases that exist. This does not mean that they are the end all and be all, and these are the only ones that you should be thinking of. But in the workplace, affinity bias creeps in quite a bit. We really like people who are like us, and that can be both a blessing and a curse. And the way that it's a blessing is that, you form a quick alliance with someone. And the way that it's a curse is that you're leaving others who are different from you out of the equation. And then comes the halo effect, which is tied into the affinity bias. So you like this person because they're from the same hometown that you are. And you think, well, I like them. They can do no wrong. They're good people. And yet, you've placed this halo around their heads that becomes tarnished the more you get to know that individual and the way they act and behave in the workplace. And then the last one, again, that perception bias that I just alluded to on the previous slide, making judgments about people from other groups based on your perception. All of these things hold us back from being inclusive communicators. And the more we are mindful of these pitfalls, the more we can avoid them and not even have the bias creep into our decision-making process. It's all about widening our circle of trust, spinning that wheel of diversity. And when it lands on a topic that we are not as familiar with, really seeking out opportunities to learn more about the lived experiences of those people from those groups. And, widening that trusted circle that you go to at work when you have a question or want to run a presentation by before you give it in the big house and so forth. And it's really getting beyond just what we can see on the surface of an individual when we first meet them, and understanding more about how their heritage impacts their lived experiences and how you can better work with them now that you have a greater understanding of what their needs are and what their expectations are and what really makes them feel successful, valued, and appreciated. You know, the belonging factor continues to be extremely important to us as we move through post-pandemic worlds and really figure out how to work in a hybrid environment, because in many cases, that hybrid solution will remain in place. So how can we be better about meetings and work structure? Well, send out your meeting materials ahead of time. This is really impactful for people from all demographic groups. But think about it, for a person for whom English is not their first language, they're able to look at the materials and figure out, by translating them into their native language, where they need to speak up and speak out during the meeting. This is also helpful for perhaps someone who is low vision. They get a chance to read through the materials beforehand. And for someone who is hard of hearing, they can share this with the person who is going to be the interpreter for them at the meeting so that the communication flow is more natural. Rotate meeting times if you're in a global team. Don't assume you know more than others by over-explaining concepts they probably already know. Sometimes that's referred to as mansplaining or heap-heating. And let's just all recognize the fact that it is really gender agnostic that these types of situations occur. Reach out to those who are in a work from home setting and do work from home constantly, because we need to understand if they have the right technologies to be able to be full participants and have a meaningful experience. This is especially important if some of your colleagues have a form of disability that needs to be addressed. And of course, in a meeting that's hybrid with people in the room and people on the phones, sometimes there's talking over one another, and someone may make a suggestion that nobody else has heard, but then somebody else picks up that thread later on and mentions that same idea again. And people are like, oh, great idea. But what happens is the originator of that idea kind of gets left behind. So say, be that person to stand up for your colleague and say, so-and-so is the one who really made that comment first. And really promote active debate. Keep people involved. Pair people up, one who's in the physical room with one who's in the virtual room, and have them work together through instant messaging to come up to it with an answer to a question during a meeting. So you're creating that place, that space, and that culture of possibility. Each of us is responsible for creating belonging moments for our colleagues. It's not up to somebody else to make the new person or the transfer from another department, or even someone who's come back from a leave of sorts, feel like they still belong with the group. It is your responsibility. And there are many ways that you can contribute to helping that person feel like they're valued and appreciated and that they can be themselves in the workplace. And you see several examples here: making introductions, asking questions about how that person is doing, or saying, you know what, I really like your shirt, or things along those lines. Ask for their opinions in meetings. That might be something you coach them through ahead of time by saying, hey, in the meeting today, I really would like you to speak up on the topic of XYZ, since you have an expertise there. Putting persons on the spot who already feel kind of uncomfortable may not be the right way to do it. So let them know you're going to call on them, and acknowledge their knowledge during the meeting and thank them for their participation. Paying attention, being fully present. I just took a LinkedIn learning course last week called Becoming Indistractable. It was excellent. And that is something I need to focus on myself. We're pulled in so many directions, and we pay continuous partial attention. So be present in the moment. Really engage in the conversation. Share your stories. Let them know that you've had a similar experience in the past. Don't dominate the conversation, but let them know that you can empathize with them because you too have been in that situation. And if you're a leader, delegate. You can delegate to elevate someone's skill sets, of course, but it will also elevate their confidence and they're feeling like they are in a place, on a team, with an organization that appreciates them for who they are. And this quote from Pat Wadors that came from her Calling Dibs on Belonging LinkedIn course is really important. What I really wanted was those moments when I felt like I belong to a team, I matter, and I'm able to be my authentic self. I don't want to be seen as a number, a gender, or an ethnic box. And this is at the heart of becoming that inclusive communicator, ensuring that nobody feels like they are being singled out because they are, different from the rest of the people on the team. Becoming an informed leader is also an important part of being an inclusive communicator. We find ourselves in situations all the time where information is coming at us from multiple directions. But some of the things we need to be able to do is increase our employees and teams' awareness of disability rights, of LGBT plus rights, of ageism, of sexism, of racism, etc., and gendering others and so forth. So it's really important for us to be that communicator, share some of this with them. And what's emerged as really important for us all to be paying attention to are hidden disabilities. 1 in 7 of us lives with a disability, and 80% are invisible. And that's 1 billion people who have a non-visible disability. Some of them disclose, some of them do not. Some of them are comfortable enough to disclose, and others are not. But people often judge others by what they see and conclude what a person can and cannot do. And this is something we all need to move away from. It's another workplace bias. So we have to really pay attention to these opportunities to raise awareness. And October is all about raising the awareness of hidden disabilities as well as visible ones. So think about, as an inclusive communicator, how you can weave some of this into those meetings that you're having with your teams to make everyone understand that your focus is on really bringing them the information so that they can be better people as well. It's all part of that bringing it along that I mentioned in our opening. And so we have to challenge the status quo. The pandemic really changed the way we worked, and it will continue to have ripple effects down the line. You've got the Great Resignation, the global wave of retirement. You've got the resume tsunami from people who walked away from their current roles and are now sending resumes by the thousands to companies that are more attuned to their values and their ideas of working for something that matters. You also now have quiet quitting, which is another topic that has emerged as something to pay attention to. And then there are so many other topics swirling around out there that leaders and employees have to be faced with every single day. Morale in many companies is at an all-time low. That sense of us versus them in the hybrid model can be really intimidating. If you're a home worker and there is still an office presence, you feel that the people who are in the brick and mortar will have more opportunities than you do. And although that's not 100% the case, it's something very real for our leaders to be focusing on. And then bring in generational expectations, cultural expectations, and really think about how that impacts the way a team should work and function and gather together, and understanding those nuances too. And then using correct pronouns, not dead naming people, making sure that there are documented policies in place that you can refer people to in times of need for whatever reason the need initiated from. Teams are dispersed. Everybody comes from a very different background from the next person, and everyone is trying to figure out how this new model will work. If you are in a situation where you are completely virtual, that adds another layer of nuances into it, Does everyone have the right technologies, as I alluded to earlier? Can we bring people together who are in 7 different time zones in an equitable manner so that it isn't one person who's always up at 2 o'clock in the morning? Hybrid teams also have an issue with creating that culture of possibility, that place of belonging. And that's because they oftentimes have never physically met one another. And that brings its own unique set of challenges. And it makes a person wonder, how familiar should I become with this person? How casual can I make the relationship? Is humor going to be appropriate when talking with this individual? And so when you're walking on eggshells a little bit, you don't necessarily feel like you belong. You don't really feel like an inclusive communicator. So it's asking that person what their communication style is. It's, as a leader, reading up on generational workplace expectations. How do they want to be managed? What is a reward to someone from a particular generation? And likewise with cultures. What rewards and recognition will really resonate with people from a particular part of the world? And understanding that is critical, because if you don't get this right, that person is going to feel excluded, or, that there was a bias in place when making the decision on what to reward them with. And all of this swirl is creating those moments for us all to give pause and then go back to that meter and say, I thought I was a 4, and I realized I'm really a 1.5. But fear not. Now you've got some ideas that you can take forward with you to be able to move in that right direction. Your lack of awareness and your biases cloud your decision making. And you can't be as strategic as you want to be if there's a cloud hanging over you. And leaders, we have to step forward as that guiding force, that person who's creating that equitable atmosphere. And back to Sunny's culture of possibility. We want people moving from the what if to the let's go. And that takes an inclusive communicator to make that happen. So being that leader that lights the way is your challenge, and what I leave you with here today. Lead by example, of course. You can't talk the talk and then not walk the walk. Make sure there's equity and opportunities, and that's from every perspective: promotion, recognition, ability to engage and feel that they belong. Call out biases. If you see someone behaving in a biased manner, be sure to have a conversation with that individual afterwards to talk it out. Celebrate when people are really connecting with each other. Compliment those who are coming together to do work collaboratively, and acknowledge the knowledge of your people at all steps throughout, a project life cycle. Make sure you're asking for feedback. Make sure that people are feeling safe enough to give you that feedback. Create that culture of possibility, and make sure that it's a culture of open communication. And then again, share what you've learned with others to spread the word, and turn on the lights for all of those who want to become the inclusive communicator and just aren't certain of that way forward and how to make this work to everyone's mutual advantage. And
Denise,
so,
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sorry, we're a little bit over time. I want to make sure we get the next group on.
Yeah,
definitely. I wish we had more time to talk with you. I appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you. It was fun. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, folks, that brings us to the end of the Inspire New York City Hour. Thank you so much for attending and joining us. I appreciate Sunny and Denise for their presentations as well. And now I'm going to turn it over to Kibar Musoba and from Inspire Boston. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Greg. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this hour of the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. My name is Kibar. I am the Senior Program Manager of People Experience at Southern New Hampshire University here in the greater Boston area, and I will be your host for the next hour, filling in for our wonderful Jennifer LaFountain, the Director of People Experience. She is sad to have missed you today, but hopes that everybody is enjoying this Inspirathon. So for those that are just joining us, this 24-hour global workplace Inspirathon Inspirathon is hosted live, but is also being recorded and made available on demand. So don't forget to ask questions, share your thoughts in the comments section throughout the talks. Also, make sure to join the conversation on our Slack channel as well. Meet fellow inspirers and participate in the Inspirathon. Share where you are, what you do, continue the conversation, and most importantly, be part of this growing community. Our channel is also where you'll see a lot of our networking during the breaks. The link to our Slack channel is right here in the comments to your right. So for this next hour, we are coming to you live from Hooksett, New Hampshire. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers, which we are really excited to bring to you. But first, I am happy to welcome my colleagues to join me about talking about the remote first experience, the remote first people experience. So please help me welcome the amazing Michelle Kaplan and Brenda Matthews.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We are really looking forward to sharing with you how we promote remote first employee experience and engagement opportunities. As Kibar said, the presenters today are myself, Michelle Kaplan, Employee Engagement Specialist, Brenda Matthews, an academic advisor, Kibar, our Senior Program Manager of People Experience, and unfortunately, Jen, our Director, could not be here today. And here's our slides. So if we go to the next slide, a little bit about Southern New Hampshire University. We are a university that offers both campus and online student experiences. We have about 3,500 campus students in Manchester or Hooksett, we're right on the line, and over 190,000 online learners with over 300 degree programs. We deliver employee experiences and engagement to more than 4,700 employees located across the country that serve those learners. And our North Star, what drives us, is that we transform lives at scale.
We're a small but mighty team working to deliver remote-first engagement opportunities to our employees. These are the folks that make that magic happen that Michelle just introduced you to. We're led also by Shanita Williams, who is our AVP of People Experience. We want to share with you that everything that we do is focused on creating people-first solutions, and all of our programming truly is designed by employees for employees. Today, we're happy to share with you a pop-up feel-good huddle. This is one of our most popular events, and it is well attended among our employees. When we deliver a feel-good huddle to employees, they're on camera, they're off camera, children, pets invited. Really, there are no rules other than having a good time. So we're going to send it back to our senior program manager of People Experience, who also happens to be an award-winning professional DJ here in New Hampshire, and he lends his skills to host these fun events. So please sit back, enjoy this musical presentation by DJ Kibar as he spins the latest chart toppers, and then check out this slide presentation for some additional details about how we've run various programs and how we've presented those to our employees. And then feel free to just share your thoughts in the chat. This is where we like to have a lot of fun. So hop into the chat and engage with us. Without further ado, hit it, DJ Kibar.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I said listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I like that old time rock and roll. Don't try to take me to a disco. You'll never even get me out on the floor. In 10 minutes Let's celebrate. Shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on. Somebody call 911. Do that conga, no, you can't control yourself. Do that conga, no, you can't control yourself any longer. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Somebody call 911. The music getting stronger. Don't you fight it, do you try to do that conga beat? Conquered, or should I say I saw I conquered, I came. This little chico on fire, he ain't no lie. Well, y'all skipping, he's running the game. Now big bang boogie, get that kitty little noogie in a nice little shade. I gave Susie a little pat up on the booty and she turned around and said, walk this way. Walk. If you don't wanna see me. Did a full 180, crazy. Thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Baby, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you won't believe that anything is sorry, don't show.
I got a cute face, chubby waist, 6 legs in shape, rump shaking both ways, make you do a double take.
This is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. It's tight. Here we go. It's tricky to rock around. To rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. It's tricky. 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 It's tricky to rock around. To rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. 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 I met this little. Her hair was kind of curly. Went to her house and busted out. I had to leave real early. Really sleazy. All they just say is please me, or spend some time and rock around. I just it's not that easy. No. Let's go to rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. Let's go. It's tricky. 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 It's tricky to rock around. On time. It's rock. This party needs everybody. Make it hot in this party. Don't stop. Move your body. Rock. This party needs everybody. Make it hot in this party. Don't know what's on your mind. We come for you have a good time. We want you wind your waistline. We want you shake your behind. I'm in a dancing mood, girl, and I'm feeling good. This is my favorite tune. Put on your dancing shoes. Gonna make you feel so good tonight, girl. Gonna make you feel alright. Came to look at this party, 'cause I can make you feel alright. Sweet boy, rock your body. It's shining the night. Oh, you want this party? Oh, you want it now? Sweet boy, rock your body. 'Cause I'm the man tonight. Let's go. I ain't never seen nothing that'll make me go this crazy. I'm like spinning my door. Had $1 million vibe in the body to go. Them birthday cakes, they stole the show. So sexual, she was flexible, professional, drinking Xanol. Hold up, wait a minute, do I see what I think I will? Yeah, the thing I see, sure they get low. Ain't the same when it's up that close. Make it rain, I'm making this move. Work say that I prefer them no clothes. I'm into that, I love women exposed. She threw it back at me, I gave her more. Cash ain't a problem, I know where to go. She has some face down, booty up. Timber. That's the way we like the world. I'm sicker than an oil spill. She say she won't, but I bet she will. Timber. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and the round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night. You won't remember, I'll be the one you won't forget. Tell me about the tongue and I'll know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with them moves like Jagger. I've got them moves like Jagger. I've got them moves like Jagger. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I wanna, yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna see you tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I gotta, yeah, yeah. Wanna see you tonight. Let me see your hand. Beba agua para secar, como me imagino en la discoteca. Beba agua para secar, todo el mundo es partido en la discoteca. No me importa lo que de mí se diga, vive usted su vida, que yo vivo la mía. Que solo es una, disfruta el momento, que el tiempo se acaba y para atrás no viera. Bebiendo, fumando, sigo vacilando de party todos los días. Mi cielo. Wouldn't you dare look back? Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of the night. The chemical, physical, kryptonite. Help us to the face and the fading light. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Your love falls down on me. Like the water falls. My discotheque. There's no stopping us right now. I feel so close to you right now.
And there it is, folks. That is an example of a feel-good huddle. We hope everybody enjoyed it. Special thank you to Michelle and Brenda for joining us today. And that concludes our little segment. Next, folks, we are excited to welcome Dr. Paul Zak, a professor at Claremont Graduate University. Dr. Zak is ranked in the top 0.3% of most cited scientists with over 180 published papers and more than 19,000 citations to his research. The best-selling author, entrepreneur, TED speaker, member of the Screen Actors Guild, and frequent guest on your favorite media programming such as Good Morning America and ABC Evening News. This talk shares new insights from the science explaining why some teams outperform others. It offers data showing the importance of inspiring workplaces and how inspiration can be measured. It is my honor to welcome to the stage Dr. Paul Zak.
Hey, thank you so much. Great to be here with you. And we're going to talk about inspiring workplaces today. How about that? It's going to be awesome. And we'll have some time for questions in the chat. So it'll be fun. Let me see if I can do a screen share here. There we go. Thank you. Whoever helped me with that. Yeah, so this is from my new book. Came out about 3 weeks ago called Immersion, the Science of the Extraordinary and the Source of Happiness. And I really want to make this connection from inspiring workplaces, great employee experiences, to great customer experiences, to overall organizational performance. So let's talk about how we do that. You can find out much more about me and about the work I'm doing at those links below. So here's the problem. We're out of people. Let's be honest. Look at this amazing graph. This is US data, very recent. 1.7 million people after the COVID lockdowns just quit the workforce. They just quit. They're gone. Right? And this is representative of Western Europe, a lot now in Eastern Europe, and even in Latin America. Mexico has a 3.9% unemployment rate. Mexico, right? There's not an excess of humans. There's a shortage of humans. So it's incumbent on us to create inspiring workplaces where people can voluntarily put their passion, put their energy, put their cognition into creating extraordinary experiences for customers, creating amazing value and getting the satisfaction from doing that. It's more important now than ever. And that's what I've been working on for the last 25 years of my life, is the underlying neuroscience of human connection, teamwork, and cooperation. So humans are what's called a gregariously social species. We will socialize with almost anybody, right? Anyone who doesn't have a giant knife and going to murder us, we want to talk to them. We want to interact with them. It's fun to live in big cities, and it's very natural for humans to be put in a building and work together. So on a first baseline, what they taught you in Economics 101, that work sucks. Work provides just utility. That's not true, actually. We like working. We like working in groups. What I want to talk about is how we make that work more interesting, more valuable to the individual employee and to the organization. And the science we've done is quite interesting. So here's kind of the algorithm that my work has identified. So the first thing is we've got to establish psychological safety. If I come into work and I am stressed out, if I cannot devote the neural bandwidth to being a good team member, to being productive, then I'm just not going to be effective at work and I'm not going to enjoy it. So once I have established psychological safety, then when I become immersed in work, and I'm going to define neurologic immersion in a moment, when I'm immersed, I have a sense of value. Immersion is like the value that my brain gets from doing experiences that involve other people. And so when I have that high value, I put in more discretionary effort. And again, unlike Economics 101 taught you, the neuroscience predicts, and the data support, that these experiences, immersive experiences of work, will be enjoyable, right? We dig it. We're turned on by doing this task. It's important I know where I'm going. That's what I call purpose. I got to know what my goal is. If I don't have goals, I'm just wandering around. That tends to inhibit immersion. And then finally, when I have the sense of joy, I put in more effort and the organization performs better. So we have this positive feedback loop between doing stuff that I'm passionate about, putting a lot of effort into it, and having the sense of satisfaction from that, at the same time, that organization performs better. So if we can pull this off, this is a great approach. So let's talk about the barriers to pull this off and underlying science. First is establishing psychological safety. So this is typically done with surveys. Amy Edmondson at Harvard Business School developed one. The problem with surveys is, if I'm in a very diverse workplace, if I'm new, am I really, even if it's anonymous, am I really going to say, oh, I don't feel safe here? Or can I even report that unconscious emotional response? And the answer is not very well. And so we developed a physiologic measure using a wearable like a smartwatch and a phone and a cloud algorithm, so we can actually measure minute by minute people's psychological safety, so that from a leadership perspective, we can ensure that people feel comfortable, feel safe. We can identify the location and managers to do a better job and copy what they're doing. So it's very important to establish psychological safety first. And I don't have time to talk about all the ways to do this, but the book has an extensive discussion of that. So the second is what I call neural job crafting, helping people identify those tasks at work that really turn them on, that give them great value, what I call immersion in the brain. So that value comes from two core components in the brain. One is attention. I got to be here. If I'm distracted doing something else, it's not going to be a great experience for me. And the second is I have to really care about this. I call that emotional resonance. So the attention and the emotional resonance are associated with the binding of dopamine and oxytocin. And when those co-release, it's a very weird neurologic state. And that's why I've given it a special name. And so in years and years of research, we identified that when we have these immersive states, it's almost like flow. I am just in the experience. I am enjoying it so much. I'm putting all this effort in. I'm not necessarily happy at the point of time, but when that experience is over, I feel really satisfied. Like, oh, I did something really valuable and important. And that's what we're trying to do at work. It also creates a desire to repeat the experience. So now I did going into work. It's awesome. I got a great team of people. I'm doing something important. That's my purpose, and aligns with my skill set. Gives me a chance to do things that I really care about and even grow in how I do them. So that's the sort of a formula for that. And again, we developed a technology where we can measure immersion second by second, physiologically, not bothering people with a survey, not asking them to rate something that's really difficult to rate, how much you care about something, right? Compared to what? Compared to my kids, compared to my dog, it's not really clear what caring means. And so this really moves us beyond this broad term engagement and into passion, into this emotional connection to the tasks I do at work. And indeed, we find that when people are immersed at work, they are more productive, more satisfied, and importantly, because we're running out of humans, they are more emotionally healthy. And I think that's really important. We've got to think about not only creating a great workplace where people are comfortable and they can perform well, but they leave work as emotionally healthy as when they came into work. If we are beating people up, and I'll show you some data in a second, then we're really inhibiting not only their ability to be great employees, but their ability to be great human beings. And that's not good for anybody. So what inhibits immersion? Interestingly, stress has a non-linear relationship to immersion at work. There's an inverted U. So moderate stress, good. I've got goals. I've got purpose. I know where I'm going. I'm going to draw on all those social resources from my colleagues. I'm going to put in a lot of cognitive effort. So a little bit of stress is good. So we call this challenge stress, right? I want to be challenged. I want to have those stretch goals, right? Those are super important. If I don't have them, then it's like, I'm going to pick on someone's name in the chat. It's like Stefan's brother-in-law who sits on the couch and just plays video games all day. Like, this guy's not at all engaged, right? So that's not good for anybody. So I want to have goals. I want to have things that are going to push me to work a little harder. On the other hand, if I have too much stress, I'm beyond that inverted U curve. Now I have chronic stress, and that's not good for performance. And it also means inhibits my sleep. It increases my risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes. No one wants to be in a chronic stress mode. Again, sometimes we're beyond that curve for a short period of time because we just have to, we're behind deadline or some crisis happened. It's okay for short periods of time. But from a management perspective, I want to give people these stretch goals. I want to guide them, coach them towards being successful, but then also give them a chance to recover. So the brain is, in this sense, just like a muscle, right? When you work out, you need recovery time. Your brain also needs recovery time. The other interestingly inhibitor of immersion at work are high levels of testosterone. These happen when you pit employees against each other. So I want in-group cooperation and out-group competition. So I want that moderate stressor from kind of gain market share from that other company, from doing better than somebody else. That's a great motivator. I don't want to pit people against each other like in the old Jack Welch GE days of rank and yank, right? Google tried that early on. It's a really bad idea, right? What I'd rather do is remediate people who are not meeting their goals and try to coach them up into being successful at work. And then lastly, 2% of the population are psychopaths. So we've, in my lab, studied criminal psychopaths. They have very unusual physiology. They don't get immersed in group experiences. They're self-focused. They're impulsive. They are not good team members. You're going to get rid of most of them through interviews because they don't hold jobs down very effectively. They go through jobs very quickly because they're brilliant, but nobody realizes it. So those people you're not going to be able to remediate. Get rid of them. Having said that, we should avoid what's called the fundamental attribution error. We have this knee-jerk approach, which is if I see, I'll go with Stefan again. I see Stefan behaving badly. He's always been wonderful to me. And then at work, he's just cranky. And in my brain, I go, oh, yeah, Stefan's a bad person, right? So that's attributing his behavior to a defect in his personality. And what we find neurologically is that almost all the people behaving badly at work are good people having bad days. So high levels of stress, maybe too much competition, too much hierarchy, people dictating to what they have to do, as opposed to coaching them to be successful. And that inhibits their ability to really connect to their colleagues and do productive work. So kind of key takeaway is don't expect humans to be consistent, right? Our brains live in a soup of about 200 neurochemicals. These are changing all the time at millisecond frequency, and we're not aware of it. And if you see someone who's generally been a good person, good colleague, and they behave in a weird way, be tolerant. It's okay. We do it too. We just don't realize it because it's happening to ourselves. So from a management perspective, have some flexibility in how you manage people, because we're all going to have bad days, including yourself. Now, if the bad days continue, we need to have a conversation. That's a different story. Okay, so the measurement platform we created was from using, very expensive lab equipment and fine calibration to pulling data from smartwatches and fitness sensors. And we have written code that lets us infer the activity of the cranial nerves, the brain's output file, in real time using parallel processing in the cloud. And so we can use that, and the book is based on 50,000 brain observations that no neuroscientists have ever captured that much data, because people at scale collect data. So a couple little takeaways. One is this is a meeting from a team meeting early after the COVID lockdown started stopping. And about half the people here, and this looks like 15-person team meeting, were in person and half were remote. And the platform has, as I said, over 50,000 brains now, so we have really good norms. So if I look at the top row and I look at psychological safety, that is the neural bandwidth I have to engage with others. This looks pretty darn good. So gray means you're right in the middle, no problem. Green, super safe. A little bit of red here where people are like, I'm getting a little stressed out. But compare that to the in-person, green almost all the way, just a little gray and red in the end, to the remote. So I don't want to say that this is representative data. I think this has changed radically now that we're out of lockdown pandemic period. But in this meeting, these remote people are stressed out, right? They're working at home, they're by themselves. I don't know, babies crying, dogs are barking. So this is for this company, for this data, a call for return to work. As social creatures, we need to socialize, we need to collaborate together physically. And we see this very clearly in these data. From the same meeting, now we look at immersion in the meeting. There's a high positive correlation between immersion in the meeting and information recall from that meeting weeks later. So if I immersed you in the meeting, I'm creating a higher ROI from that meeting. So other than this little blip in the beginning where people are not immersed, looks great all the way. These green dots are the statistically significant peaks in immersion. So those are the items I will remember the most. And again, I see this big difference between the people who are in the middle row, who are in person in this meeting, a little red in the beginning and then greens and grays, everything's good, versus those who are remote. And that's a little bit of gray, but basically red all the way. These people are checked out. They're not getting as much value from that meeting, primarily, I think, because they're isolated. Again, I don't want to claim this is representative data, but I want to show you that it's fascinating to be able to measure immersion and psychological safety in real time at scale, any place people are working. So here's the ROI. When we look at individuals who are in the highest quartile of immersion at work versus those in the lowest, we find those in the highest quartile face less chronic stress. They have double the energy at work of people in the lowest quartile. They are more productive. They enjoy their jobs more, just like the neuroscience predicted. They are more likely to stay with their employer in the next 12 months. They have greater alignment with the organization's purpose. Of course, they enjoy their jobs more. In studies we've done in for-profit businesses, we find greater innovation when immersion is high. I'm tight. Immersion, I'm connected. I have a great sense of trust with my team members, and I innovate at a higher rate because innovation means I could fail. If I'm going to get screamed at because of trying something different, people aren't going to innovate. And then, as I said earlier, people working in immersive businesses are better citizens, they're better parents, they're better spouses. They take fewer sick days, they're not being beat up at work all day because they do what they love, and they're more satisfied with their lives outside of work. It's really important to focus on emotional wellness. And speaking of that, we just published research. This is open access. You can find this online just a couple of weeks ago, showing indeed that in vulnerable populations, the metrics on the immersion platform predict mood troughs and energy troughs in vulnerable populations 2 days in advance with 98 to 99% accuracy. So we can tell before an employee faces burnout, takes a sick day, needs a mental health day, we can identify that in advance. So we're seeing more and more companies using our platform to measure people who face chronic stress, first responders, people in very high stress, continuous stress jobs, so that we can create interventions and have a piece of technology that motivates you to use an intervention before you have a crisis. And again, we've got to keep these people at work inspired, passionate, putting in that great effort, getting a satisfaction from doing something important to themselves and important to the organization, but keeping them at the same time emotionally healthy. If not, we're just going to lose them. So here's the takeaway. The causal link here is establish psychological safety that facilitates trust. Once I trust my colleagues, it's much easier for me to be immersed in my job, to really get the value out of that job and do it well with high discretionary effort. I get that job satisfaction that keeps me working. These are measurable at scale and can facilitate organizational transformation. Socialize. It's really important. You've got to be in the office at least some days of the week. And if you are a leader of an organization, you should use every tool possible and cheat. And by cheat, I mean have beer and pizza on Friday at 5. Have monthly birthday celebrations. Have a reason to get together. Celebrate victories regularly. Celebrate the people who work for you regularly, and give people an opportunity to get together. If that is, company pays for lunch, 3 days a week or 5 days a week, go for it. I think it's a great way to get people to sit down, spend some time together, get to know each other so that they have an integration of their work lives and their personal lives. And then lastly, we find that people who are highly immersed at work actually shed the stress of work more rapidly when they leave the office. So they are able to let it go, take a break, spend time with friends and family outside of work, and get the value, the neurologic value, the health value of that, so they're not just totally stressed out. So much more in the book. You can find it on Amazon or wherever you like. Feel free to send me a direct message on Twitter or shoot me an email at getimmersion.com.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zach. That Absolutely incredible. Starts with psychological safety. I can't wait to read that book. Thanks again so much for joining us. Coming up next, folks, is Tracy Sponenberg. She's the Chief People Officer at the Granite Group, located just 20 minutes north of me in Concord, New Hampshire. Tracy is responsible for leading all people functions throughout the company, with 53 locations and growing, and over 700 team members throughout 6 states. Describing herself as a business leader specializing in people, she is an advocate of embracing the importance of learning about the business technology, the critical nature of relationships, the importance of a growth mindset, speaking up, and learning to always put people before profits. Let's bring her on. Tracy is a global speaker, founding member of numerous organizations, a special guest on many podcasts, and her expertise has been featured on the BBC, NPR, ABC, USA Today, U.S. News and World Report, Wall Street Journal, and many more. Tracy, I am very excited to hear you speak about the topic that I wrestle with regularly, which is burnout. What does it look like, feel like, and more importantly, how not to just survive, but to thrive? Let's welcome Tracy on.
Hey, thank you, Kibar. Can you hear me? Give me a
We got you.
thumbs
Come on
up.
over.
All right, great. Thank you so much. We could have done this in person.
I know.
Didn't realize that you were like 20 minutes
Just
away.
just south and Hooks it. Yep, absolutely.
Oh, pretty awesome. I'm there quite a bit. I live and work in Concord. So I'm
Love it.
really excited to talk to you today. As Kibar mentioned, I'm a Chief People Officer. So my full-time job is working with our people and helping to create an incredible individual people experience. And I'll talk a little bit about the Granite Group because I think that really informs my talk. There's no slides. I'm not scripted. It's just going to be, you'll hear me say a lot. It's just going to be a chat. If there's a couple minutes at the end, I'll take a little bit of Q&A, but I want to talk a little bit about my experience because I've gone through burnout. And I think, when I was putting together a talk, I really could have talked on anything. And a lot of the speaking I do is to HR audience, the HR audience. And I think this is very relevant, but I wanted to go a little bit broader. And I also feel like sharing some of my experiences, if they could help one person, 2 people, great, right? So that's why I decided to talk on this topic here. So let me tell you a little bit more about my company. So the Granite Group is a wholesaler of plumbing, heating, cooling, water, and propane supplies. And we're in over 50 locations all across New England. And that becomes important because we are an essential business. So at the very beginning of the pandemic, we never stopped working. So we have people all over New England who in March of 2020 were scared to death that they were going to die at any second. So we, on our small people team, we're kind of holding those hearts in our hands and guiding people through that while still trying to figure out all of these laws and policies and how do we keep people safe. And I had somebody on my team running and buying Clorox wipes at every grocery store and sending them to our team and sending out toilet paper and doing all of these incredible things that we look back now and go, wow, that was a long time ago. And I talk about that because I don't blame burnout on my company. And I'll get to that later because I think a lot of companies are responsible for burnout. Fortunately, not mine. And I'll get to that a bit later. But that was the start of me going, okay, I'm digging in. I am going to sacrifice my own mental health for the well-being of our people in our company, and I can figure this out. I learned I'm really good in a crisis, so I'm unfortunately one of the people you want to go to if something's really, really wrong. I can figure it out, and I can guide the company through. When we started doing that, it was like, what, 3 weeks? So we're like, okay, everybody's going to do what they need to do for like 3 weeks, and then we're out of this, and here we go. Well, that 3 weeks came and went, and it was pretty clear that, there's that joke going around that avoid them like the plague, that people actually didn't do that anymore. So we just kept going and going. And then 6 months into the pandemic, my mother passed away, and I just was, responding to COVID response. Over a year into the pandemic, I got to get a little bit of time away in a safe, socially distanced place, and was still all day long responding to things. So it went on and on and on and on. And I didn't really think about it too much. I tried to do some exercise. I actually did really well through the first year, and then it kept going. And what I realized about a year ago actually was I was really tired all the time. Hopefully I can swear, I just did not give a shit about anything. About work, about home. I did my job, but I've always been a high performer, and I wasn't. I was doing what I needed to do. I was letting connections go by. I was having a lot of sleep problems. I started eating lots and lots of chocolates and lots of unhealthy food, which was delicious, but really not my thing. And I was self-isolating myself, not only from my people at work, but my family too. And um I was angry all the time. I just figured, okay, well, my mother had died a year before, it makes sense, and I'm angry. And I remember just being around that time, just angry all the time. And I think it actually goes back a lot further. And I mention all of those things because those are all signs of burnout. They can be signs of other things like depression, but depression is a diagnosable mental health issue where burnout isn't. It's attributable to generally specific factors. In my case, it was, how I was approaching work and how I was approaching my life. So, all of those things weren't normal for me. I didn't really recognize it. And I just kept going. And I went through the winter thinking, well, I hate winter anyway. This is just terrible. We went away for a long time, actually, to Florida in the winter, trying to get away from it. And, it just continued. And then I read an article in this spring. It was based on research done by WorkVivo, and it was an article by Jack Kelly in Forbes that talked about, the headline was, and if you're in HR, you probably remember this, but the headline was 98% of HR professionals are burned out. And I went, wow. So I am certainly one of them, if that's the case. And I started thinking about my friends, many of whom left maybe not only their jobs as HR leaders, but their companies, or just left the workforce altogether. People that I know from LinkedIn, people that I know from Twitter. I was talking to my CEO about this the other day. Almost everyone I know changed jobs, it feels like, during the last couple of years. And in some cases, really valid. Toxic workplaces, overload, really valid. That wasn't the right move for me. I actually thought it was for a while, but it really wasn't the right move for me. So I really did a lot of thought after I read that and started doing a little bit of research. I kind of reconciled with it like I usually reconcile with things, and I wrote about it. And when I wrote about it, I started to hear lots and lots and lots of stories. And I started to hear lots and lots of people go, that's me, that's me, that's me, that's me. And I went, you know what? Not only do I have to figure this out for myself, but I'm going to kind of share what I learned along the way. So I've been doing that, and that's part of this. Now, I don't give advice. I talk a lot. I'm grateful to be able to share what I've learned over the years. You can take with this what you will. I am not an expert. I'll tell you about an expert in a minute. But this is just my own experience. So what worked for me may not work for you if you're struggling with this, but I'll tell you how I got through this. So that was sort of that trigger. That article was actually sort of that trigger. There's more research from Gallup that shows 2/3 of American workers are burned out. So this is a national, international, a global problem. This is not just limited to the world of HR. But again, we've had to hold the hearts of our people in our hands for so long. It's been so tough. So what changed for me? A couple of things. So I had a conversation, or rather my boss had a conversation with me this spring, and I'm pretty sure it was probably one of the most difficult things he's had to do. And he just basically said, you're not engaged. What's going on? You're not visiting the locations like you like to. You've missed a bunch of meetings. It sounds like maybe it was harsh. It was all true. And it was exactly what I needed. when I first talked to him, I kind of listened and nodded, and then went away angry because I was angry a lot. Um, and then I kind of stepped back and I thought about it, and because this is around the same time as I read the article, and I went, I've got to talk to him. I got to tell him what I've been struggling with. I've got to be really vulnerable with him and share that with him. And also around that time, I had planned, and I had planned this for years. I planned a day of pure joy just for me. So this is really silly, but this was one of the big things that helped. I planned a concert trip. I planned a concert trip to see AHA, which was my favorite band when I was growing up, and they played at Radio City Music Hall. So my husband and I bought tickets forever ago. I kind of waited and got what turned out to be second row seats, and we were so excited, and we stayed down in New York City for the night and got there, and we were kind of way off to the side, still great seats. And then somebody happened to come over who had friends in the first row, and they said, "Hey, do you mind switching seats with us? They're first row center." and I was like, "Sure." And I look back at that now. Obviously, we had the best seats in the place. I was right up front. I had literally, I think, the best night of my life, purely for me, pure joy. And I look back in that and think, like, that was the time when I went, I'm going to be okay. And there were lots of other things that happened, but I had not experienced pure joy in probably 2 years, maybe a little bit less than that. So that was kind of the trigger for me. And then I went back and had a conversation with my boss and told him about that, and told him what I was struggling with, and told him how I had trouble getting out of bed, that I didn't like to talk to anyone, that I didn't want to see anyone, that my job as a chief people officer I was able to do, but I was doing it administratively largely, which isn't the way I like to do it. So his response was, "How can I help?" Which is exactly the response that I would have wanted to have. And we talked a lot about it, and I didn't really know. And I think he felt sort of bad that maybe he didn't say anything earlier. But knowing that I had his support, knowing that he felt that the company was better with me being engaged, and better with me getting help that I needed, and better with me finding my way back to health, and that meant a lot to me. And that really cemented my time here, like, because what I'm so fortunate to have that. What more could I want in a CEO? So it's been many months now, and I am not just surviving, I'm thriving. And that's not on my own. And again, here's what worked for me. This may or may not work for you. So having those open conversations, really, really, really important. I not only talked to my boss, I talked to friends, I talked to my HR community, I talked with my team, I talked with my leadership team, I talked with my executive team, I talked with my family. And I think that's really important to acknowledge that. And again, I told you I write about things. So I wrote, and that helped me sort of process that. I've always been pretty good about exercise, but I took the lazy way out for me over the past year or so. And I told you about the eating, so I gained some weight. So I started like exercising hard and challenging myself, and just cleaning up. I still eat chocolate, but cleaning up how I ate. Those things helped. Hobbies. I hadn't cooked since, I think, before the pandemic, and I love to cook on the weekends. I like to make a big meal or bake, and I started doing that again. I started asking for help and support, and I started setting boundaries for myself and for my team, and figuring out my non-negotiables. So my non-negotiables, I tried to have those through the pandemic. It was hard. Are dinner with my family and time to exercise. So when I started like taking calls when I was on my Peloton, or when I started stepping away from dinner, I knew that I was kind of breaking that up. But putting those in place, putting those hard boundaries in place, it's hard, but it was really necessary for me. So, and it wasn't like, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, and you'll be fine. It was, try this, that didn't work, 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 this worked, and this works too. And maybe if I figure this out, that's going to work too. Travel was really instrumental for me too, because that's something that I enjoy. And once we could, that helped a lot. And I have a friend, this is the expert that I mentioned. Her name is Melissa Doman, and she wrote a book that it's called Yes, You Can Talk About Mental Health at Work. I talked with her. She and I have spoken together. I reread the book. I really kind of listened to her, watched her, read what she wrote, and kind of gave myself permission to go, you know what? It's okay not to be okay. And we hear that a lot, but it's okay not to be okay. And I had that kind of pressure on myself. I've got to be strong for everybody else. I can't, let anybody know I'm having a terrible day, I'm having a terrible week, a month, a terrible year. So I let go of that. So, and one of the things that Melissa talks about a lot that I think is important and we don't always talk about is personal accountability. You heard me say, I don't blame my employer. Some of my friends do. Some of my friends have reason to. I do not work for a toxic employer. I work for a great employer. I did not raise my hand and ask for help. I didn't know how. I didn't know what was going on. So as I think about next year, and as I think about my team, and as I think about our company and how we're going to help our people, and not just because of my experience. My experience is not unique. I know we have people in our company who are going through this. I know we've had people in our team that are going through this. As much as I tried to protect people, I couldn't always do that. That doesn't always work. But what we can do as people, as leaders, as just general human beings, as HR professionals, as people in the workforce, we can listen. We can listen to people. We can talk to people. We can look for signs if there's a behavior change, if somebody's angry when they aren't usually angry, if all of those things that I talked about, patterns are changing. We can create, and we heard our speaker before talk about psychological safety. We can create those psychologically safe places. And that can be done whether you're in the office, whether you're virtual, whether you're distributed like us, we're all over New England, that can be done. You can listen and then you can respond. And the last thing I want to say is you can talk to others within your community, and you should, and you can listen and learn. One of my favorite sources of information, it's specific to HR, but it's called the AIHR. I'm gonna, I use this a lot, so I'm gonna mess up the acronym, so I'll just leave it as AIHR. But they just published 2023's focus areas for HR. Number one was total wellness and focusing heavy on burnout. So if we're not, as leaders, as humans, as companies, creating these spaces to talking with our people, finding out what they need, getting involved in their lives in ways that we hadn't before, we're going to need to start, because health is connected to mental health, physical health is connected to overall well-being. Overall well-being is connected to employee satisfaction, and employee satisfaction is connected to performance of the company. And, it's just the right thing to do. It's just the right thing to do. So I'm happy to connect with any of you on LinkedIn. You can find more of my stories there. I'm happy to talk with any of you who are going through this or have gone through, but you can find me. I'm the only Tracy Spanenberg, as far as I know, on LinkedIn. You can find me pretty easily there. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with all of you today.
Thank you so much, Tracy. That was terrific. Thank you for sharing your experience about burnout and everything. I especially enjoyed your conversation with your boss and feeling psychologically safe to go up to them and have that conversation, which is terrific. So thank you all so much for joining me here in the greater Boston area. Once again, my name is Kibar, Senior Program Manager of People Experience at Southern New Hampshire University. It is my pleasure to now pass it over for the next hour to Russell Robinson in Washington, D.C. So for now, bye-bye for me.
Hey, Kibar, that was a nice hour you had, man.
Thank you so much.
I was locked in. I mean, I got some.
I'll be sticking around for yours too. So I look forward to it.
I got some heavy hitters, man. I mean, you did nice, but I got some heavy hitters. But good stuff there, man.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Russell Robinson. I'm in Washington, D.C. I understand it is the dinner hour in the UK. So we are going to for this hour, we're going to talk about, I got a couple of guests. We're going to talk about we're going to talk about emotional intelligence with Ferocia Ashley. We're actually going to go back over the Atlantic to the Netherlands to bring her on. And then later on, I got my main man, Jason Larson, and he's going to talk about quiet quitting. So hopefully we've got a good action-packed hour. First thing I want to do is shout out Inspiring Workplaces, Matt, Amy, Ruth, my guys, Stefan in the back on the ones and twos, always put out the cutting edge content. I'm Russell Robinson. I'm the Chief Inspiration Officer for Washington, D.C. I'm also a civil servant, an adjunct professor, valet. I work on the cruise ships, a few other things to keep everything busy and rolling. But what we're going to talk about now is, and our Inspiring DC event will be December 13th. It's going to be tailored toward civil servants and federal government. So there will be more information about that. But what I want to do is, I think, especially the last couple of presentations, and I've been watching IW, I started last night, popping in and out, is this place we are right now, the space I'm in, is really focusing on how do we create learning cultures and learning leaders so that we can have things that like connection and everything that this Inspirathon's about, better customer experience, better employee experience, better diversity and inclusion, well-being. And what I keep coming back to is you have to have learning, emotional, intelligent leaders. So I'm not the expert at this, but I've got an expert. I've got a guru in Ferocia Ashley, and she was nice enough to say, Russ, I can do this. So I want to bring her up, and we're going to have a conversation about EI. We're going to talk about the why, what, and the how. And then we're going to bring my guy Jason on to do his thing. So if
Russell, good
Ferocia,
evening.
how you doing? Well, it's afternoon for me. How are you
Right,
doing
good
today?
afternoon. Right, I'm doing fine. I'm really excited. Very nice. We can have a chat. So thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. This is good. Nice follow up to what we had the last hour. So if you can just go ahead and tell the lovely audience about you and what you do as the founder of EmoWorks.
Sure. So I'll tell you a little bit about how I founded EmoWorks. That was in 2011. And coming out of the field of management consultancy, I felt a very strong need to help leaders on a more personal level with some of the same things that I've been doing as a consultant. So that's change management, but really, like I said, from a personal viewpoint. And so I added EI as a tool, really, to help them navigate how to bring these change initiatives that they wanted in their company in a good way, in a connected way. So I love the fact that you already mentioned connection, which is a topic we often talk about and is really at the center of the work that I do.
Awesome. So a lot of the topics that have been covered in this Inspirathon, and when you get into the research, like I'm talking about Gallup, McKinsey, Thomas Stone for I4CP will be coming on. They've got research where you talk about this feeling of lack of connection and loneliness and unhappiness and burnout and low morale.
Right.
Can you tell me a little bit, like, let's define emotional intelligence, what it is, and why it's important, especially right now?
Right. A very good starting point. So if I were to give you like the shortest, like a one sentence definition of emotional intelligence, I'd say it's being able to recognize and understand emotions. That's really the starting point. Now, you take that to leadership, and you're talking about a leader's ability to not manage his or her own emotions, but then also to do that for the emotions of other people appropriately and effectively. And I like that little addition there because for me, that really connects to you're doing this with a specific goal in mind, right? And if you look at the context of leaders, the goal is to use these skills, because it's a skill set, right, to the benefit of the different work relationships that this leader has. So that's kind of the ground, I think, level. And if you look at the model, which we have a slide for here, there's actually two sides to emotional intelligence. It's the the self side, where you'll find areas like self-awareness and self-expression, stress management. And then there's the other side, which goes into the social skills, where you will find, things like decision making and interpersonal skills. And so that is a really good divide between the total skills that you need to create connection to other people, right? Now, you also asked me about why is it important? Like, the importance really has to do with the level of interactions that we know leaders typically have. And so they will have interactions with their team members around career choice, around change management, around developing people, motivating, inspiring, and so on. So you could pick any part of the talent management cycle, and you will find that communication and interaction are at the core of that. And so these abilities, these skills will help you to navigate all of the interactions that you find across the board. And I think especially, and I'm sure we'll touch on that later in the conversation, in the time that we live in, it's even more important that we have a focus on these skills. And we'll cover reasons why, but I think that's really at the start of it.
So what I like about the model that we have on the screen is that the 5 subjects, self-perception, self-expression, interpersonal decision-making, and stress management, are all kind of interrelated.
They are.
And I think where we are like now, like post-COVID, Tracy spoke about in the last session, the impacts of COVID and losing her mother. Me being in the States where we have things like social justice and protests and not here, the war in Ukraine, politics, all of these impacts are really heightening, like, to me, the role stress plays.
For sure. Yeah.
And explain to me how, make it clear how the stress management part of the model is really linked to like self-perception on one side, but then also decision making on the other.
Right. So when I think of the entire period that we just left behind us, right? So the whole pandemic, when you talk about stress management, I'm getting like a flashback where I see myself sitting at the dinner table. This is 1 week into the lockdown that we had here in the Netherlands. So this is, early 2020. And across from me is my 8-year-old, right? And we are trying to figure out how to do this distant school thing with a school that is totally not prepared. Talk about stress management and sort of coming to terms with my own emotions in that moment. And for somebody who does this on a daily basis, training and coaching other people, that was a real test. So I'd say the entire spectrum of my emotional skills, not just stress management, was tested during that period. So you go from a place where you're trying to figure out how to be adaptable, how to handle the stress, but also how to manage, in this case, an 8-year-old's emotions. My interactions became very interesting, I can tell you from a personal experience. Now, you leave the dinner table and then, literally a couple feet away is my desk, and then logging on and trying to interact with colleagues across these digital barriers. And a few months down the line, I remember having to onboard new colleagues and having to give them a sense of company culture when you have no physical space where you meet. I think what that period mostly taught me, and I think we could all recognize that, is the places and the frequency and the conditions under which we were having interaction were really put to the test and have changed tremendously since then, right? Now, only now to be in the spotlight again, I would say, because we're trying to figure out how to do all of this in the hybrid era, right? Where I think this event is a great, testament to how we've changed the way we interact. And I think, not just the stress management, but to all the aspects of emotional intelligence, it's an ongoing process of redefining how we want to interact with each other, how we want to relate to each other, whether that's in a work context or outside of it. And you need skills to do that successfully. And I think because of all the strain we've been under, I haven't even mentioned all of the, the social injustice that for me personally felt like they were sort of in the backdrop of everything. But then there was this sort of constant overwhelm because of all the media channels that were constantly flooding us with this information. And we were already, so strained. So I think the importance of connectedness is one of the things that this period has taught us, and that we need skills to navigate. And there again is the role of leaders, I think, is very important, because they don't not only have to do that for themselves, maintain that balance for themselves, as we just heard, for example, our previous speaker talk about, but also then help to, sort of help others to do the same, and model the behaviors that help them do that. And so I think the importance of EI has only been emphasized in the past period.
So when you talk about you're sitting at the dinner table with your son and you're impacted by it, and when in my role as an adjunct professor, I teach civil servants, middle managers, and all of them talk about this feeling of being just overwhelmed,
right,
and lacking resilience, or they're at the ocean with a bucket and water's just coming at them.
Right.
When your clients are experiencing this, how is it impacting their work culture?
Before I kind of go into culture, I think it might be interesting to give my definition or how I look at culture, and then we can build on that. So I look at culture as the way we experience the identity of an organization in terms of behavior. So, and you and I have talked about this before. The values play a very important role there, as far as
what do you mean? I just met you today.
Yeah. So, what I think the emotional intelligence skills do is they help you to connect the organizational culture, and that includes values and some other elements, to the actual people in the organization. And so a talk that I often have with leaders that I work with is you have the opportunity to make a connection between that stuff we write on the wall, right? And I'll go into a few examples in a while of the things we say we are, and showing people the type of behavior that expresses that. And I think there's a huge opportunity there. I'll give you an example. One of the values that I recently spoke about with one of my clients is flexibility, right? And so that's one of these things that's really important in their environment. And so typically that means that it impacts the way people look at how employees respond to change. And there's some expectations around how people manage their time, but also, like, project scopes may change rapidly, and people are expected to just basically be on board with that. But now, so we were talking about how does now this value of flexibility affect the circumstance where an employee needs to, make some changes in their personal life because of maybe care for a family member. It's an interesting question, right? To think about, does flexibility then work both ways, or is it a one-way street? And so our chat sort of ended up with the role of this leader as you have the opportunity to translate what flexibility means in the way you interact with your employees. And in this case, in the way you share expectations, in the way you talk, and you and I've talked about this, in the way you talk about accountability, right? But people on the inside of an organization need to be able to feel that flexibility isn't just a word written on the wall, but it's something that really drives and impacts the way we treat each other. And so it's my belief that these emotional skills, bringing it back to EI, can either deepen the impression of the culture on the people that work there, or, and we hear examples of this all the time, or it can sort of damage that image. So it's either behavior that really aligns and therefore amplifies these values and the culture that we say we have, or it's going to diminish the cultural experience, and that's going to have repercussions going all the way to customer retention and all that. And so I think leaders play a pivotal role in modeling that behavior that stems from the culture.
So if I'm a leader, and as a leader, I've always been good at coming up with like simple, repeatable processes, because all I've ever encountered are simple problems. But now I have a workforce that's demoralized, or impacted by COVID, or impacted by social justice, or impacted by politics, or just burnt out, or no matter what an organization's decision is behind regarding return to work, really doesn't. Some employees want to come back, some employees don't. Where I'm getting at is now we're getting to complex problems.
Right.
So how does EI help a leader answer a different set of questions and problems?
Yeah, that's a great question. So my first response would kind of be to start with the skill that I think is a little underrated. But before I go into that, I'd say something else. I think the attitude is sort of where it starts. And for me, and this is something I talk to a lot of my clients about, be open to learn. And this was in your introduction, right? We're talking not just about leaders who have the skills, but who have the attitude where they want to learn. So if you're going to go into this, make sure it's of your own volition. And I love that word in English. You know how I love the English language, right? So this carries the thought of willingly choosing to move in a certain direction. So I think that's where it starts. And then building on that, one skill that I think is hugely underrated and that really, interestingly, the speaker before us mentioned as well, is listening. To me, it really starts with listening. So that's what I tell any leader who's trying to sort of unpack these more complex, assignments. And it's about listening with the intent of truly understanding not just the meaning of the message, but the messenger. And I think where that is different from, I guess, the listening that we usually do. Like I use listening as active listening as a tool in my trainings, right? So this is sort of where you focus on doing certain things, kind of like tricks to make sure the other person feels engaged. I like to sort of deepen that, and I call that connective listening because I think there's something about wanting to maintain that long-term relationship beyond just the moment or the interaction that we're having right now. So this is more than just applying a technique, which is fine, or even using certain tricks, and bringing that back to EI as we look at the model here. That has a link to empathy, which is one of the social skills, right? Really using your ability to feel along with someone else's experience and forming bonds. That's a social skill. And so you and I have a lot of chat about, okay, so how do we sort of break that down and make it practical? So I'd say break that down into 3 practical steps, right? First of all, you focus on one particular thing you want to do within this listening. Either, you notice yourself not asking enough questions, or maybe you want to just kind of summarize and make sure you're still on track with the person. So this is where you use the techniques that I just talked about. But the point is, you make a conscientious choice. You want to listen, and you want to listen to what's really being said by the person who's saying it. Now, one question that I ask my leaders sometimes, and I'm still surprised at the reaction sometimes when they go out and try this, is how well have you actually listened? Or you can flip that around. Before you step into a conversation with one of your employees, how well do you really want to listen? That goes into awareness, right? So how aware are you of the value that just listening carefully is going to have in this interaction with the person? And then to finalize that, so step 3 for me would be, just at the end of it, ask your conversation partner, how well do you feel I've listened to you? Are you, if you say you really want to learn and you want to grow, ask them, just listen, take it with you, don't go into extensive feedback. And I think over time you will find that you can broaden that and kind of go into, are you comfortable sharing your needs with me? Our previous speaker talked about how valuable that conversation with her leader really was, and how it helped her to resolve something as, eventually down the line, something as complex as burnout. I think that's a great example of how sometimes a really simple step can, lead to a lot more for leaders, especially the ones that find it difficult to bring all these complex problems, back to where do I start? So start with that attitude, listen, break it up in steps, and involve the other person. I really think it sounds very basic, right? But I really think that's where we need to start breaking these complex things down.
So I'm gonna drop a book plug in, because while EI is your thing, employee voice and silence is my thing.
Right.
One of the best books I read last year is Are You Listening by Kate Murphy. And what the focus of the book is, we are asking employees for feedback all the time, but have we prepared leaders to listen, respond, and act on that? So that's a really great book.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if I'm intrigued by this, I am a command and control, technical, authoritative leader, and I want to dig in more. What are some books and articles? And it's cool because I'm asking a question. I'm about to flip the slide with the answer. What are some books and articles and how can people get more of some of that practical coaching that you do?
Yeah. So I've broken it down. So Daniel Goleman was really essential in the groundwork that he laid around the concept or the construct of emotional intelligence. And so if you really want to go back to that, he explains the concept that is now, the basis for a lot of assessments and tools that we have of EI. What I've found to be very helpful is HBR, Harvard Business Review, has a 10-pack of articles, which they call the 10 must reads. So if you're more of an article person and you kind of want to skip per topic, I particularly like that article they have on what makes a leader, because it really shows the interaction of all these, these different parts of the skill set to the leadership role. So I think that could definitely be useful for some. And then I think the book of Travis Bradberry, Emotional Intelligence 2.0, is really for if you want to get like a very practical, ready to apply way of delving into the individual skills. So that's kind of how those three different sources are separated. Now, if people want to get to work on this personally, what I've done for our listeners today is I have a very practical ebook, 3 practical ways in which leaders can start using emotional intelligence like today. So it's not going to be a long read. Scanning the QR code will get you to the page where you can get that for free. And then there's a very simple EI package where you get an assessment and you can create a starting point for yourself as a leader to try and figure out what are my strengths and what are my development points in this area and how could I get to work on it. And, you will find all the information on the page if you scan it. And I'd be happy to, help you through figuring out how you can face your challenges while using EI. So for those who are ready to sort of get started right away, yeah, that's the way you can go.
All right, Ferocia, you've given us some great nuggets. Ferocia is actually trying to teach me Dutch, and right now it's pretty tragic. I mean, it's pretty tragic.
We're taking it slow.
So the fact that she's doing this in her second language, much respect to you. So
thank you.
Good stuff there. Everybody hit the QR code. We got some good nuggets. I believe Stefan, my DJ in the background, is going to bring up Jason in a second. And let me tell you about Jason. I'm so glad I went on before Jason, because he's an awesome guy. He's the founder of Cultivio, and I'm not going to go through his bio. Here's what I'm going to tell you about Jason. When it comes to the human capital game, he's about 2 laps ahead of where everybody else is. So whenever he talks, I just shut up and listen and take notes. So I'm waiting for him to come up to the stage.
I'm here.
Jason, how you doing, brother?
Dr. Russ. It's good to see you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Ferocia dropped some good nuggets here, man. We got a good flow going.
That it feels like it. I can feel the energy. So I'm gonna try to not screw it up.
Oh, listen, man. You're the expert. Let me drop off and let you do your thing so I can take notes. Stefan, take me off the screen immediately and let the show start.
Oh, well, first off, thank you, Dr. Russ, for the completely too generous introduction, because I prefer generally very low expectations going into things so that I can jump over those. So this one, I feel like I have to really work now. And thank you for being part of the Inspirathon, man. What 24 hours of content is pretty mind blowing. And I'm going to try to live up and do something good in my little chunk here. And what I want to talk about today is quiet quitting, right? Seems like everybody's talking about quiet quitting, and this has struck a nerve with people, right? Quiet quitting, it's amazing. Like, it's all over the place. In fact, you go to the web and you do a little quick search for quiet quitting, and you find all kinds of articles. You've got, world-class economists telling us that quiet quitters are ruining the economy or tanking the economy. You got other people telling us that this is absurd and all of this. And the interesting thing about quiet quitting, what I have found is everybody I've talked to about this has a take. Everybody's got a take. And some of my favorites, like, when I bring this up and somebody's always got an opinion, right? Some kind of snappy sort of comeback or take on this. And here's some of my favorites. the most common ones I hear, and you've probably heard some of these yourself, is number one, they'll say, quiet quitting doesn't seem very quiet to me if they're talking about it on social media. So, right, that's pretty clever. Or the second one is, it's not quitting. Stop calling it quitting. You're not quitting your job. It's another like hot take, right? But my favorite, and it's my favorite because it comes from people like us. It comes from people in our industry. It comes from leaders. It comes from HR professionals, is, why are we renaming something? This is not new. Like, this has been around forever. It was disengagement or mailing it in or quitting in place. Like, we already had a word for this. This isn't a new thing, right? All of the hot takes that I'm hearing constantly, all of the articles. I just got another article in my inbox, a newsletter, you know, from another expert, another talking head like me. And the headline was, quiet quitting is not okay, right? Everybody's got these hot takes. And here's what they all have in common. They are all wrong. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever seen something that people are getting so consistently wrong, right? It seems like the entire business world, the entire employment world, the entire HR world is completely missing the point of what's happening right now with quiet quitting. And fundamentally, here's the biggest thing that people are missing, is that quiet quitting isn't something that HR or leaders or managers created, like all these other labels in the past, mailing it in or quitting in place, or even disengagement, right? That's the favorite one. Gallup gave us that, I think, initially, or some academic, 30 years ago, disengagement. But this isn't this quiet quitting didn't come from that. It came from the employees. It came from an employee who went to TikTok because they were exasperated. He was fed up and he's had enough. And he was honest enough to just say, listen, I can't do it anymore. And so here's what I'm going to do. And it's one of those things where that is the fundamental truth of this that we're missing, is that this is something that employees are calling out. And you're right, it's not a new thing. This has been happening probably for as long as work has existed. People have been quiet quitting, but it's something that the newer generation or a younger generation or the TikTok generation, whatever we want to call them, they put a name on it. They have the courage to say the quiet stuff out loud. And so they've been willing to talk about this. And so they started talking about it. And instead of listening, we blame, right? We start heaping this on, like, those dang quiet quitters are ruining the economy. They didn't just start quiet quitting. This group's just being honest about it. People have been quiet quitting for decades. And so I think we need to step back. Let's zoom back for a minute and let's take a look at this phrase and let's listen to what's actually being said, because I think rather than piling on and blaming and telling people to cut it out, get back to work, which is a very traditional BS top-down response, if we'd pay attention, we would hear that this is an invitation. It's a wake-up call. Because I think quiet quitting is a perfect name for it, because if you really pay attention, it helps you understand this cry for help that's coming from our employees. So let's break it down. What does it mean? And I'm going to shift my view here quickly for you. So let's start with quitting. What does this group mean when it's quitting? And I realized that I just cut my head off. So I'll get down here so you can see me for a minute. I didn't know that was going to be there. All right, quitting. What does quitting mean when they're saying quiet quitting? Well, it means I'm not willing to work to the point of burnout without any appreciation. It's not clear to me how much is enough, and it's really not worth it to keep working like this. Or, you know what, I need to set some boundaries. Or I'm opting out of the hustle culture, right? That is what they're saying. And the sad part is that they think this is quitting. This feels like quitting because of the message they're getting from management, from the organization. That alone is a pretty troubling thing. But let's talk about the quiet part, because the quiet part is actually even more concerning, I think, because when they're saying quiet, it's not that they're not going to talk about it. They might go to social media. They're going to talk to their friends about it. This is nothing new. People have been doing this. The quiet part is that they don't feel safe to talk to the people at work about this. They don't feel safe to talk to the people that could actually do something about it because they think there'll be penalties, because they think they'll be met with the reaction that seems to be everywhere in the media. Well, who can blame them for feeling like, I can't talk about this, I can't bring this up, so I'm going to have to quietly kind of just work my way through it? Right? Or maybe they did try to talk about it and nobody did anything, or nobody listened, or maybe they just don't even feel like anybody's paying attention. And so quiet quitting, yeah, quiet quitting is a perfect name for it. This is not a problem. And so we need to stop blaming. And what if I sort of summarize it for you, if we zoom back, so here's what the employees are saying broadly. And if you don't believe me, you can go fact check this. Go find one of the TikToks, any of the billion TikToks out there about quiet quitting, or go find an article about it, or go find anywhere. You can go to my YouTube channel. I did a video about quiet quitting. The comment stream underneath that video is really informative about where people are at. And that's where you really learn what the real story is, rather than listening to, somebody spouting off about what they think is going on. Go listen to what employees are actually saying. And when you kind of sum it all up, what they're saying is, you know what? The way work is being managed isn't working for me. It seems like they're expecting me to work to the point that I'm going to fall over or that I'm going to burn out. And if I talk to anybody about it, it feels like I'm putting my career at risk. So I'm just going to show up to work, do what's minimally expected of me, and then I'm going to get on with my life because this isn't worth it. And here's my question. Why is this a problem? Right? Because if I'm running an organization or I'm leading a big team or whatever, and my employees are saying to me, you know what? I'm just going to show up to work every day. I'm going to do what's expected. And then I'm going to go home and I'm going to invest time in the things that matter most to me to keep me happy. Amen. I'll take a whole bunch of those. That's, in fact, in your organization, I would bet today that if every employee committed to that, performance would skyrocket in your organization. Why is this a problem? If this is a problem, if your leaders and managers are concerned about quiet quitters, concerned about people saying, I'm only going to do what's expected of me, guess what? That means you've got two really big problems going on potentially, or one of two. Number one, you're not clear on expectations, right? Because if your people are committed to meeting expectations so that they keep their job, and that's a problem, then your expectations are too low or they're not clear. People don't know what it is. Maybe managers don't even know what it is. And so because we don't know how much is enough, we don't know what's expected, and the employees don't know what's expected, we just expect to max them out. That's a problem. That's a problem. Or number two, maybe you are clear on expectations, but you're not managing to those expectations. You're not creating accountability. You're not offering feedback. You're not, doing anything to follow up on that. So when we hear about quiet quitting and we hear people talking about quiet quitting, and if this is a big deal in your organization, it's not the problem. The problem is that you are not managing your people effectively. Fix that. We need to fix that. Because quiet quitting has been around forever and it's not going anywhere until we create better organizations, better work experiences, better managers. It's not the manager's fault. We never trained them to do this effectively. And now when employees are reacting to the fact that they're in a tough situation, when they're giving words to how they feel, they're being brave enough to sort of send out a cry for help, we need to hear it and we need to respond and we need to equip our managers to create a better opportunity. Because here's the beauty of quiet quitting is that they're not for real quitting. They're still in your organization, and they're one click away from being engaged. They're one click away from coming back into the fold. They're one click away from being everything you want them to be. But you got to listen and show up for them. And so let's talk about what that looks like. How do you get them back sort of where you want them? How do we get them back engaged? How do we get them out of their mentality of quiet quitting back to sort of just being engaged in their role and doing their work and not feeling like they have to quit or have to hide, which is really what this is about. So number one, here's my call to you. And this feels like today is a little bit of a public service announcement, is that I would invite you to join me in pushing back on this BS about quiet quitting. We need to reframe this conversation. Stop blaming employees. Stop putting this on employees, because all that is we're just trying to distract from the fact that we suck at managing performance. And we're not invested in engaging these people. And it's easier to blame them than it is to do the work to fix what's really wrong. So we gotta reframe this. When somebody starts dumping on quiet quitters, or somebody starts pointing the finger at the employee as if it is their fault, right? We're gonna blame them for giving voice to how they feel about their work experience. You got to push back. We got to push back. We got to start having a conversation about what's underneath this and do the work to fix it. So number one, like, reframe it, push back. Number two, let's create greater clarity about what's expected at work. I've already talked about this, but what this means is that if you want to sort of neutralize quiet quitting being a problem, then get really crystal clear about what is expected of the individual at work. What's expected of you in terms of your output. So we're going to pay you, we're going to offer benefits, we're going to create, we have all this stuff we're going to give you in exchange for work product. That employee should be crystal clear about what good enough looks like. What does success look like? How is that measured? And that can be work output. It also should be if how I do my job or the way I behave when I'm doing my job, that should also be part of what you define and create clarity. And guess what? It's not just about having the conversation. This is where you have to use what I call the golden rule of management, which is, if it matters, put it in writing. So all of this that I just talked about, every employee should have in writing sort of what is the expectation of their role. What is required to succeed, to keep your job. And if that's calibrated correctly and you're managing to that, then quiet quitting isn't a problem, right? Because they'll know where the line is. And if they're delivering on that and that's it, great. You expect more than that? Well, then recalibrate expectations. Or if you expect them or want them to go above and beyond, then talk about what the reward is for that. Why might they want to do that? Have those conversations, create clarity. So that's number two. The last piece is you've got to start teaching managers, or we as managers have to start learning how to really meaningfully check in with people. Meaningfully check in. Now, I don't have time to go through a class for you here today about, sort of the full sort of check-in method that I teach to managers, but I'm going to give you the quick version, because a really high impact, meaningful check-in conversation basically has 4 components or 4 steps. And here's what they are. Number one, you need to ask a great question. It starts with a great question. Now, a great question is one that demands a response, that invites a follow-up question. That's a great question. So let me give you an example of a not great question. Not great question is asking, hey, how are you? Now, that seems like it might be a great question to ask in a check-in. It's not a great question, because what do you usually hear when you ask someone, how are you? You hear fine, good, busy. My son's favorite response is decent. But what does that tell me? Doesn't tell me much. Does that invite me to follow up? What's the follow up when they say fine? right? It's really hard to follow up because the fine is I don't want to talk about it. A great question invites some information that invites a follow-up, right? It requires that. Let me give you another example of a terrible check-in question. Hey, how you coming on that project? Now, number one, it's not a good check-in question because it doesn't require an answer that invites the follow-up, because they might say fine, good. What does that tell you? What are you going to follow up on there? But it's also a micromanaging question. Right? So don't ask that question. It undermines trust. If they had problems, they'd be telling you. Or if you don't have confidence in them to complete it, then deal with that. Coach with that differently. So don't ask those. Those are bad questions. A great question sounds like this. My favorite great check-in question is this. How are you on a scale from 1 to 10? 10 being couldn't be better, 1 being couldn't be worse. Where are you at today? Now, no matter what the number is, that number doesn't tell you anything specifically, but it requires or invites a follow-up, doesn't it? So if you say 8, or if you say 5, or you say 2, you got to follow up on that. What does an 8 mean? Or what does a 5? So a question, if they say I'm at a 2, you're going to say, wow, sorry to hear that. Tell me more about that. What's going on? So that is step 2, ask the follow-up. So you ask a great question. The great question requires a follow-up. You ask the follow-up. And then number 3 might be the most important part of the process. Shut up and listen. Listen like your life depends on it. Listen like their career depends on it and their performance depends on it, because it does. If you ask a great question, you ask the follow-up, then that'll open up a conversation with that employee where you will hear what you need to hear. You'll get to the conversation that really matters. And you get there quickly. And if you're listening and you're asking additional follow-ups and you're paying attention, then you can effectively do step 4, which is offer support, encouragement, or help. 4 steps. Great question, ask the follow-up, shut up and listen, and then offer support, encouragement, or help, whatever it is they need. So I know the next question you're having is like, okay, great. What about great questions? What are other great questions? Well, I have a resource for you. I'm going to bring this actually up to full screen for you. You'll see here, we created a download for you that is 18 great. It's basically a cheat sheet, 18 great check-in questions for check-in conversations. There's 18 questions in here. All of them are the kinds of questions that sort of require that response that invites the follow-up. They're sorted into some different categories. You can download it for free at this URL. And if you download that, you can use that not only to improve your own check-ins, but also you can share it and use it to coach others to help them start having better check-in conversations. Because the reality is, all of this, like combating quiet quitting, if we were having better conversations with our people, if we were asking great questions and really listening and following up in those conversations, they wouldn't need to go to TikTok to talk about quiet quitting. They wouldn't need to go vent about it elsewhere on social media, because they'd be talking to their manager about it, and their manager would be trying to do something to fix it. So let's reframe. Let's take this invitation, this moment today, and let's reclaim the conversation about quiet quitting. Because there's so much nonsense out there, and we need to push back on it. We need to stop blaming employees for giving voice to the experience they are having at work. We need to honor that truth, honor that call for help, see it as a call to action. And finally, let's take some action to fix the root cause. Let's manage better. Let's lead better. Let's create better systems so that we don't have a world where employees feel like they have to quiet quit anymore. We can do it. I hope you're with me. If you want to reach out for any information about how I could help you do this, or if you want to talk, my email is here on the screen, jason@jasonlortzen.com, or jasonlortzen.com is my website. Hit me up. Come find me. I would love to chat. And with that, Dr. Russ, I'm going to pass it back to you, my friend.
Hey, don't go anywhere. So,
all right, I'm here.
Right. So we're going to bring Ferocia up. We got a little time. So this is going to be our version of Trevor Noah between the scenes.
Hello.
So let me do a formal introduction. Jason, Ferocious Jason.
Great to meet you.
Great
So
to meet you.
I'm gonna ask both of you one question, and I'm gonna see if I'm gonna set a scenario. So I am a manager, and I've just listened to the past hour, and I realize I'm not connected with my people. I'm not real emotionally intelligent, but I have a sense that quiet quitting is connected with my staff. And what I've heard sounds nice, but it's like a marathon and I can't run around my block. What are like the really simple first steps for someone who's never done this before to be more emotionally intelligent and capture where your staff is on quiet quitting? And we'll go ladies first.
Okay, so I think there's some great connections between our stories. Jason, you mentioning listening, which is something that I'm a big fan of. Now, your question being if they wanted to explore the feelings of their employees, right, that are quiet quitting, I'd say take a step before then. I think it ties in with some of the things that Jason just said. Start with exploring your own feelings. So from an EI perspective, this is about self-awareness comes before you can start your interaction with others. And so I'd say start exploring where whatever it is, if it's irritation or, like Jason was saying, people are saying all kinds of stuff about quiet quitting. So people have an opinion and they're behaving a certain way, and that's usually infused by emotion. So start by tapping into that emotion. And what I always say is behind every emotion, there's a need. And so once you get an idea of what is your need here as a leader, that could probably tie into, some bad management and guidance that you're experiencing. This is the reason why maybe you're getting upset with, some of the stuff your employees are doing, or maybe you have a need for clarity on, wherever they are. You want to keep better, whatever it is. Start with exploring that, and then, coming off that, I think, there's a great connection with what Jason explained. Try to think of that one question that will not just sort of micromanage, but that will get to the core of what the other person's experiencing. And that's where you'll tap into empathy. So I really think it starts on the inside before you can make the transition to the interactions that are very necessary also.
All right, Jason.
Yeah, and I just am going to go back and echo sort of what I completely agree with that. But even if you don't feel equipped, or you don't even know what it means to explore your own emotions about the situation, go sit down with your people one-on-one, schedule some one-on-ones, and just ask one of the great questions, or ask a great question, and then ask the follow-up question and listen, and just listen and listen and listen. Don't try to solve anything necessarily. Just ask and listen. Because I think people, so much of this conversation, when you hear so many of these employees are basically, they just want to be heard. They want to be seen, right? They want to know that what they're doing actually matters. And I think that there's somewhere along the line, and I think the last 3 years sort of broke the dam, because even as we sent people home, and you hear this over and over from people that, we now got hybrid work and remote work and all of this, but like the level of expectation for output and the hours they're working and the demands have just continued to go up. Russ, you say this over and over. Managers are overwhelmed. Employees are overwhelmed. The workload has gotten heavier. And I think people are just like, wait a minute, like what happened here? And they need to know at a minimum that their manager sees them and their manager hears them. And I mean, the beauty of it is you don't have to be able to solve everything in the moment, but just being able to sit with them and say, I see you, I feel you. Let's talk about one thing that maybe we could do that would help. Like, what's one thing that we could do that would help? Just that conversation would go a long ways towards helping people feel like they're more seen and valued and cared for at work.
Awesome.
Right.
Awesome. I think we did a good job of connecting both presentations for the past hour. So thank you both for coming up. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. And then we got my guy, Shay Heaver. He's the Inspire Miami guy. And I need to get tickets to go down to Miami for that. And he's got Dana Aldis, my neighbor. She's over in Virginia. And then and he's also got Tom Stone, who is with I4CP. And I've been digging into their research a lot lately. So he's going to have some good stuff. So with that, thanks. And we will see you in 10 minutes. Thanks again, Matt, Amy, Ruth, Stefan, Ferocia, and Jason.
Okay, folks, hello. It's time for the South Florida hour here on the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. I'm sure you're all having a great day so far. I'm Shay Heaver. I'll be your host for the next hour or so, and I'm also the Chief Inspiration Officer for Inspire Miami. Absolutely delighted to be here with you today as part of a local community in South Florida that is part of the Inspiring Workplaces global community. We hope to impart some inspiration, knowledge, ideas, and anything that can help you inspire other people and your workplaces and become a better place to work. We want to help you create your own inspiring workplaces in 2023 and beyond. And I personally would like to invite anyone in the South Florida area to look us up and join us if you haven't done so already. As others have mentioned, this is a live event, but it is also being recorded and will be on demand. Don't forget to ask questions and provide feedback in the comments section throughout all of the talks. And please also join the conversation on our Slack channel, where you can meet fellow inspirers and participants of the Inspirathon. You can share who you are, where you are, and what you do as we continue to grow this global community. Now, apart from the presenters and speakers, everyone else has been muted, so we won't be able to hear you speak or drink your coffee or whatever else you want to do. Okay, now that I've reiterated the event information, back to the good stuff. I've already listened to a number of enlightening and interesting people on here today, and I'm happy to say Inspire Miami and South Florida are about to give you a couple of great presentations and a couple of great speakers. But you'll meet them after me, because right now I want to take 15 minutes or so to talk to you about the importance of making people feel valued at work. Now, if we can start the presentation. This is actually a topic I heard Perry Timms talk about for about 20 minutes earlier today. He was one of the first presentations I turned into, and I've heard it mentioned throughout a few more presentations since then, so it must be important. The question I want to ask is, should businesses, departments, or even small teams throughout any organization really care about making their employees feel valued and raising their self-esteem? Or is it more important for them to focus on timelines, budgets, quality of work, policies, share prices, etc.? You know, all those things that get talked about in boardrooms and stockholder meetings are quietly spoken about in corridors. Well, yes, they absolutely should be. When a person feels valued and their self-esteem is at a high level, they become more motivated, engaged, and dedicated. And surely a more motivated, engaged, and dedicated team, and indeed an entire workforce, will accomplish their tasks and jobs within those stated timelines and budgets. They will produce high quality work and will adhere to business or regulatory policies. And hence, they will make the business more profitable and successful. Now, all of this occurs because the participants feel good about themselves in the workplace. A study by the American Psychological Association a number of years ago found that a whopping 93% of employees who feel valued at work say they are motivated to do their best. It's a staggering number. That alone will help ensure that work gets done on time, within budget, and of high quality. Only 20%, that's just 1 in 5 of the employees who feel valued were planning to look for a new job. There's loyalty there. While half of those who didn't feel valued were looking to move on. So it gives loyalty a massive boost, while helping the bottom line in the business also, because we are all acutely aware of the high cost of turnover and what goes into bringing new talent into the organization. And no workplace presentation is complete without a reference to employee engagement, that little buzzword that everybody likes to throw around. And again, if you look at the slide, according to the APA, 88% of the employees who feel valued say that they are engaged. So if the business case is there that when employees feel valued, then the organization will benefit. Oops. But there's much more to it than simply contributing to a business's success. When people feel valued, their own sense of self-esteem and self-worth receives a huge boost. There are various experts, various research papers, and various studies that have indicated that people with high self-esteem, they are happier, they are healthier, both physically and mentally. They are much more productive, and in general, they are much more successful in various aspects of life. So what is high self-esteem? What is self-worth? Why are they important? Self-esteem is how we evaluate and feel about ourselves, and is usually heavily influenced by our surroundings and our circumstances. For example, it can be affected by what we do well and what we know we can be better at. It can be affected by the feedback and the information we get from others. It can be about whether or not we meet our own goals and expectations. It can be about whether what we do and what we say makes sense to ourselves and to others. Self-esteem is usually somewhat fluid and will change based on ongoing events and the situations that we find ourselves in. Now, self-worth is a little different. It's a little broader, and it's the longer-term evaluation and recognition of our own value. But while that feeling comes from within, it too can be influenced by how we react to external factors, challenges, opportunities, and relationships. High self-esteem and self-worth occur when we're in a state of contentment or happiness. They can be positively impacted when A, we feel valued by others for what we do, and B, when we feel we bring value to others by what we do. So in some cases, it's a little bit like a two-way street. For anyone at all who is interested in high performance and productivity levels, whether it's your own or someone else, such as a coworker, your children, your family, you need to be interested in the self-esteem and self-worth of that person. I know everyone is on mute, but I'd be curious to know how many have ever heard of the Junto. It's also sometimes referred to as the Leather Apron Club. And yes, that certainly is an old picture. But certainly old long time ago. So let's talk at this. Benjamin Franklin knew that high self-esteem was important as far back as the early 18th century, 1772 to be a little precise. Not only was Franklin a writer, a philosopher, a scientist, and of course one of the founding fathers of the United States, he also helped establish a club of mutual improvement called the Junto. You heard that right, a mutual improvement club. Can you imagine that? In the 18th century, no less, a club of mutual improvement. Now, the members of the Junto were from diverse occupations and backgrounds. They would meet usually on a Friday night to discuss topics such as morals, politics, philosophy, and business matters of the day. The underlying objective, however, was to improve themselves, each other, and their community. They would look to encourage others, effectively raising the self-esteem of whoever they could within their community. They used to ask each other a bunch of questions. I believe there's about 25 or 27 questions. But one question that used to get asked at the regular meeting was, do you know of any fellow citizen who has lately done a worthy act deserving of praise? That way they could recognize and acknowledge those who had done good. Absolutely stunning. Another question asked was if any member knew of any deserving young beginner whom it lies in the power of the Junto in any way to encourage. They wanted to help others do well for themselves and succeed. Again, fantastic, especially in the 18th century. And even to protect others in their community, they would ask, have you lately heard any member's character attacked, and how have you defended it? You see, a lot of what Franklin's Junto Club did was focused around boosting and helping other people, asking each other to go out and better themselves by helping each others. Now, I'm going to pause the presentation for a second, if Stefan or somebody can just do that. All right, we're going to get back to the history lesson in a second, or we'll probably bring it to an end. But I want to remind everybody, Benjamin Franklin is also on the front of every crisp new $100 bill that's in circulation today. Now, if I walked along Miami Beach or Las Olas Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale, or I walked through Times Square in New York, or Rodeo Drive out in Beverly Hills, in fact, if I was in pretty much any city or town in the United States and I offered 10 people this crisp $100 bill, I can say with a fair degree of certainty, all 10 would want it. But if I were to crumple it and crush it in my hand, and then I asked those same 10 people, or a different 10 people, if they wanted it, what do you think their answer would be? My guess is every single one of them would still want it. And let's imagine for a second, I actually toss it on the ground, kind of stomp on it. I'm actually going to just walk away and abandon it. What's going to happen then? I'm pretty darn sure every person would still reach down and pick it up. In fact, there might be a bit of a scuffle to get at it. And why is that? Well, can we pull the presentation back up? The reason people still go after that $100 bill is because it's still worth $100. Doesn't matter what shape it's in, it's still worth $100. Throughout life, you, me, and everyone else, whether in the workplace or our personal lives, has at times felt crushed, felt stepped on, felt abandoned. Sometimes it's due to a thoughtless, insensitive word by somebody. It can also be caused by a deliberately callous or heartless act by someone. And sometimes it's just circumstances and plain old bad luck. But here's the thing. You should never doubt your self-worth, and you should certainly never doubt the self-worth of others. And that's a crucial element when building an inspiring workplace. An inspiring workplace, after all, is one where leaders, managers, supervisors, frontline workers, everybody treats each other with respect. It's an organization where everyone appreciates what everybody else brings to the job. And it's where employees strive to make others in their team feel valued, feel good about themselves, and feel they are special. Because when people feel special, they act special. Leadership qualities and behaviors, such as making people feel valued and raising their self-esteem, don't just belong to those with a title or those in a position of authority within the business. It's much bigger. It's much more important than that. Yes, those kinds of things should certainly come from your boss or supervisor, but they must also come from you, your colleagues, your family, your friends, or whomever. This is everybody's job. Leadership is a job of everybody. Now, when you help boost someone's self-worth and self-esteem, is it at the expense of your own self-worth, self-esteem? Is it like if I take that $100 bill from earlier and I give you 25 of it? Now, my initial $100 is now only 75. In other words, my financial worth has dropped, diminished. It's become less than it was. That's not how it is when you try to increase someone else's self-value, self-esteem, and self-worth. There's an old saying that a lit candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. In fact, there are now 2 lit candles. The room is a little more illuminated. You can probably do more. And in general, it's now a better place. Making someone feel valued and boosting their self-esteem can be done with little or no expense to you. Save maybe a moment of your time. So what can we all do to help others? What can we do to boost self-esteem? What can we do to make people feel valued? How can we help pick others up? First of all, I'm going to tell you that the most critical element is to ensure that whatever actions you take or whatever words you speak to the other person, they're meaningful. It's important to them that it's meaningful. There is an old saying, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's frequently referred to as the golden rule, or sometimes called the ethic of reciprocity. And it is an admirable concept. It's a concept that champions a two-way, reciprocal, and mutual relationship between 2 or more parties. And I spoke earlier about the club of mutual appreciation. But it has a fundamental flaw that is actually augmented in the business place. When you go to do that, what if the person doesn't want to be treated the same as you? What if they are driven by different motivational factors than you are? What if a different set of criteria makes them feel valued at work than the criteria you use to feel valued at work? The key here is to, rather than generalize what you're going to do or what you're going to say, don't generalize based on your ideas of something. Personalize it and get it right in the eyes of the other person. In other words, do unto others as they would like to be done unto them. So let's look at an example. One great way to make people feel valued is by giving them recognition for a job well done. There are books and papers and experts will talk about this all day, but you have to be careful how you do it. Some people really like to be publicly acknowledged in, say, a team meeting, company newsletter, just something out on their Twitter, whatever it may be. But somebody who's more introverted may find this very uncomfortable, and they would much prefer a quieter word of thanks or perhaps a handwritten thank you note. Some people like gift cards. Others would much rather have a day off or even just a half day. And here's a good one. Sometimes people get rewarded for a job well done by being given something more exciting or prominent to work on. At least it's more prominent and exciting in the mind of the manager or supervisor who thinks they are doing a good deed for somebody. Okay, but what if that person is really happy? What if they already love doing the job that they do? They know they're good at it. It gives them satisfaction that they can repetitively do it. They're actually going to find that as a put down. They might start looking for another job. We have taken what was a good intention and turned it into something negative. So again, be cognizant of what the recipient wants. Remember, personalized, don't generalize. Let's talk about feedback for a moment. And again, I've heard people talk about feedback today. And again, there's many people much more educated than me that can talk to you on this. It is a fantastic tool in any manager's arsenal. It provides a great mechanism to engage with the employees and help them succeed. Yet it's very underused and in some cases actually abused by far too many managers and organizations as a whole. Too often, it is left until there is something negative to discuss. Really, it should be done on a regular and proactive occurrence. When this happens, it will result in the employees feeling more involved because you are giving them an opportunity to discuss workplace activities. They will be more motivated because you want to help them and the business get better. And yes, more valued because you are making or taking the time to talk with them about business ongoing. You're giving them your time. You want to speak to that person one-on-one. Proactive feedback is a way of letting someone know to what extent he or she is furthering the objectives of the business, and by association, their own career. It's not about assigning blame, not about assigning criticism or passing judgment. It should never be associated with punishment. It should never be associated with a workplace power play. It shouldn't be an uncomfortable conversation, and it should never bring self-doubt into the mind of the recipient. And at the end of the day, feedback is about people. It's about you and the person you are giving feedback to or receiving feedback from. It's a two-way conversation about your needs, your ideas, your opinions, while respecting the needs, ideas, and opinions of the other person. It's about sharing information and the insights that help all parties to grow, leading to collaborative problem sharing. And by the way, I would suggest to everybody, go out and seek feedback whenever you can. I mean, take all the help you can get. If you can find somebody that will give you good feedback, sit on their shoulder, ask them, how did I do with this? And if it's somebody you can trust, you'll become a much better person. And finally, I want to talk for a moment about overall kindness and empathy. It is, after all, in my opinion, that's the simplest way to help people feel good about themselves, both in and out of work. First of all, make it habitual. We don't have to wait for an annual review or a quarterly team meeting or a monthly one-on-one with your manager or subordinate. You can make people feel valued 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, maybe 9 to 5 in the workplace, but you can do it anytime. When do you want to start? As our old friend Benjamin Franklin once said, never leave till tomorrow that which you can do today. Again, try and meet the needs of the individual. If you're in a management or supervisory role and can adjust somebody's work schedule so they can pick their kids up from school or can arrange for some training that they've asked for to advance their career, whatever it is that they want, try and do it. And if they don't come to you and tell you what you want, ask them. Okay? Even if you can't make it happen, and there will be times you can't make it happen, see if there's an alternative. Talk to them about that, something that works for them. They will appreciate and value that you tried on their behalf, and that will make them feel valued. It will also increase trust and your loyalty. Build relationships with those you work alongside each day. Again, without prying into anybody's private life, ask them how their weekend was. Have they seen the new movie that came out? How did their team do at the weekend or whatever? Ask them, is there anything they need or anything you can help them with? Honestly, it will make you and them feel so much better. When people believe in themselves and in others, great things happen. Fantastic things happen. both inside of work and outside of work. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up by saying that to build a better workplace, believe in yourself first. Believe in others. Okay, realize that you are uniquely special and help others realize that they are uniquely special. Try and build a culture within your team, department, or organization where you and your colleagues feel valued, where you have great workplace relationships. Just imagine what difference that will make to the quality of work and personal lives for everybody. It's staggering and it's easy to do. Folks, I want to thank you for listening to me today. If you do want to connect, please reach out via LinkedIn or drop me an email or find me on almost any social media network. Please also, if you live in our neck of the woods, South Florida, whether you're in Miami or Fort Lauderdale or Boca Raton or Key West or anywhere in that area, please join Inspire Miami in South Florida. We have a lot of things that we want to do. We can only do it with everybody else's help. Now, I need you to introduce you to our next speaker on this 24-hour journey. Folks, please help me welcome Dana Aldis. Is Dana with us? Hi, Dana. How are you?
I'm doing well, Shay. How are you?
Not bad at all, thanks. Not bad at all.
Wonderful.
I'm looking forward to your presentation today. But before I hand it over to you, I want to give people a little bit of background about you. So Dana is the head of people at Avail Car Sharing, which is a subsidiary of the Allstate Corporation. Avail's people team is responsible for creating and maintaining an inspiring, engaging workplace. Prior to joining Avail, Dana was HomeSnap's Senior Vice President of People and Customer Experience. Her organization supported the actualization of HomeSnap's mission by enriching the experiences of both employees and HomeSnap users. HomeSnap's People Experience team partnered with their employee-led culture crew to maintain an empowering, inclusive, and innovative culture that fostered growth and development. As a result, HomeSnap was named a Washington Post Top Workplace, get this, in 2018, 2019, and 2020, including top 20 placement in the Washington Post Top Workplaces small business category. HomeSnap was acquired by CoStar Group for $250 million in December. And prior to joining HomeSnap, Dana was the Senior Director of People and Culture at Modus Hotels, where she boosted employee engagement by 10% year over year. Brilliant. Before joining Modus Hotels, she spent 5 years at Living Social, where she led various HR, training, service, and operations teams. Dana holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Virginia and a master's degree in organization development and knowledge management from George Mason University. Dana's presentation today is entitled The Challenges and Advantages of Maintaining a Fully Remote Workforce. And without further ado, I'm delighted to hand you over to Dana. Dana, take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Shay. Again, you're certainly a tough act to follow, but I'm going to do my very best. Wonderful. So again, as Shay mentioned, I do have the honor of serving as Avail Car Sharing's head of people. What I thought I would do just very, very quickly before we get into it is just tell you all a little bit about Avail Car Sharing, what we do, and who created us and why we exist. So first question is, well, on the slide, it's why car sharing, but the real question is what is car sharing? Well, goodness, are we back? Fantastic. Apologies. I think I was experiencing some earbud issues. So what I was saying is that Avail Car Sharing is what it sounds like. We are a car sharing company. So we fundamentally don't believe the car ownership should be all or nothing. So if I have a car if I only need it sometimes. We believe that it is important to enable folks to be able to earn money off of that car and to enable local borrowers to potentially borrow it, right? So we'd like to think of ourselves as the Airbnb of car ownership. And fundamentally, what we would like to do is we would like to continue to show people a better mobility option. At the heart of it and at the root of it, we truly aspire to provide simple and accessible car sharing for all, and to eventually, hopefully, become the go-to car sharing option in an evolving transportation landscape. And as you all may have noticed on the first slide, we do happen to be owned by Allstate. So we are just so incredibly fortunate to be owned by Allstate. We are actually an organization that was incubated within Allstate. We weren't acquired by Allstate. Allstate really did a wonderful job of looking into the future, thinking about the future of car ownership, and they actually partnered with BCG to incubate our company in 2018. So Allstate provides us with so many advantages. Obviously, an incredibly well-known brand name. They're such a trusted partner. Our customers have a tremendous peace of mind, have tremendous peace of mind because they know that Allstate is our primary insurance carrier, and they also, of course, have fantastic quality protection products as well as a world-class claim service. So we also have the fantastic opportunity of being able to connect our business to Allstate customers. So again, it's just an outstanding partnership. We're very thankful to be owned and operated by Allstate. So enough about Avail. I wanted to talk to you all again a little bit about our culture, starting with our culture statement or our culture vision, and then we will get into our position as a remote workforce. So at Avail, again, we really aim to create and maintain, like I'm sure so many of you, an engaging, inspiring, and inclusive culture, because ultimately we want our employees to be able to develop and thrive. We want them to be their best selves. And we actively work to connect Availers to our vision and goals, our mission and goals, and to one another. We also want to celebrate our differences to foster a sense of belonging so that we can build better products for the communities we serve. So that's our very long way of saying we want to keep people inspired. We want to keep people thriving, because ultimately that is going to create a happier group of employees. We hope that they will also be happier in their personal lives via their engagement at work. And then ultimately our business is going to be better for it. So that's what we want to do. I also wanted to talk to you all about our remote philosophy and culture. So we, like so many businesses, actually decided during COVID to go fully remote from a corporate perspective. We do have, of course, some employees that physically work on our lots who aren't remote, but our entirety of our corporate staff is remote. We work remotely across the continental United States. So what I'm actually going to do today is I'm going to share some best practices with you all. I'm also going to be candid about some of the challenges that we're facing. But in case any of you are wondering, who is this woman and how is she qualified to speak at all about the extreme challenge of solving remote engagement, the answer is I am not an expert in this. I believe that there are very few experts on this topic because it is fundamentally just so new, right, within the world that we're living in. Because it was generally speaking an output of COVID. However, within our company, we have experienced a few wonderful, leading indicators that point to the fact that what we're doing has been at least somewhat successful. So our ENPS has actually doubled since we went remote, and our attrition rates have been roughly cut in half. So again, we're still learning. We are by no means perfect. If anyone has any other best practices that they would like to share via comments or in the chat, I would also love to hear them. But that is why I wanted to come speak on this very challenging topic. So again, first of all, we wanted to kick things off with a statement. So in the future, and the future is now, Availers are going to, again, work remotely and gather frequently. And this philosophy also does align with Allstate. So our culture is not, and it's never going to be, to force people into an office for any particular days of the week, any hours per day, as we really want to do everything possible to promote and enable flexibility. Our employees have asked for it. And so we want to, again, ensure that we're doing everything that we can to promote flexibility for them. However, what we are doing and what we will continue to do is we are going to attempt to hire in cities within existing density of availers and a diverse tech talent pool to enable regular in-person gatherings. Because in as much as we really want to develop that remote culture, we still do believe that occasionally getting together, building those relationships is very, very valuable, and we want to be able to capitalize on that. So teams are going to gather as well, and we are going to host all Avail in-person gatherings once a year. And as you can see, when we get together, we really try to make the most of our time. So these are a few photos from our annual gathering that we held in Chicago over the summer. All right, so the first question is why remote first? And some of these may be obvious, and for many of those, I'll kind of fly through them, but I think they're still important to recognize, and also pretty important to remind your employees of, right? So they can recall exactly why we're doing this. So, of course, commuting time becomes lifetime, life and household flexibility. I mean, speaking for myself, I happen to have 2 elementary school age children. The fact that I can take my son to his 5:30 p.m. soccer practice without having to, leave my office at 4:30 p.m. and fight traffic, I'll just be candid and tell you all, has been a life changer for me. It's really, really been a game changer. I no longer feel like I'm, having to kind of straddle two worlds at once. And again, I'm sure I'm not the only person that feels that way. Of course, we can be in a more casual clothing / environment. I probably don't need to say too much more than that. Hopefully fewer interruptions, better focus depending upon the particular situation. We do have access to a much larger talent pool that's been extremely, extremely fruitful for us. We also have heard from our employees that there's lower susceptibility to microaggressions. I've also, and I'm sure that you all have probably read about some of that as well, again, in recent months. And then, of course, we can, avoid illness, right? Whether it's COVID, non-COVID, it's just nice to be able to avoid some of those, illnesses, large or small. But that being said, we want to ensure that we are being upfront about the challenges that we face. The challenges that we face are not particularly unique to us. I'm sure that some of you all who are operating remotely have been experiencing some of them as well. And, we wanted to just face them and address them head on. So again, as I mentioned, we're going to attempt to hire, like I say, in groups as much as we can. And in order to prevent folks from feeling disconnected to the business as much as possible, we really wanted to be purposeful about creating an annual life cycle of in-person gathering, rather than just saying, oh, generally speaking, we believe in getting together as much as you can. So we wanted to purposefully say that we want folks to get together on a quarterly basis, right? So twice a year, it's going to be a casual gathering with the other individuals that happen to live in your city. And then we're going to get the entire company together once a year. And then once a year, we're also going to have teams get together in a city of their choosing. So the third remote first challenge is the fact that, mentorship and development are a little bit harder to come by, right? We have to be purposeful about it. We have to seek it out. It's not just going to naturally happen when you pass someone in the hallway, right? So something that we do is we very purposefully, again, facilitate an Avail mentorship program. And it is what it sounds like. Allstate offers them as well, but we want to make sure that we do our own in-house, since we kind of have that, breed of startup talent, and we can really share some best practices therein. And then we also are very purposeful about creating individual development plans for tenured, high-performing availers who want them to ensure that development really is happening on an ongoing basis. And then thirdly and fourthly, we want to ensure that we are developing and delivering our own learning and development content and keeping folks connected to our senior team members through Ask Me Anythings, through department level lunch and learns, so that they can, again, just get some of that knowledge and have some of those interactions that they would naturally be having if they happen to be in the office. And then item number 4, this is very important. Again, I'm sure that many of you all who are fully remote are experiencing these same challenges. We definitely tend to worry about the burnout that our employees may be experiencing due to blurred lines between work and life. Again, anyone that has worked remotely, I'm sure has experienced that fatigue of, I feel like I'm kind of always working because I look around and I see the setting that I work in, but it happens to be also the setting that I live in. So it's, we kind of need to talk our brains out of it. We need to ensure that we're shutting down when it's appropriate, right? So again, we can share some best practices here. I think the 2 things that we really emphasize the most are blocking time on your calendar for deep focused work, and then also minimizing unnecessary meetings. So there's a lot of data out there. I was actually reading a point from Adam Grant the other day showing that just excessive meeting scheduling was a COVID overreaction. I'm sure that many of you all, we certainly, when COVID happened, didn't really know what to do with ourselves. So we said, oh, let's hold a daily stand-up. Let's hold twice a day stand-ups just to make sure that we see each other and we know what's going on. And many of those meetings just have kind of continued out of habit. So we've actually asked our organization to take a look at all of our meetings, critically speaking, and really say, does this need to be a meeting? Can it be a Slack? Can it be, an email check-in? Is there any other option other than pulling people into meetings? All right. And then, like I say, I'll fly through these next few slides because I know that we're running short on time. But what I will quickly say is that if you do happen to be a remote only organization, it is especially important to ensure that you are paying focused attention to your digital brand, right? So again, I'm sure that many of you all are here because hopefully you participate in inspiring workplaces. We certainly do. We also apply to a few other awards so that again, we can, promote really where our company shines broadly and digitally, since we're never, for example, going to be a Chicago top workplace or a New York workplace, since we happen to be distributed. We also very much focus on, again, branding partnerships. In particular, we're always seeking out female identifying talent. So you can see some of the organizations that we work pretty heavily with. So we do have a few additional engagement mechanisms and channels that I will take just a couple of minutes to quickly highlight. And I think of these as, these are things that we would do anyways. However, and when I say anyways, I mean remote or not, but in case any of you all see some tools that might work for you or some best practices, I did just want to share them. So our people team does happen to own internal communications as well. I know some people teams do and some people teams don't. We like to, because we definitely believe that it's obviously fundamental to engagement to keep, again, folks aligned strategically to ensure that they feel like they are purposefully working toward our organizational goals. So you can see we have a number of touch points that we commit to delivering on a monthly basis, whether it's an organizational touch point or a touch point with Allstate, which those happen to be in blue. We are also, again, very purposeful about recognition. I know that Shay was just talking about recognition a couple of moments ago. I wanted to highlight some of the things that we do. I promise you they're not rewarding me for saying this, but Bonusly is a tool that has worked really well for us because we're a very Slack heavy organization. They allow for core values driven recognition. They celebrate birthdays and anniversaries automatically so people feel seen. As we know, recognition is always important, but it's particularly important in a remote environment where we run the risk of people not being, again, feeling like their work is invisible, right? So again, we do very, very large and prominent core values awards at our annual conferences. And then we also do some shout outs at our town halls. So we also have an ERG called the Belong Crew that is very much dedicated to building connections and promoting inclusive diversity. And my favorite thing about the Belong Crew is that despite the fact that they are kind of, owned by our people team, they're largely driven, all of our initiatives are largely driven by the employees themselves. And you can see some of our big focus areas, obviously keeping availers connected to one another. Inclusive diversity and belonging is just our top priority. And I wanted to provide some visuals, including some of the ways that we really want to highlight and celebrate our underrepresented, again, availers. We truly want to focus on, celebrating what makes us different to enable people to be their authentic selves and stay inspired within our workplace. And then last but not least, I wanted to just quickly show you all our core values. Again, one Avail, one team. It is what it sounds like. We want to remain people driven, keep people at the heart of what we do. Moving with purpose is incredibly important to us as a startup because we very much feel like if we're doing work that isn't focused on our strategic goals, then while many ideas may be good, if we're focusing on the wrong thing, it's going to hold us back. And then of course, keep it simple, right? Our vision is to become the simplest, most accessible car sharing option in the United States, and heck, hopefully at some point beyond that. So we really want to emphasize that to our employees.
And that is what I had to say. Again, I so appreciate the opportunity to speak with each and every one of you today. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the Inspirathon.
Dana, thanks so much. That was absolutely wonderful. A lot of great information and insights in there. I really liked some of the reasons why you guys were kind of remote first. So really appreciate that, and thank you for your time today. Folks, we need to move on. I want to introduce our next speaker today, and that is Mr. Tom Stone. We're going to get Tom up here. Tom, hey, how are you?
Hey, doing well. Good to see you.
Good. All right, I'll give you guys a quick background on Tom, and then I'll hand it over to him. Tom joined I4CP as a senior research analyst in 2017. Since then, he has led major research studies on workforce readiness, hybrid and remote work, leadership behaviors, succession management, automation, AI, and other topics. He is heavily involved with I4CP's Chief Learning and Talent Officer Board and I4CP's Workforce Planning Exchange. Tom has over 20 years of experience in the learning and development and broader human capital industry. Prior to joining I4CP, Tom was a director of technology-based learning at Dale Carnegie Training, where he led the product development for their live online and other digital offerings. Earlier in his career, Tom also served as a senior research analyst at Talio and held various positions, including product design architecture and content development manager at Element K. Tom has spoken at over 150 regional, national, and international conferences on a wide range of topics. He is also the co-author of the book Interact and Engage, 75 plus activities for virtual training, meetings, and webinars. And they just came out with the second edition from ADT Press this year. In addition to his research and writing in the human capital industry, Tom is also an avid baseball fan and wrote the book Now Taking the Field, Baseball's all-time dream teams for all 30 franchises. That was published by Acta Sports in early 2019. Very impressive, Tom. Very impressive indeed. Tom's presentation today is entitled Driving Engagement with Virtual and Hybrid Learning. So without further ado, Tom, I'd like to hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I forgot I gave you the longer version of my bio there, but I appreciate the intro. Are my slides up and showing? Here we go. Very good. Good to be with you all today as part of the Inspirathon 2022. As I was just introduced, I'm a senior research analyst at I4CP, which is the Institute for Corporate Productivity. And I'm going to assume many of you on the call maybe are not familiar with I4CP. So this is just the one slide introduction. We are a human capital, or more commonly referred to as human resources research firm. We discover the people practices that truly drive high performance. We do this through research studies, both quantitative and qualitative. And I'm going to be sharing with you today some data from a study we did on virtual and hybrid training in particular. And so let's dive right into it. Obviously, virtual classroom training, so using platforms like we're using today, like Zoom, like Teams, WebEx, Adobe Connect. This is something that had been going on, is sort of a niche way of doing corporate training, very small percentages. You see that before the pandemic, that is. You see that in the light blue on the left. What percentage of your corporate instructor-led training was done virtually as opposed to in person, the more traditional approach. And you see for most companies, it was a pretty small percentage. 41% said it was only 1 to 20%, so a very small percentage for some firms. You see then during the pandemic, the purple in the middle, obviously, we all know it shot through the roof. All of a sudden, in-person leadership training, in-person compliance training, in-person technology training, unless you were still working on site, say in retail or manufacturing, and could have some form of socially distanced in-person training, most training, particularly for those people who whose jobs themselves went remote, went online. And that meant instructional designers, it meant trainers needing to redevelop programs. Sometimes some of the programs were a little long in the tooth and could benefit from some redevelopment anyway. So in some cases it was timely, but in other cases it was a real fire drill to put together these programs for the online modality. You see, though, the numbers went pretty extreme. 48% of companies started offering 100% of their training online. Another 35% offered 80% or more of their training online during the height, we'll say, of the pandemic. When we asked what do you think it's going to be post-pandemic, and we left that vague and open as to what we mean by post-pandemic. I think many folks would say at this point it's starting to apply. And that's the data there in the green on the far right. And you see that it is going to go back to some in-person training for sure, as we would expect. Certainly some training benefits from all gathering together in a room, even with the obvious costs involved with travel in some cases and so on. But it's not going to go back to the way things were. I think few things in our work life are going to go fully back to the way they were, say, in 2019 and prior. And the same is true for virtual training. This is just, again, percentages of HR and L&D leaders, what they're predicting is going to happen with their in-person training going forward. So 39% saying that still well over half, 60 to 80%, will be online. We asked this question in a survey. This went out to about 300 HR and L&D professionals and leaders. We asked, what are the primary barriers to the effectiveness of your online training? How can you make it more engaging, if you will, and more effective? The number one answer, actually, at 47% of respondents, has nothing to do with the virtual modality per se. Lack of time for learners to dedicate to learning. That would apply equally true for all forms of learning, not just online forms. The second one, though, very specific to online training, and that's the lack of producers. And I'm going to dive into this a little bit further here in just a moment, what we mean by a producer and the different ways that you can have producers as part of your sessions. But it was interesting that having the facilitator or the trainer go it alone was an issue for a lot of firms and something that they're looking to address going forward. You see some of the other barriers here, senior leaders preferring in-person training over virtual still. Lack of technology resources available, about 1/3 indicated that was an ongoing barrier. Lack of skills, but at this point, at the bottom of this chart, they're less than 1/3 of respondents noticing these barriers to effectiveness. And what you don't see here are some of the other barriers that were very prominent prior to the pandemic. Things like cybersecurity, things like questions about the effectiveness of the training, and so on. Those did show up on our survey, but they were less than 25% of participants. All right, I did want to touch on producing a little bit more because it was the number 2 barrier to effectiveness. So we asked this question: in your organization, when you use producers for online training, who performs that role? And you see here an interesting output. I would have thought more organizations maybe had dedicated producers, but there is budget involved with that, of course. And so only 8%, let's see. Yeah, I think it was only 8% have dedicated producers. Another 42% have producing as part of their role. But 75% use the very good practice of pairing together trainers and facilitators with each other. So think of it this way. You've got one facilitator who's the lead trainer on the session, and another one is serving in the role of producer, helping with any technical issues, making sure people are connected, maybe launching the breakouts, things of that nature, so that the session can be as effective and as engaging as possible. Wanted to note a resource for all of you. That's, as far as I know, the only book on the subject of online event producing. It's called Producing Virtual Training, Meetings, and Webinars: Master the Technology in Order to Engage Your Participants. And that's written by Cassie Labori. Came out from ATD Press. If you're not familiar with ATD, that's the Association for Talent Development, sort of the largest organization of its kind for talent development professionals in North America, at least. That book came out in 2021, has all kinds of great tips and tricks for the production side of these kind of online training events. So a great way to make your online training, as well as things like webinars and even just online meetings, more effective, more engaging, is to have the design include as many activities as possible. You don't want, if you can help it, to have extended periods of straight lecture with very limited Q&A, very limited use of the features of the platform. So we asked this question: how often does your organization's virtual classroom training include the following different types of activities? And I was really happy to see, not surprisingly, the top response was just general use of polls and chat and slide annotation and so on. But that breakout group activities, where small groups of people, we've all been in these by now, get separated off, sort of like you would in person, have a group of people at your table round, discuss, and then come back to the main group and debrief. Obviously, all the platforms online offer that breakout type functionality as well. I was very delighted to see 72% said that, yes, they use breakout group activities at this point. This data is even 6 months old, so I bet it's even higher than 72 at this point. And I don't think that number would have been nearly as high prior to the pandemic. In fact, I think it would have been below 50%. A lot of people back then saw breakout group activities as pretty advanced, an advanced function compared to some of the other more mainstream features. So to see it as high as 72% is great. We're making some progress. You see some of the other activity types here. Some of them have to do with when they occur in a session, like icebreakers or closing activities. You see on the right, game-based activities at almost 20%, simulations and role plays at 1 out of 4. So there's just a lot of different ways that you can engage your audience through activities to break up the lecture segments. Not that lecture doesn't have its place. There certainly is time where you need to convey information and then maybe just have some quick Q&A. But being able to leverage activities in online training and meetings truly drives both engagement and overall effectiveness. Again, I've got a book recommendation for you. This one I actually co-authored as part of my bio introduction there. It was noted, Interact and Engage, 75 plus activities for virtual training, meetings, and webinars. This book was originally written by me and Cassie Labore together back in 2015, and it did pretty well for a couple of years, but as most business books do, it had a shelf life. When the pandemic hit, we realized we needed to update it. We didn't even mention Zoom or Teams or any of the newer platforms in the book since they didn't really exist in 2015. So we completely updated the narrative and we bumped the activities, the templates provided, from 50 to now over 75. That book just came out in second edition in September. So check it out if you would find it helpful. All right, so I've been talking a little bit about virtual training, fully virtual, so everyone is remote. I want to shift now in the remaining time and talk about hybrid classroom training. This is, of course, one element of the broader trend towards hybrid work. And by hybrid here, I mean some people are in, say, a central office location, and other people are remote. They're either at home or they're on the road, whatever it might be. So first off, with regard to general hybrid work, I wanted to draw everyone's attention to the fact that every other Thursday, I4CP, my organization, has an open call, not just for our customers, not just for our members, but for all HR professionals that are interested in learning how other organizations are, as we say, getting hybrid work right. This is an interesting time, as our previous speaker noted. Everyone is sort of learning as we go with regard to remote work and hybrid work for all those organizations, which is most, which is a new phenomenon, a new way of working. You see here some of the great guests we've had from organizations like Mondelez, which is the makers of Oreos and many other food brands you'd be familiar with. We had the leader of talent from Zoom itself, the Zoom platform, F5 Networks, Dish Networks, and many other great companies. So again, every other Thursday, we have these sessions at 11 a.m. Eastern US time. We have typically a guest, we ask them questions, and we learn how they're getting hybrid work right in their organizations. But more specifically to training, I've got these 2 slides left that I want to cover on what to do about hybrid training, because it's a very tricky situation when you've got some people in the office, some people at home, and you need to provide training to them. How are you going to approach this? And there's basically 3 things you can do. And so we asked this question, and it was interesting, the results we got back. Only 16%, 1 in 6, said that they would actually attempt a hybrid training session, where some people are in the office, some people are at home, and the trainer might be in the office or might be remote themselves. There's a lot of challenges with that approach, and I'm going to give you some best practices if you do go down that path. But it was very interesting to see that only 1 in 6 said that that's what they would most often pursue. The other 2 approaches are 19% said that they would actually offer 2 versions of the training in order to get the main benefits of each modality. So they would gather the people in the office together, offer it in person, have the strengths of being all together, of which there are many. And then for the folks that are remote, have a separate session at a separate time, maybe even a distinct separate trainer. Obviously, the downside of that is you have to develop 2 versions of the program to best benefit from all the advantages of each approach, you need to deliver the program twice. So obviously your costs are going to be higher. But the two audiences that way are gaining the benefits of each approach. 38% though, so twice as many, nearly 40% in all, said that even if there are some people that could gather together in person at the office, they're actually going to have everyone take the training online. It's an interesting result. I'm not surprised that it was maybe 20, 30%. I'm a little surprised it was as high as 38. But what we're hearing from a lot of organizations we talk to is that they're attempting hybrid training first, and they're finding it to be so challenging that they're instead reverting back to fully virtual, fully remote training instead. And some of the reasons for this: doing so equalizes the experience. The trainer can stay focused on just one audience type. Everyone is effectively virtual at that point. You can fully leverage the chat functionality, which I think a lot of us have learned over the past couple of years isn't a distraction when it's used properly. And particularly if you have a producer to keep an eye on it and surface things, particularly if the design of the program was designed in a way to have interaction with the chat be expected and not a distraction. And then again, compared to that second alternative, you've got just one design of the program instead of two. So a lot of key benefits here, and I think they're driving why we see that number as high as it is at 38%. All right, my last slide here. If you are going to pursue a truly hybrid-based training, where again, you've got some folks gathered together in the room, and say a conference room or a classroom, you've got other folks, other participants that are online. The trainer can be in either location, either online or in the room. These are some tips that I wrote up in an article that I would recommend you consider. So one, do your best to equalize the attention. I heard this phrase from a thought leader at Microsoft. He said at Microsoft, when they do these kind of events, they design the program for those not in the room. I think far too often prior to the pandemic, we fell into the trap of the online participants being an afterthought. And we would design things for the folks in the room. And then, oh yeah, there'll be some folks that dial in. We hope they have as good of an experience as they can, but it is what it is. He said they flipped that and they actually designed things for those not in the room, knowing that the people gathered together in the room will be in a better situation than those online, just sort of naturally. We already talked about the importance of producers, so I won't belabor that point. At the top right there, the second column, using chat, even if there's people gathered together in the room, they can use their smartphones. If they've brought laptops, they can use that. Being able to converse with those directly, not just mediated through the trainer in the room or a producer in the room, but directly via the chat, allows them to get all the benefits that text chat does provide. Several years ago, Cassie and I coined the term chatversation. That's the sort of ongoing dialogue that we see occur during meetings and events, sort of as a back channel via the chat functionality. So you want to encourage those valuable chatversations because they often provide just as much value as the core content that's being taught does in the first place. I already talked about Activity Sum and the wide variety of activities you can use to increase interaction and engagement. Obviously, you want to do things like testing the audio and video ahead of time. You want to display the remote participants so that those in the room that are gathered together can see all of the remote participants instead of wondering who they are, where they're located, and so on. And you want to do the inverse. You want to make sure that the trainers and facilitators that are on site, if that's the case, are fully visible via webcam or some other camera setup for all those that are online. You want to really check your pacing and check-ins. If you're going to have a hybrid audience, you're going to run into stumbles along the way. You're going to lose some people. If you've got a multinational, diverse ethnic group with language differences, even more the case. So you're going to really want to watch your pacing and check-ins, even to the point where it might feel awkward for those that are in the room gathered together. Like, why can't we pick up the pace? Well, because the folks online might have some lag or other considerations. And the last one I'll call out here is leveraging blended learning. If you're going to go down this path of hybrid learning, again, where you've got some people gathered together in a room, other people online, I would take at least some of the content and make it pre-reading to think about what things really need to be learned together synchronously and what things maybe can be learned through video, through reading, through follow-up materials, to really limit the time that you're expecting people to learn together in that rather challenging hybrid environment. So those are the key tips. If you're going to go down the path of hybrid training, I would ask that you consider if that's really the best approach. But if you're going to do it, there are certainly ways to make it as engaging and inspiring, our theme for this event, of an event as possible. So thank you very much. That's what I wanted to share today about virtual classroom training and hybrid training. I hope you found these tips and tricks and some of the data that we collected at I4CP helpful. And I hope you have a great rest of your event.
Tom, astounding, very, very good. There's some brilliant data in those survey results, and I really appreciate you sharing that with us today. And to everybody out there, thank you so much for joining Dana, Tom, and I for this Inspire Miami and South Florida Hour as part of the Workplace Inspirathon. So that's pretty much all from us. And I'm now going to pass the virtual baton all the way over to the West Coast to Lance Hahn in San Francisco. So I will bid you farewell, and Lance, take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Shay. Great content out of Miami. Now we're going to be, like you said, going all the way across the country here to San Francisco. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm Lance Hahn. I'm Chief Inspiration Officer of Inspire San Francisco, and I am your final host for the day. It's been a day. So much great content across the world. Started yesterday for me here on the West Coast, and so I was going to bed to the sounds of Inspiring Workplace and the Inspirathon. It's been really great to hear this. Really, really great. Just a reminder, obviously, that this is being hosted live, but it is also being recorded. And, what I'm excited to talk to you about today are defining moments. And that's really all about defining moments, eating the elephant of the employee experience. And that's what my presentation is really all about today. And we're really looking forward to just sharing some of our research and insights as we've sort of gone through this path. So let's jump into the presentation and just share some of this. And so, as mentioned, Lance Hahn, I'm part of Inspiring Workplaces, but I'm also part of an agency called the Star Conspiracy. And we're one of the partners with Inspiring Workplaces. We've been partners with them for the last several years. And we're an experience agency for work tech companies. And so we've been at the forefront of customer experience for 2 decades. And because of the industry we serve, which we have worked with over 1,000 work tech brands, we also see the intrinsic link between customer experience and employee experience. So I spend all my life, I've been here for about 10 years, but it feels like a long time. I research, analyze, write, and sometimes present on the trends we see. And it's part of my role with Inspire Workplaces too. So it's really excited to be back here again to talk about this stuff. I do wear a lot of hats because I do lack a bit of hair on the top of my head, but it's a lot of fun. Let's keep going. Nothing about me. Let's talk about employee experience here. And what I think is really important to start with is, to define employee experience, because there's so many different definitions of it out in the market. I think some people think employee experience is a lot like employee engagement. We see other people saying, employee experience is just sort of made up to make some consultants some money, which I'm assuming some of them are doing that. But I can assure you, just from our experience and customer experience and employee experience, that EX is very real. Here's what we define it as. Employee experience is the perception of the quality of all the experiences we collect at work. And so we think of employee experience in a very holistic way. And it's kind of very similar to the way we've sort of expanded from, thinking about, customer experience as opposed to, a sales and marketing function, but very holistically. It's not just one part of the experience. It's the perception of all those experiences that we experience at work. And so ever since the emphasis on customer experience has come to light, we've been thinking about how can we take some of the same lessons that we've learned from being on the forefront of customer experience and apply it to that much deeper relationship of work. So when you think about customer experience, you're thinking about, even in a B2C context, maybe a handful of experiences over the course of, your relationship with them. With an employee experience, you're going in every single workday. And so thinking about, some of the similarities, but also some of the differences between that. What we do know is that employee experience is critically important for organizations. And so IDC and Gallup has done probably the most referenceable research on employee experience to date, but it's still a very incomplete picture. What we do know is really exciting though. So almost everyone say that when you improve employee experience, you're going to improve customer experience too. And probably some of the most exciting research out of that we've seen is out of Columbia University. We've showed that the first causal link between improving employee experience and revenue is there. So if you haven't read that, I encourage you to do that. It's on actually Harvard Business Review. It has a great write-up on it. It's an amazing preview of some of the deep research, what this topic could look like. Finally, Gallup found that companies with much better EX have employees that are much more likely to recommend their employees. That's kind of a no-duh thing, but it's great to see it quantified in research. And we're looking forward to seeing more research in employee experience. But this is just some of the early things that we've seen out there in the market. So we know what employee experience is, and we know what it can do for an organization. What's a good place to start? How can we actually improve the experience? And, I love this quote from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. It's, there's only one way to eat an elephant, a bite at a time. And so when I talk to many work leaders around the country, around the world, this is the approach they're using to take action. If they're taking action, this is the approach they're taking. Start somewhere, anywhere, knowing that there's a big, arduous task in front of you that requires a gradual approach to take care of it. If you want to improve your entire employee experience, eating the elephant is simply a matter of taking bite after bite until it's gone. And that is one way to take care of it. It's because most people look at this definition of employee experience and they see this holistic view of this quality of the experiences that we collect at work. They see that as overwhelming. How the hell can I improve the quality of all the experiences? I can barely control the ones I'm directly responsible for. Eating the elephant of employee engagement is possible. Employee experience is possible, but it feels almost like a moonshot for organizations. It just seems like some way far off thing that they can't even comprehend. And it would be irresponsible of me to send you on a mission with a moonshot chance of working, with the ability to go out there and really understand, what's going on with employee experience without a little bit of an easier approach. It would also be irresponsible for me to propose a definition of employee experience that could take literal decades to fix, because we don't have that much time. So what I am going to give you is a cheat code for that employee experience that doesn't require you to eat that elephant. And that's going to start with thinking about this the right way. Instead of focusing on all the experiences, thinking instead of the second part of that definition, think about the first part. We should be thinking about the perception of those experiences. What our approach to EX requires is that you realize that the perception is what actually matters. When someone is thinking about or relaying their experience as an employee of the organization, it's being driven by their perception. This is incredibly important. Why? Because our perceptions aren't monolithic in nature. We aren't taking a minute-by-minute score and then objectively measuring this over the course of our employment. So I'm not taking, every 5 minutes writing down, okay, this is a 10 moment right now, and then I'm not averaging up this spreadsheet over the course of my career. That's not how we work. We aren't objective on purpose, because measuring all those moments in the employee experience is too much, even for our very powerful minds to do. It's too much information to hold on to. So what do we do instead? You may have heard the phrase that perception is reality, but what's actually happening is that reality drives perception. And it's something that is happening in our lives. We take measure of them. And so it starts on the left-hand side here with all of these moments kind of stacked up on a day-by-day experience. I can ask you, what happened yesterday or today? And you have a fresh memory of everything. It's actually very hard to say what's been an important moment and what hasn't necessarily. It might not be clear in that moment. In terms of the last few days, all these everyday moments might feel pretty ordinary, but still very memorable because they're just a few days old, right? As you move out a week or two, these moments start to fade. The details of those less important moments disappear. You might not remember 100% of those details. And then as you keep going and fewer moments stick out, the most important moments really start sticking out. That's until you get to the point where these moments become part of your core memories and perceptions. That everyday moments sort of fade away until you're left with the most significant moments. So when someone asks you about your experience at work, you're left with just a handful of moments that really define your perception of your employer. That's why we call these defining moments. They're critical for driving the perception of our employee experience. And that's what people are going to remember. It's the reality that drives the perception. So we're not making something up out of cloth. We're actually taking what we actually remember about employee experience and apply it. This is actually a really freeing concept because you don't have to improve every single moment. In fact, they just grade out, 80% of what you're seeing there. And actually, in reality, it's a much smaller amount of thing. You don't have to improve every single thing about your employee experience. When you realize that most of that stuff on the far left is going to be disregarded when we think about it, you can focus your time and resources on what we know will actually affect people's perceptions of employee experience. And also make the biggest impact on people's lives, because people are pretty good at knowing what's a moment that matters and what isn't, especially when we have the advantage of looking back with time in retrospect. All right. So if you buy into defining moments, how can you improve them? We can't prove all of EX, but we can do something about defining moments. Where do you start? Really see 3 places where we can get going here. The first step is actually identifying moments that actually matter in your employee experience. While moments may be different for people, you're going to find some trends here. Trust us on this one. As longtime researchers, we look at our options on a grid of quantitative and qualitative primary and secondary options. All of these research methods are really important and viable, and it kind of depends on the type of research you want to do. But we think in this case, there's probably a few that make more sense than others. For EX, we really see surveys and interviews as incredibly valuable, both for the type of individualized data they give you and the storytelling that having deeper interviews with employees will give you. We're a little bit more skeptical of benchmark data simply because there isn't a lot of externally available data on employee experience. And best practices for employee experience, they're really all over the place. So you've really got to be careful about, taking what's going to make the difference for your organization, what's going to deliver a defining moment for your employees, and kind of disregarding the rest. I wouldn't say not to use benchmarking or best practices whenever you're researching and identifying those defining moments in your organization. But I just say proceed with a little bit of caution there. When we go out to do research, we think about the types of questions we want answers to. We think of this as an exploration, especially if you're diving into employee experience first. So oftentimes before we build out an instrument, a quantitative survey instrument, we'll start with interviews to get narrowed down the understanding and to get some guesses as far as, do we know, can we maybe disregard some things on defining moments? Can we really define out defining moments really soon and really get to the point where we're putting a survey out there that will actually ask really valuable questions? We'll make the most of that time whenever you're sending that out to the entire organization. Again, since we're looking holistically at EX, we're also asking really broad questions. We're really trying to figure out what those defining moments are, and we're less concerned with sort of prioritizing it at this point. We're narrowing down those few moments that will truly define the experience for employees. The second step is prioritize. After you identify those moments, how do you prioritize where to start? First of all, I will tell you there are 2 mistakes that most organizations are making in employee experience that impact prioritization. The first one is not believing that employee experience starts before the first day of work. In fact, one of the best employee experience moves that some organizations have made is to set the right expectations on a job post or to ensure their employer brand actually reflects their organization. Under traditional employee experience definitions, you might only look at onboarding as sort of the soonest you'd look at for employee experience. But a person's perceptions about what it will be like to work at a company starts way before they're even an applicant. And they're refined as they're going through that hiring process. And so thinking about what's happening before a person joins the organization is really critically important here. The second mistake is not differentiating between work experience and employee success. As employees or as companies are looking at prioritizing which initiatives to start on, this will help separate out EX into more refined subdomains to focus on. Let me show you the difference between these two just to illustrate this point. And when we look at work experience, this is the experience of how work gets done inside the organization. Everything from the way workplaces are designed and organized, the way people are onboarded and trained, the processes for how you get things done, all that falls into the work experience. People could feel like their needs are taken care of as an employee, but the work experience could still be a mess. The opposite is true too. Employee success is how employees are supported, whether it's D&I initiatives, benefits, well-being, recognition, fair compensation. Your work experience could be top notch. You could have great, workplaces. You could have ping pong tables throughout the whole thing. You could have an open bar. But if you have a bunch of people who are burnt out and poorly recognized, it's not going to work. Most companies, when they're looking at EX initiatives, are typically looking at the employee success side of things. But we'll actually tell you that employee experience is holistically. You need to look across all five subdomains of employee experience, from the very beginning at the brand level to the nuts and bolts of how work is done and how employees are supported. They're all critical for delivering great defining moments across the organization. And you might be surprised, just like in customer experience, fixing defining moments earlier in the experience, like before employment, can actually deliver great defining moments later because you're bringing in the right people to the organization. They have the right expectations. They know what to expect whenever they come in. Finally, step 3, elevating that. Once you've figured out where your defining moments are and which ones are most important to the organization, here's another counterintuitive and piece of advice. Get those peak moments to be absolutely incredible. Try to smooth and minimize the impact of those most negative defining moments. There's a lot of research done on how the human brain works, how we process our overall experience, how moments are done. Chip and Dan Heath have done some of the easier to consume research on moments. We love this quote. What's indisputable is that when we assess our experiences, we don't average our minute-by-minute sensations. Rather, we tend to remember those flagship moments, or in our words, defining moments. We don't tend to remember the day-to-day minutia. We tend to remember those bigger moments, those things that really stand out about that experience. Those defining moments have to be bigger than an employee could ever expect. We call it breaking a frame. When you have a defining moment at work, say you start a new job, get a promotion, or come back from leave, there are baseline expectations as far as what that should look like. When you elevate that already defining moment beyond that baseline expectation, you get a frame-breaking experience where that defining moment becomes part of someone's permanent perception of an organization. And when we look at this across the life cycle of an employee, we all know that important moments almost always happen at the beginning and the end. So when we're looking at prioritizing defining moments, the beginning and the end are always great places to start. They're always solid investments when it comes to investing in employee experience. We just talked about elevating the high points beyond employee experience, but frame-breaking experiences can also come to the negative. When something is so bad, when you've had such a bad experience and everybody's had one, it becomes this defining moment. Sometimes you can't fix every low point. Think about a layoff, for instance, where you're coupling not only a low point, but also with a transition point that we already know is a defining moment. If you have a frame-breaking bad experience at these low points, those are good places to start as well. Smoothing those points out so that they come more in line with expectations might seem like a low bar, but when we focus on what matters with employee experience, not every moment, just the ones that are going to, break the frame, shifting a negative defining moment from a defining moment to something that kind of falls into the background and is forgotten is actually a net positive. So you don't think about it as a low bar. Think about it as a way to shift upward without having to fix everything about everything. The too long didn't watch. Let's conclude this because I know it's late in the UK. We've all just been at it for a day here. So just to recap, too long didn't watch. 4 main points. Employee experience is a collection of defining moments, not all moments. Defining moments aren't overwhelming the same way fixing all moments would be. They can be discovered and improved. And it's in the abilities of every single organization to fix these. EX is holistic. It starts before the first day of work. So thinking about a person's expectations driven by employer brand, recruitment marketing, and the candidate experience is critical. Finally, employee experience is about making those moments frame breaking, turning ordinary moments into extraordinary moments, elevate the employee experience when we think about it in the defining moments framework. Love talking about researching, implementing employee experience. We're happy to partner with Inspiring Workplaces because our mission of people first organizations are so well aligned with that organization. Really excited to be talking to you and closing out today's thing. I'm always available to chat about EX, about CX. You could always find me on the socials or through the email here below. Thank you so much for joining us today on this day-long journey through creating better workplaces for everyone. I'm really excited to hand things over to Matt Manners in the UK to close us out for the day.
Hello, thank you so much, Lance. Absolutely amazing. I think it's mind-bending, almost like the spoon in the Matrix, that you started watching this, went to bed, and then have come back. And,
That's right.
So fantastic. No, thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing what happens in San Francisco, and I will leave you to it. Thank you, kind sir.
Thank you.
Take care. I think I just saw my camera flash red, so always good. Obviously, the only tech issue we're going to have is me at the end. My computer's probably saying no as well at this stage. So without further ado, I'd love to just close out this incredible day. It's dark again out there for me, but there's been so much light and inspiration over the past day. I can't believe it, an actual day. Before I close, something to note. Last time we did the Inspirathon, Joe Biden was inaugurated to see the end of Trump. Today saw the end of a less than effective UK Prime Minister. So maybe next year will mark the end of inflation, or it'll bring about an Oasis reunion. I'm excited to see. I'm getting ahead of myself though, and talking about 2023. Let's reflect on this year, 2022. This moment wraps almost 24 hours of non-stop content. 20-minute sessions back-to-back, non-stop, 50-plus speakers. You can thank the pandemic for this idea. We wanted to try and do something different and bring a bit of joy to the world. We hope you have enjoyed it and have found value from it. I do want this content to speak for itself, though, so I don't have too much to add. We started in Sydney, and by my count, we went to at least 30 different cities all over the world. Bruges to San Francisco, Boston to Kuala Lumpur, Bristol to New York, Stockholm to Johannesburg, and many, many more. We walked around on a tour of the Olympic Park in Sydney by Breckin Jones. We went into a Cornish pub. We even had a DJ on his decks. We learned about tech, employee experience, culture, DEI, emotional intelligence, quiet quitting, well-being, psychological safety, and so many more important themes besides. All of this content will be made on demand in the next week or so. So please, come back, dip in and out where you need to. Invite your friends and your peers to join our community so they can access this content and help us in our mission to try and change the world through the world of work, doing that with you. So all that leaves me to say is thank you. A huge thank you to our Chief Inspiration Officers from the Inspire cities all over the world. We started it during the pandemic, and we're going to finally start running in-person events next year. Scott from Inspire Ireland actually did one in person today and then came and hosted online afterwards. What a legend. I know Russell Robinson's got a DC event in December. London's coming in January, New York, and many, many more. To bring that vital human interaction, we really feel is very, very important, that local community spirit, part of a bigger global online movement here at Inspiring Workplaces. Thank you to the incredible speakers, amazing content and insights. They were selfless and authentic, and it really has made all of us in the team to be buzzing. Our WhatsApp is going crazy right now. And after 24 hours, how on earth are we on time? How have we managed that? Like almost to the minute. Last, and no means least, thank you to the incredible team and friends of Inspiring Workplaces, Marta, Stefan, Murray, Ruth, Crispin, and a big shout out especially to Amy, who managed all of us to deliver this for you. That's actually how we're on time. So I hope you leave inspired to change your world of work. So, and from all of us at Inspiring Workplaces, good night in our part of the world and goodbye.